live over on the YouTubes. Hello, Wingslinger. How you doing today? Sea Bear is here checking out the YouTubes. Thank you very much. Hello, Snow Mongoose. Everybody's turning up. Let's go. All right, I need to go to my announcements channel. And I need to copy this, and I need to paste that there. Hey, Taro, thank you very much for your 27 months of support. Look at that, guys. Look at that, y'all. Goblin Jam Indeedy. I'm gonna move this over to like here or something like that. That way we can see y'all's smiley faces. Hello, Sea Bear. The Thidges, how you doing? Okay, I need to find a GIF. Start up the next one for y'all. All right, let me see what I can find. When you're always in a hurry, that's when you can't find something, you know? How it goes sometimes. Trying to find a fun GIF with legend in it. I'm kind of coming up slightly blank. What if I added boat to the end of my search? Legend boat. Do I get anything fun there? Sometimes I spend way too much time, you know, doing the little things sometimes, you know. Oh, that's fun. Warming up the bench? I know, I saw that, Big O. Don't worry, I'll be there in a minute. Ah, here we go. Perfect GIF. Here we go. Am I Muslim? No, I am not. Pyraku78. Are you? KVP Animations and Edits. Yo to you as well. How you doing today? Where am I going? I opened something up and I'm like, where am I going? I can't remember. Okay. And I'm saving it here. Hey, Joey. All right, I'm saving it there. Okay, good. Now, we're gonna copy this. You're doing fine? Good. All right. Need to hire a production manager. Yeah, I could do that, Cobra. Usually it's pretty quick, but yeah, I've been a little distracted today trying to get things set up properly. I don't even know if it's set up right now, but whatever. All right. So I can tweet this out, and then I need to go to my here, yes, and then here. I'm also a little tired. I didn't sleep too well last night. One of my issues that I have every now and then. I'm the star of the show. Well, thank you. One of the issues I've been having lately is allergies coming up. So I'm on Claritin D, and that really kind of puts me in a little bit of a fog, but it also makes me struggle sometimes to get a full sleep. You take RuPaul for your allergies. I don't even know what that is. All right, let me close out of DevStrike forum because I've posted on DevStrike. And next up would be to post in the Discords. Yes, post in the Discords. Is that like an allergy medication, Cobra? Or is that like just something like you can just buy over the counter or something? Like, I mean, like a, you know, I don't know what I'm saying. Okay, Discord pinging. Okay, go figure. Go figure. They announced yesterday that the King of the Sea Trident Trials were starting up, and they encouraged everybody to sign up. But there was no sign-up space for streamers. So I asked them, hey, are streamers allowed? And what's going on with things like, you know, drops, codes, you know, the stuff that y'all like to tune in for, right? But we'll see. But of course, I go live, and that's the moment that they decide to ping and say, hey, streamers can sign up now. Urgh. It's a prescription allergy medication. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, my allergies aren't so bad that I need a prescription for it. It's just like every now and then my, you know, they kind of kick on. Especially, you know, they're seasonal, right? So like, springtime and the fall. That's usually when we get that happening to me, at least. Hey, we've got ourselves a new follower, Draw Dao Z. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Let's see. Okay, last thing I need to do is I need to go to my Rumble, and I need to edit the title and description and the game for here. There is no World of Warships Legends option for Rumble, so we'll just leave it there like that. Okay. And that. Save. Okay, now we'll open that up and double check. One more round of words and we should be ready to go, y'all. Seabear, thank you for checking out Rumble. Appreciate you. Oh, right. What am I saying? I need to go to my stream PC, my rerun PC, and make sure that everything's looking right. I always forget something. I can close Twitter, I can close that, I can close that. We are good on those. I'm gonna move that to the farthest to the right. Have that jump on in, move windows together. Consolidation of windows is a thing sometimes, you know? All right. What am I doing over on this one? What am I doing over on this one? I am, yes, right. I am doing this on this one. I'm going here, and here, and here. All right. Getting the YouTubes loaded up. All right, now let's go check the other set. Right, I need to get that window open. Well done, y'all. We'll do just one more here. All right, Kick is looking fine. Rumble's going through the obligatory commercial breaks. Twitch is looking fine. So I think we're about good on everything. I don't know why my streamer, my Lumia stream is resetting, but fine. Okay. Let's double check. That vertical is showing up, and that horizontal is showing up. How to Blue, hey, over on YouTube. You always watch my WoW streams. I'm definitely playing a whole different level. Cheers from Brazil. Hey, cheers from the United States, How to Blue. Where in Brazil, if you don't mind me asking? I love Brazil. It's on my list of places to visit. Seriously. And KBP Animation hanging out over on the YouTube vertical stream. Cool. Okay. Woof. About ready to go. Let me go and say hi to Big O. Hello, good sir. Well, let's make sure Discord's working. All right, cool. No, you're fine. I just want to make sure I could hear you. And stream could hear you. Krylus, how you doing? I love your name, by the way. All right. Let's turn off autopilot for now. We'll keep this going. But for now, let's get to the focus on me screen. Hi, there we go. Very good. You're doing good? Awesome. I'm doing fine. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody, to Fun Friday. Oh, it's been a week. It's been a very busy week for me at work. How about you guys? How's your week been? Are you guys happy for the weekend? Are you ready to go for the weekend? Oh my goodness. It's a Memorial Day weekend. It's a holiday weekend for those of you guys tuning in. Hey Rob, for those of you guys tuning in from Murica. If any of you guys... I don't want
this weekend to happen, but got to do it anyway.
All right. If any of you guys are veterans, thank you very much for your service, even across the world. You doing what you can to help prevent or help to protect the citizens of your country. And that is, of course, very much appreciated. I want to remind you guys, I'm not doing a specific charity drive this holiday weekend. Historically, I've tried to put something together for it. This year, it's just been too bonkers, too much going on. But I do have a a platform set up for fundraising for Stack Up, and there's my link right there in chat. If you want to help out with that, you can absolutely do so. It's a really good charity, especially for veterans. It focuses on mental health through video games, and that's not just American veterans, of course. That is anybody that's currently. I like to say it's not on the naughty list of the United States, although that list seems to be changing. Sorry. Not to get into politics, but it is what it is. So if you want to support a good cause, feel free to check that out. They're running a current promotion. If you donate $10 or more, you get entered into a raffle to win a set of wireless headphones, Astro something or rather. So if that's something you might be interested in, hey, feel free to donate to a good cause, and it's tax deductible. I have fundraised for them for 4 years now. I worked for them for a year. They're good people. And I can attest to just how stingy they are with spending. They make sure they get as much money to their programs to help veterans as possible. So, really good cause. In the meantime, guys, we got some fun stuff to do today. We've got the World of Warships Legends PC beta test. You don't think you can claim it on your income? So we've actually had some Canadians who have done that, Cobra. Specifically, some Canadian streamers that said that they could claim it on taxes. Feel free to look through it if you want. You do get an email receipt to prove that you did donate to a charitable cause. But I'm not a tax professional, so feel free to look into it if you want. If you're not concerned about, if you're concerned about that, whatever, hey, it's all good. There are plenty of charities in Canada too that obviously you could always consider donating to. There's nothing wrong with that at all. So I got in on the World Warships Legends closed beta test. So we're going to do that today for a little bit. I don't know, usual hour and a half, that kind of deal. And then from there, we're going to get into some World of Warships replay action. That's going to be a heck of a lot of fun. And then after we do our 5 World of Warships replays, we're going to do some live play action. Also, I'm going to need you guys to help me figure out this whole card system because I don't understand it. So some of you guys that are like, professionals at the card game thing, let me know what's going on there. Cedric, what? Say what? That's right. That's the plan for the day. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I also have gone through and I've added a whole bunch of new animated emotes. I've taken a bunch of my standard emotes and then put some new stuff in there. And then I also added a couple of new animated emotes as well. So if you're a subscriber of the channel, take a look. You probably have some more emotes that you can play with. But without further ado, guys, I think it's time to get into this. What do you guys think? Shall we? I think we should do it. Let's go. Here we go. So this is the Steam closed beta test. Quick reminder too, I am still doing, is it Masters? Yes, I am still doing a sponsorship with Match Masters. If you want to help me out there, click the link, download, all that good stuff. If you get to a certain point, show it off in the Discord and I'll prioritize one of your replays as my way of saying thank you for helping me out. That is essentially there to help pay for my new freaking AC unit that I had to get. Which is in the house and ready to go. Perfect timing for a cold snap in Chicago. 50 degrees for highs, although it's finally starting to warm up. It's going to be in the 60s today, and it's going to get up to 70s, maybe 80s by this time next week. So, yay. But it's still getting down to the 40s overnight. So this is the closed beta test for World of Warships Legends. Do you guys play Legends? Do you know anything about this game? I alpha tested it way back when on console, on Xbox. That was so fun. I held up a controller and I told my wife, I said, look, I'm playing Warships with a controller. She said, I'm nuts. But it is what it is. All right, so let's see. Should I start with the Albany or should I was wondering if this was going to change, but I guess not. I linked my my Steam account to Wargaming. So I thought this would have changed, but maybe it'll change later. In any case, you can see the graphics are about the same as PC. Now, one thing that's different is I'm 100s here and everything burns, right? I'm holding down right mouse button to get rid of the HUD and everything, but I have to use the left mouse button to click and drag around, which is one thing that's kind of interesting, kind of different from what I'm used to. But I can see, I feel like I'm getting closer to the ship than I was before, so that's always exciting. One of the things that I like to do... Oh, I just have to click to remove it. I don't have to click and hold. Okay, that's actually kind of nice. That's actually kind of nice. They have a whole bunch of different ports. This, I think, is the Fjord port. Come on. I clicked on this a moment before, but I guess maybe I can't change it now for whatever reason. But if I go to settings here... Oh, maybe it's under settings and port. Derp, there we go. So we got a whole bunch of different ports that we can play with. It looks kind of like Emden. Yeah, this is the Albany, the Tier 2 American premium ship. Oh, let's go to Japan. Let's go to Japan. I always talk about going into the options menu so you guys can see what you can do in the options menu, and you can see here they are working on optimizing for keyboard and mouse, but you can also play with a gamepad. So if you've got an Xbox 360 controller or something else, you can do that. Switch ammo type, double key press. This always screwed me up. You have to press it twice in order to make it switch ammo types. Always screwed me up. What's up, Admiral Morkborg? And then toggle observation mode is mouse right click, which we saw a moment ago. So I'll try the single key press and see if that works. Actually, I'll leave it a double for right now and see. For sound effects and stuff, you've got the National Plus voiceover and stuff like that. Is this gonna be WoWS 2.0? No idea, Big O. No idea. And then for display, I've got the preset to very high. Not a ton of options here, but that's okay. And then you could turn off specific, these are all the different collaborations that Wargaming has done. You can turn off that particular content if you don't like seeing it. Network, I mean, okay. So, well, yeah, there's no subs on Legends, right? And then carriers have a bit of a different feel to them as well, my understanding. But check out Nagasaki. Well, that's not Mount Fuji back there. This is the Nagasaki port. But anyway, let's get into battle. Now, in the port screen, you cannot use the controller. So I'm pushing all the buttons in the world and nothing is happening. So you're going to have to use keyboard and mouse, at least for right now, to get some of the things happening. Okay, it's a little bit different from that respect. But I cannot go to random battles yet because I haven't unlocked that. So we're going to go and just play a, an AI battle. There's your hydration for you, Morkborg. Thank you for the reminder, as always. How are you, sir? There's a shout out from Morkborg. Go toss him a follow if you like. Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of the screens are gonna be similar. So let's see. A to speed up. I'm gonna try using the controller first and see how this works. So A to speed up. The load times are definitely quicker. Now you use the right trigger to zoom in. How's the sound effects, guys? Is this too loud, or is it okay? You can also press the right mouse stick to change your zoom level. But I feel like a PC player is going to have the advantage when it comes to accuracy of like aim, like just the speed at which they can scope in and everything. Commander system is definitely wildly different, correct.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
Sound is a bit much. All right, thank you, Navy Pork Chop. Let me, can I fix that right now? Settings. Sound. What I can do is I can turn down, here, hello, game? Okay, let's just, no. Okay, can I use keyboard and mouse and do it? It wasn't letting me slide the display. There we go. I'll turn down the general volume to about half, and you guys can tell me if that sounds better, okay? Get back into the action. Maybe that's a little bit better? Left trigger should zoom in is, yes. Exactly right, Altador. That's what I'm hitting right now.
The ship is on fire.
And let's see, the ship is on fire.
Enemy cruiser foundered.
So I can hit the left control pad button to use my consumable. That's something I have to get used to. Slow down a half so I don't beach.
Problem solved, sir.
Problem solved, sir. So you know what's coming next. Ship is on fire. Alright, that front part is a little too clean for my taste. There we go. Let's dirty it up. And let's get the rear... Oh, hello. Hello. Now, we can hit the X key... No, okay, so AP is locked. Cool. Tie-in and Battleship line is more brawler focused, huh? And they have SAP secondaries. Good to know. I don't know that we're going to get so far as to progress to that. And I don't even know if those have been added to the game or not. Whoa.
We've destroyed an enemy cruiser.
I thought that guy was way healthier, but alright. Where's you? There's you. I'm so used to the free look. Being able to just like tab out, look around real quick. Right, but what I'm saying, Pac, is they might not be added to this version of Legends. This is a separate version than the live version. So we're not playing with live humans ever. Well, we are playing with live humans, but not any from the Xbox, PlayStation, or mobile environments. If that makes any sense. Can't see my stream in Firefox, but you leave it up while you work on a different problem. Fair enough. Sorry to hear that, Duckman.
Taking the lead.
What's up, NBA? I'll tell you, everything does feel a lot smoother in general. So that's kind of nice. Let's go to full speed here. One ship left. I've killed 3 of them. Oh, I detonated somebody. Oh, detonations are in this game. And I just stole that kill. Or are they not? Was that just a damage icon? I have no idea. Okay, so what do we get here? We have one more target hit for 69 giggity. I like the fist assist there. I like that. That's a cool design. And then incapacitation, destroyeds, results. I think I might try the next one with keyboard and mouse and see how it feels playing keyboard and mouse. No mission progress. Okay, so we're gonna exit out of here, and now you can battle on or you can return to port. We're gonna go back to port.
Welcome to level 2. Upgrades
Woo,
for
level
ships
2.
are now available. You need to fight one more battle to reach the next account level.
All right, one more battle to reach the next account level. Good. Audio better, guys. So now I can buy an upgrade for the Albany. Although it's not letting me buy it right here. I probably have to back out and then buy it here. Yeah, under upgrades. So here I can go and boom, I've extended my range just a little bit. Simboto! Hey, Simboto, how you doing? 36 months. You're navigating through 36 months of subscription, steering our ship through calm and storm. New Captain Seth, just starting the game. Indeed, Simboto. Thank you very much. Rope Glass is a new promo code from the official stream. Good to know, Vladeshi. Thank you for sharing that. I've gone ahead and made that a pinned comment for our stream. Bermuda Day, so barbecuing later. Sounds good. What exactly is Bermuda Day? Taro, I am so sorry. I missed reading out your sub message earlier at the start of the stream. Let me see if I can find it. I can. The Goblin Jammer Extraordinaire keeps the crew on its toes with a 12-month stealth operation. Your 27-month streak is the secret weapon in our arsenal. Here's to more epic battles and mischievous victories together. Thank you very much, Taro, by the way, for your sub at the beginning of the stream. All right. I guess the people are going to play Legends. Good thing you posted that link for freebie stuff on Legends a few days ago. Ooh, I might have to get that too then. Of course, that comes later. Oh, so... Oh. Interesting. So they got some event ships. And these are all for credits because obviously they have the Zuiho! Code only worked for about an hour or less. Got it. They have the Zuiho guys. Wow. That's cool. And the Julio. Huh. Okay. And then there's supply things. Whatever the heck that means. I'm guessing these are captains? Special commanders, right? Fireworks for activating legendary skills provides a 30% bonus to global XP when you deal 3,000 fire damage to enemy ships. Only applied once per day. Yeah, Zuihos and Legends, guys. How cool is that? So there's Aristotle version 1. Okay. And then there's the Monkey King. Okay. %50 bonus to credits when you get 2 floods, triggered once per day. Stalingrad Legends cost free XP. There you go. All right, well, might as well get another battle. I got 2 days of premium time. Look at that. Exciting, exciting. Oh, yeah. Zuiho was my favorite as well. I really enjoyed playing Zuiho way back in the day. Because, hey, that was back when they had non-mirrored matchmaking. So you could have a game, right, where there's like no carrier on the enemy team. That was wild. That was always wild. It's your most played carrier? You seal clubber, you. Strike Zuiho is great. I loved Strike Zuiho. Okay, so this feels so much more comfortable. This feels so much more comfortable. So, oh wow, okay. That's easy too. So holding down right mouse button does the same thing, but look how far out it zooms you. That's wild. You do have to click the shift button to zoom back in though after releasing. It takes you just back to the standard camera. But this feels very comfortable. Can I increase the size of the minimap? I cannot. Okay. Imagine if they have mods for this game. And imagine the advantage that gives you over people who are playing on Xbox or PlayStation or even mobile. Wow. Yes, this is Legends, Simboto. This is Legends. But I'm playing this on PC Legends, guys. PC Legends. Giveaway in progress, guys. Blue Boosters container. Go get it. Go get it. You know the drill. You got to be a follower of the channel. So twitch.tv/Lord_Zath if you're on YouTube, Rumble, or Kick. Do the follow thing. That's the heart icon. And then type something in chat. When did what happen? This, like, literally got announced earlier this week, Simboto. Literally got announced earlier this week. And they have a closed beta for it. And of course, yours truly has connections and got in on the closed beta test. Ha ha ha! Let's go. Let's go. I can't wait to get to random so I can beat up on other humans. I think a PC player playing a Legends already has a major advantage. I agree. Yep, Profile 1, thank you very much. We got that code in the pinned comments. Go, and type that in because it will probably run out soon. .tm. Limited number of uses. It does look nice, doesn't it, Meodathi? Hello, Shin. How you doing? All right, that's number 4. Can I get all 5 kills? It's co-op, right? It's co-op. But look how much you can zoom in. Look how close you can get. That's really kind of fun. Could not play on a controller though. I just tried it. It's comfortable and relaxing. Like, I used to play Warships on a projector, guys. Like a full projector, 183-inch diagonal on a 2-story white wall. Look at that, I got all 5 kills. And playing with a controller was really nice there. It was much more relaxing. That being said, once you've started using keyboard and mouse, you're just so much faster with everything. So much faster with everything. All right, let's return to port.
Welcome to level 3.
Rope glass has expired already.
Ships. You need to fight one more battle to reach the next account level.
All right, so next up we go to Tech Trees. Can I get the St. Louis? Yeah, I got the St. Louis. Let's go. Gib. How do I get there? Ships up here at the top. Ships. And then, okay. Oh, they have the Lexington, my baby. My baby. Remember, guys, Bogue, Air Supremacy Bogue? Ugh. The main is a tier 8? Whoa. Interesting. I remember when Iowa was at the top of the tier list. Jeez. That's wild. Where's Yamato on this? Is it still a tier 8 as well, or is it tier 7? It's not even in the game, guys. Not even in the game. Can we please forget Bogue? AS Bogue is something something, right? Not our main with 16. Oh, it's not. Okay. There's Zuiho. Or sorry, Hosho. Oh, Zuiho's not on the list. Okay. It's a legend tier. So when we were testing the game way back when, Yamato was included along with Iowa at tier 7. I think was the highest tier at the time. So I'm just curious to see how far it's gone, you know? Last year you saw it all the YouTube. You thought all the YouTube videos of Legends was warships. Glad you found here. I'm glad you found here too, Vladeshi. Or Meodathi, sorry. Which basically is all tier 10. Okay, so tier 10s are legend tiers. Okay, so like Hindenburg at the end of the rune, stuff like that. There's the Ruprecht. Okay, well, let's go and... Can I get out of here? Okay. Now, how do I change... Did I not buy it yet? I haven't purchased it yet. That's what I thought. Okay, so I have to buy it. Gib. And then ship options. Take ship to battle, add to favorites, or sell. Okay. Montana hull with 2x2, 3x2, 406. Okay, so it's a little bit different. Got it. Where do I go to battle? Here? Yes. And can I go here? It still says versus AI, so I guess I can't do a random battle in it just yet. Oh, Albany. Here we go. St. Louis. They do dockyards differently too. I'm not surprised. And then you can hit this button to leave feedback. That's cool. It makes sense. Let's go to battle. Hybrids this game is like a mix of RTS with airstrike POV. Interesting. Now, I've also heard that carriers are very different too, right? There's no spotting, for example, that carriers can do. There's a couple other big differences for those of you guys who don't know PC that well. One of those big differences is in Legends, your torpedoes, at least it used to be, your torpedoes started automatically loaded, which is kind of neat. Ah, Kono82, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Make sure you type something in chat so we can get you in for the prizes, huh? Dockyards are proper battle passes here, and you pay and get like a month to complete. The reward ship is usually a legend tier. Oh, okay. Hybrids in this game is a mix of... Yeah, I read that already. Games are shorter, right? Contacts are closer, right? Exactly. So you got smaller maps and stuff. Yeah, big difference, no air spotting. Value of the past this starts, so the value of all things in the past combined. Okay, so you understand exactly what you're paying for, in essence. I should probably be... I'll kill this Toronto first, I guess. I'm gonna go deal with the destroyers. Lots of destroyers in here. As usual, low-tier destroyers are fun to fight. Ooh, I can slot in AP now. You see that? Number 2 is AP. All right. Dursky. No. Oh, he's behind me. Hello. That's a V-25. Why are you reversing now? Okay. Gun? Thank you, gun.
Enemy destroyer sunk.
Didn't want to shoot at first. Don't fire on your allies. And that's game. Not bad, not bad. Aiming first, what do you know? Oh, there's another human in here. Look at that. Another human. Another tester.
Welcome to level
Now, if you
4.
want to try this game out for
Join
yourself,
battles
you go to
versus other
Steam.
players. You need to fight one more battle to reach the next account level.
Arcade battles. Huh. 5. This is almost like brawls, I guess, huh? So if you guys go to, thanks for sharing, Pak. If you guys go to, okay, I'm nowhere near the unlock. If you go to Steam and you search for World of Warships Legends, you can actually request to enter the closed beta. Let's try the 5v5. This might take longer to get into because it might be an all human only. If it's an all human only, then we'll go back to co-op. That's fine. It's the Kiev, my baby. My baby. The artwork should look familiar, by the way, because it's Warships artwork. Did we get a winner yet? Nope, not yet. So, guys, again, get on twitch.tv/Lord_Zath, toss a follow, heart thing, and then type something in chat. That's all you got to do. Okay? Following is free on Twitch. So we got a game. Archipelago. Domination. Okay. Yeah, whatever. So hitting tab pulls up the mini-map, and there's one human on the enemy team also in a St. Louis. Can I type? I cannot type. Alright. One big difference from Legends right there to PC. You can't be toxic in chat. Which means, Big O, you can't be chat banned. He doesn't even respond. But that's half the game. Noob uninstall now. The only way you can be toxic on here is on console. Yeah, right, that's true. God, I remember getting hate mail when I would play Battlefield, when I played Bad Company 2, and especially... Oh, hold on a second. I got a text from my wife.
Enemy force sighted on the horizon.
My wife is texting me. Tuber, I don't know if Tuber if you're here or not, but I sent her to go buy some scotch for me. Yeah, okay. So I used to be really good at jets in Battlefield 3. Like, really freaking good in jets. And sometimes after those games, man, I would get some serious hate mail, and it was so fun. I used to record it. I used to have it like play out on my home speakers, and I would just record it, and then put it on my YouTube channel, like my personal YouTube channel, just to revel in the glory that is I pissed somebody off. I pissed off a kid. Not enough active chatters? What? Hey, I can't swim. We only need 10 people to chat. Where did everybody go? There's 34 of you here. Oh well, we'll try again in a little bit. Ooh, those shells just missed. Let's zoom in even farther so these guys don't miss, huh? Yeah? Yeah? Die, Mr. Romulus. He's probably gonna torpedo me. Oh, that was cool.
Enemy destroyer blown up.
That dude over there is getting the cap, the Freont. 10 to get all bonuses. Cobra says, I'm here. I know you're here. Colberg. Alright, in theory, that Frau Wrong is gonna die with a cruiser, but we'll see. Where's the St. Louis? St. Louis is probably... He's probably the one that's hidden right now. Don't get fooled again. 10 knots? Really? They aren't, huh? Oh, hi, torpedo. That icon looks different. Actually, a lot easier for me to see that compared to in warships.
The ship is on fire.
I do struggle a little bit from color blindedness, and so it's difficult for me with the color blindedness issue to know exactly what's going on. Now, Kohlberg has switched to AP shells. This is a Freon, so he's got torpedoes. I forgot these guys switched to AP, so there's no chance that you're gonna get set on a second fire or something like that. Whoa! Tarogasm, everyone? We haven't had a good Tarogasm in a while. God, that sounds terrible. Blow up the stream. Holy shnikes, guys. 50 gifted subs from Taro. You know what that means? We gotta be pretty damn close to a hype train. Let's switch to AP and see what the AP does over here. Yo, they're back. Money. Alright, AP. Unleash hell. That did like nothing. 5 overpens. Really? Ugh. That's Sag right there. That's Sag. It's going fine. It's going fine. Guys, enjoy the Stevie slideshow, please. When we get gifted subs, you guys will see pictures, sometimes videos like what's right now, getting Stevie getting head patted. You'll see those showing up. And guys, hi Fire. Hey, if you guys get a gift sub, please make sure to thank Taro for that, okay? Let me shout out Hi Fire. How you doing, man? I had a feeling you were gonna stop by. I just had a feeling. I know, it surprises me too, really. That Stevie managed to live for 19 and a half years, yeah. What for those of you guys new to the community and stuff, you are seeing pictures from Stevie's life. Pictures from Stevie's life. Alright, we got the cap just in time. The floofy one, indeedy. Mayo Dothy got a gift sub. Yeah, look at that. I gotta read some stuff out in just a moment. I'll get there though. 50 subs, my goodness. Taro, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Alright, enemy human. Are you gonna scare away? Looks like you are scared. Oh, you beached. Ah ha ha ha. This is what you get for playing with a controller. The overall ability to like look around more, I think is really handy. That's Stevie from the apartment when he had his old little Beanie Baby. He loved those things. Warhammer's doing a drop site preview. I don't know what that means, Shin. I'm not a big Warhammer guy. Not a big Warhammer guy. I'm on fire again. I should probably DCP that.
The ship is on fire.
Nope. And I blew up. First time dying in the game. 3 minutes to go. I've got a big Warhammer. So, how does this work with dropping the HUD? Control J, same control. Okay, that's nice. There it is, guys. Our first death pick of World of Warships Legends. Can I, Control Shift Backspace? Can I break the camera? No, I can't. Okay, just Shift to move the camera off. Dawn of War is getting an enhanced version. I see. There's Stevie and Zelda. That was his first girlfriend, his first love. They're spooning on a chair together. So nice of them. Look at them. They're just enjoying life. And that's Stevie with my college tassel. All right, so we've got A and B. And so the big question is, can the human kill the Kohlberg? That's going to be the big question. We got 2 minutes to go. Now, I suppose I can just return to port and battle on, right? There's really no reason for me to stick around. I do like that you've got all of the stats here. Let's just go to port. So we'll leave the battle. And let's go and play another one. Hi, Fire, did you get in on the... Oh, it's in battle, so I can't take it out. Oh. Okay. Can I take the Chikuma into the arcade? Might as well work up that line too while I'm sitting around waiting. This is what I used to do when I was playing Warships all the time. When I first started it, I was always doing one ship, and then while that one's in battle, go to the next one, and just cycle through. I would go for first wins in each of my ships. Get the XP bonuses. Let's go. I might not be able to get into this because I might need another human to be doing this mode. Oh, the subs you could be... No, that's not the one. Where's the message from Tarot? Now, what's weird is usually that kicks off a hype train, but this time it didn't. I don't know why. Anyway... Tarot just strutted the catwalk of generosity with 50 gifted subs, making it a total of 3205. Now that's what I call Zath Dance of support. That needs to be fixed. Interesting. Thanks for steering the ship with such flair, Captain. That's Stevie the first day I met him. Brunakaini, yo! How's the game so far? It's fine. I think I gotta back off from that.
Welcome to level 5. You can now acquire and open crates, and you can complete missions. You need to fight 2 more battles to reach the next account level.
Ooh. So we get campaigns and missions. Okay. Wouldn't you need 10 humans if it's if it's supposed to be PvP? Yes, but I think they've changed it so you just need at least 1 human, and then it'll start that off. So if I go to upgrades here, what can I pick up? I can pick up, that's artillery. Is that the upgrade for artillery? Looks like it is. And then, okay, I see it. So this helps my reload and 180-degree turn time. And this gives me more HP, better rudder shift, more main battery turn. Yes, please. Yes, please. I would like more guns. Thank you. Thank you, please, and thank you. And now we've got campaigns. Oh my god, so much. Okay, what do we have here? Preußen, legendary battleship, and flag. So this is what you guys are talking about with the battle pass, right? And then you can buy with doubloons. You can unlock rewards. You get rewards for completed milestones right away. And okay. And then if you complete the campaign, okay, so if you buy the complete campaign, you automatically get Preußen right off the bat. Okay. Versus this, where you have to do enough things to get to that point. Huh. I got 3 new containers. I guess I can open those up. These should look familiar for you guys. I got shiny doubloons. Look at that. I wonder if they have the torpedo polisher in here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I thought too, Haruna. So I could use doubloons to unlock this. If I do that... Torpedo polisher is there? Okay. It's off center and you hate that. Ha. So you can get there if you get all the way through the pass. So how do you get through the pass though? Do you have to do missions? I can't remember that part. I have missions, initial havoc. Okay. Naval lessons in progress. Play 2 battles, and then you get that stuff, and then you get this. So I think this moves you forward on the campaign, right? What is this? Renown, regular missions. Okay, so that's... I'm a little confused with how this works. But, I don't know what else to spend my doubloons on. Oh, I see. Renown 0 out of 25. So once you get Renown, then that moves you up. And this is the free pass, so it's like the opposite of the paid pass in Warships where they flipped them. And then if you pay, you can work your way down there. So let's... I'm spending doubloons, guys. I never do this. You guys know that. I just spent some doubloons. And just because of that, I got myself into the container. Oh yeah, there's the torpedo polisher down here. Okay. What's in the box? What's in the box? What's in the box? Camos? Okay, they actually have a purpose. Reduce the ship and detectability fire. Interesting. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and give it another whirl, shall we? It's got this thing on it. What am I missing? Did I miss something here? I hate when it gives me the red thing. Okay, so complete task. Yeah, so that's 2 battles. You get progress. Admiralty backing. Current campaign, get more. Okay. And then you can boost progress. Okay. What does their premium store look like? For right now, I can actually buy Koenig Albert or I can buy Agincourt tier 3. Yo. Or I can buy Zuiho. What do you guys think? You guys want to see carrier action? You want to see carrier action, or do you want to see secondary battleship action? What do you guys want? You have a preference? In the meantime, let's shout out my friend Haruna Kaini. CV, let's see if it's any different. All right, let's do it. Purchase. Confirm. There we go. Yeah, go toss a follow at Haruna if you guys can. That, sure he'd appreciate that. All right, so we bought ourselves a ship. It still says there's something that I haven't moused over or clicked on for campaign. I hate when that happens, but whatever. You are most welcome. You're always welcome to hang out here. You know that. Ships. Japanese ships. It's not letting me switch port. Ah, okay. I have to change it from port to regular. There she is. There she is. The Zuiho, everybody. Gone but not forgotten in World of Warships PC. She returns in World of Warships Legends. Oh, look at that. Look at that. A light aircraft carrier from World War II. Now, can I look at the loadout? Here's the combat loadout. So she's got HE bombers, yeah, patrol fighter consumable, torpedo bombers, patrol fighters, damage control party. So she only comes with regular bombers. There are no rockets. Okay. Specifics. Specs doesn't really help much, I suppose. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay, this is what I wanted to find out. Yes, it's on a diet. Shadow the Rogue. So this is a B5N1 Kate. Okay, this is the famous torpedo bomber from the beginning of World War II at Pearl Harbor. This is the one of the famous detonation of Arizona came from a B5N that was flying in level bomber mode, dropping an AP battleship shell. I think it was a 410mm shell, and penetrated into the deck through the deck armor and into the magazine of the Arizona. And she's also a well-known torpedo bomber. And then there's the Yokosuka D4Y2, which is an interesting choice because in the start of World War II, it was the Aichi D3A1. The D4Y2 didn't come into play until much later in the war, so it's interesting to see that they have her on a light carrier like this. Now, for the Japanese, when they built aircraft carriers, they were a little behind because of their lack of industrial capacity with the rest of the world. So they set about converting light cruisers and cruise ships and basically anything massive they could into an aircraft carrier. Akagi Kaga were battleship designs that changed, and it was a modified 14-inch shell. Yeah, I knew it was an AP shell. I didn't remember if it was a 14 or 16-inch shell. So thanks for the correction there. All right, let's play carrier, guys. Let's play carrier. I'm so excited that this game is coming, though. I have some thoughts about it. I'll share those in a little bit when we kind of finish off our coverage of the game. Another half hour-ish, probably, unless you guys really want to see more and we can play more. I'll in about a half hour-ish, I'll ask you guys to vote. Let's see if the antennas are animated. Battle starts. The antennas are not animated. Interesting. Okay, so it looks like you switch between the type you want to launch and then you click to launch. Okay. You hit the space key to send them back. This ship is ancient, that's right, Haruna. They were in PC, so that's odd. What do you mean, Simboto? What was in PC? Yes, and they have a fuel amount. So you can't just sail around forever. You actually, have to return back at a certain time. Now, I guess one question's gonna be, let's see, R? That's gonna be odd. R key gets a fighter. Let's see if I can get in front of this guy and put a plane down. The antennas. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, it could be that they didn't want to add the animation. Okay, so I can see something in front of me. Can I get there in time to drop on it? Yes. Oh, this feels a little weird. Just in time. That's a kick done. Okay. Oh, and then I've got another squadron I could attack with, but they're out of fuel. So I wonder if they're automatically going to go back or if they all just die. Hey, Wolfie. Okay, so they all went back. Looks like they all went back. They're flying. I can't tell if they're flying back or if I just lost them all. All right, let's switch to torpedoes. That's really confusing. Is there an autopilot system? No? Right mouse button. There we go. Oh, but it's weird. It only goes to the middle. You can't, can you move it? No. But it automatically says, okay, I'm not going to beat you. Interesting. What's this Taco Zuiho? That's what I'm playing right now, dude. Alright, well, I guess go torpedo bombers. Let's go. PTO 2-4 playing in the background. Yeah, doesn't it look weird? Now, it looks like you get unlimited boost, so there's no reason not to hold the boost down. And Alt key shows me Leander. Hello, Leander. This is World of Warships Legends. What used to be only on the PC and then got added to mobile is now being tested on PC, sir. Look at how far back you have to drop the torpedoes, though. Pretty fast. Yo, my first torpedo hits. Let's go. Turn around. I'm in full slowdown so I can tighten up my spread. Is it gonna beach? Gonna beach? Gonna beach. Bam. That should be a kill shot right there. Let's watch. Yo, we got him. Alright, back to aircraft carrier. I'm being attacked. Well, I was. Nope, I still am. What do I have? 9? 1 key? I have 12. Let's fire with 12. Are you playing against console players? It's only other beta testers right now, 9. That's a great question. They're powerful torpedoes, yeah. That kind of feels nice, though. Like, one thing I always hated in the rework setup, is just how ridiculously underpowered the torpedoes felt. They really didn't feel that strong. I guess I should drop on the battleship. Maybe I can finish him off? Yeah, let's go. Alright, back to the carrier you go. Switch you to the torp bombers and go. I should try playing this. I'll play this again after this game is done. I want to see what it feels like playing with a controller. I'm very curious how a controller feels. Uso. Thank you, Wolfie. Andrea Doria is like gonna get T-boned here. That might be a collision. How does collision work in this game? Let's find out. Is he stopping? My mouse is fighting with the keyboard. I hate when that happens. Activating hard mode next match, right? Looks like he blew up anyway. Turn you guys around. Kicked an anti-air. No joke. In this game either. Wow. Okay. I'm so used to hitting the F key to go back to standard. You know what? YOLO. Right there. No, there. Key again. Okay. Yeah, it does look familiar, doesn't it, SAT? How you doing, by the way? Alright, let's click on this one and launch this group. Torpedo bombers. You doing fine? Good, good, good. Now, we're dependent on these two bots to find the carrier. The carrier was last spotted all the way up in the corner. So I guess what I'm going to do... They do, don't they? What I'm going to do is I'm going to move to the... to an area so I can try... Oh, nope, the carrier spotted now. Excellent. Excellent. Be nice to share the maps with Legends. Yeah, so there's actually a lot of stuff that is shared between PC and Legends, because when they were under development, they shared assets, which absolutely makes sense, right? Playing up. What is this other... Oh, it's a Ranger. Let's see if we can get the attack run started. And drop. All right, next one. Hey, Invictus, how you doing? 1, 2 nope, only 1? Really? Interesting. I like how our bots did not cap. Typical bot behavior. Thanks, bots. Appreciate you, bots. I guess it'd be better for me to just tell my carrier to go here. And we can do an autopilot test. How's that sound? Autopilot test. The caps are lava. Yeah, Wingslinger, wasn't that nice? We had a Tarogasm a little bit ago. He dropped 50 gift subs. 50. Been a while since that's happened, so appreciate him for that. Oh, you know, I should be doing pre-drops, but I'm not even thinking about that. I think I just screwed that up completely. Completely screwed it up. Yeah, there's the fighters. They're gonna eat me for breakfast. So I wanted to do pre-drops, right? Because then you send the planes back and all that good stuff, and I just blubbered it up. But, you know, it's fine. It's fine. A little hard, by the way, a little hard to detect when I've got the proper drop reticle or not. So that's kind of interesting. I also can't tell... Yeah, Turo doing the B-52 impression, right? Flak does look nice, doesn't it? But it's like I said, it's a little hard for me to tell, like, when I'm going to drop, like, how, like, if I'm ready to drop or not. Like, in PC, it's a little bit easier to make that distinction. I got 4 to go. Here we go. Let's go. I do like the idea, though, of fuel discouraging players from just loitering around forever. So that's kind of nice. And the overall, the HUD looks really cool, too. I like how they designed that down here in the center. So far, my planes haven't shot anything down, though, which feels weird, because I have put planes up to support, but, you know... They just don't seem to be doing anything. All right, let's see if I can get this drop on target. Stay on target. Loosen up. Pew, pew, pew. Good damage there. Send them back. And ready for the torp bombers. Looks so cool launching planes from carriers. It's one thing I love in general. In both games. This game and the other one. Hawaii 5-0, let's go. Well, I get there in time for the kill. I think I will. Go, 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 torpedoes. Here we go. Look how silly that looks down there. I'm just gonna circle over and watch. Yo! Typical noob CV going to the corner. I don't have premium time. Oh no, I do have premium time. Queen Elizabeth trying to capture... Yeah, I know, right? We must board them! Was there a human on the enemy team? I don't think there was. Yeah, it's all computers. Yep, they bounce off the board just like in random in regular warships. They bounce off the corner and the boundaries. I got a base capture ribbon and a defense. Nice. Oh my goodness. I mean, it is British. True, true. Go back to port. It says new, so let's see what this is. So I can acquire that for that. I'm hella confused now. Controller time, indeedy. I'm just trying to figure out, why does it say new? Is this for the regular missions here? It's 1 out of 2. Just a little confused about why it's giving me this dot up here. But we'll see. See, it says new. Is there any upgrades I can do for this ship? Yes. I can... Oh, secondary battery firing range. Or aircraft restoration time. I mean... Definitely want to do that, but I don't have enough credits. Okay. That's fine. And is it like one or the other? Oh, and then the second slot. Okay, second slot, you can still do secondary. Or you can do... anti-air guns firing range, or you can do HP. Okay, got it. Dive and skip bomber and torpedo bomber HP. Okay, so you have to decide. This one's 10% firing range, so I guess you could make it like full secondaries then with both of these, maybe. Interesting. Okay. All right, let's go back to versus AI and do another battle. Let's get the controller on, and let's see how it plays with the controller this time. The dot is eternal and all-powerful. You cannot defeat it. I really do feel like that. I really do feel like that. Let me tell you. What do you mean, Haruna? You talking about the upgrades? No, it switches dynamically. If it detects it, yeah, I was gonna say Magnum PI, right? If it detects the controller, it's in my hand, but there you go. If it detects the controller, it will automatically swap to it. And then if you put it down and switch to keyboard mouse, it'll switch to that. So that's nice. That's nice. Still a little clunky, but you know, not too bad, not too shabby. Yeah, it is cool. It is cool. Waiting in queue for over a minute for an AI battle is not cool. But, you know, whatever. So, Warships Legends Beta. Okay. Gotta make sure I write down that I'm doing this. Minute and a half. Now, usually by this point, you've got a battle, right? Usually. Oops, server overloaded. RIP. Try it again. Mobile version Legends does not do that for you. Oh, allow you to switch on the fly? Huh. Do you mean like between like plugging in a controller versus like touchscreen? I've never played Mobile Legends, so I'm a bit of a noob when it comes to that. Gotcha. Okay. Well, let's see if we can get a game in. So it looks like this is the part here where it's trying to load the game. That's what it looks like. Wolfie, thank you for the hydration reminder. Cheers. Hey, we got a game. Yeah, I got time. I need to refill my water mug. Let's go. I don't know if Tuber Chimpy is here or not, but my wife did say she picked up a bottle of scotch and is bringing it home. So again, thank you very much for your support earlier, if you hear me. All right, controller, yo. Can't move around. Interesting. Okay. Now, I press X to choose. I'm pressing X to choose, but it's not letting me select things. And if I hit the A button, yeah, controller seems to be not working for carrier right now. Which is interesting. Actually, there we go. I was tabbed out. Let's try this again. Okay, now it's working. So let's launch them. Right trigger launches them. Okay. This is the HE dive bombers. Up button for catapult planes. Okay, and I just went into attack mode with the trigger. That's cool. Drop the bombs. So what speeds them up? What gets me moving faster? Oh, up on the stick, the left stick. Up on the left stick goes faster. Suppose that makes sense. Right stick to look around. Turning left stick moves around. Okay. Now, can I tell? I can't really click. I'm trying to figure out who that is that I'm looking to drop on, but I can't tell. There's probably a controller button for it. It's a Nuremberg, okay? The obligatory exploding Nuremberg. Not bad damage-wise. Let's turn these planes around. Feels a little awkward making that turn. And let's start the attack to renown. All right. Couple incapacitations. Neat. Why am I moving forward? Okay, where's the map? There's the map. The back button is the map. Can I tell it go here? Set waypoint. X button. I have to hold it down. I have to hold it down enough, and then it'll move the waypoint for you. Okay. Go back. I should be in torpedo bombers now. Launch. The right trigger. Thanks, Wolfie. And we'll do the same thing. We'll pre-drop one squadron. I should have pre-dropped 2 bomber squadrons, but I was too busy talking and gabbing away. There we go. I wish there was a way for me to tell. Maybe there is some place. What am I looking at here? Okay, if I hold the cursor over, it tells me directly. Flak puffs. Gorgeous looking flak puffs at that. I'm gonna have to text turn on, I guess. Turn. Feels a little awkward trying to get the drops in this way. Back to carrier. Let's switch back to the dive bombers. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is definitely a late war design. It does feel very strange the way they did that, but okie dokie. And here comes the anti-air. Devonshire. Let's not drop on it. This is your typical aircraft carrier experience. You line up for the perfect shot and somebody else takes the kill. Which is fine, whatever, but you know. And people, you know, yell at you for not doing enough damage or spotting or killing all the planes or single-handedly winning the game. Here we go. Next drop. Okay. That's right, they have fuel in the game. Very astute observation there, SAT. Ad's playing, perfect time. So let's go ahead and move our carrier here. Okay. I'm gonna pre-drop. Flight path planning is important, that is true. What do we got here? We got a broadsiding battleship over there. I'm gonna get to this one a lot sooner, but I have a terrible line to it. He's turning a little bit, though. That's right, no more hovering over destroyers infinitely. Alright, let's make the turn. I will say, playing on a controller with a carrier is... I'm starting to get the hang of it. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. And it's definitely a nicer experience than... Definitely a nicer experience than playing a regular ship, a surface ship. For a surface ship, I think you're far better suited playing with a keyboard and mouse. But you can get away with it with a controller here in this mode. Back to the carrier. And launch. One and 2 torpedo hits. Let's go. So we got the destroyer, battleship, and carrier left. Okay, there's the destroyer and the carrier, so... Alright, I know where they are. I'll keep my carrier course right now. I could recall or pre-drop a little bit here, but I think it's more important I try to get this battleship killed before he kills our battleship. New code? New code in chat, guys. Make sure you do the thing. Turn. Turning is pretty comfortable. Continuing to do damage. Destroyer is dead. I'm capturing a key area. There we go. No, this is a code you need to enter into the World of Warships launcher. That's how I do it, at least. So I'm gonna tab over and pin this. Sail signal. Probably another one of those limited time ones. So you want to go to the World of Warships launcher, activate code, and activate. Make sure you get in on it before it goes away. There we go. Let's see. We are working on capping. Might as well route the carrier over to here next, because we'll get the cap in the process. Okay, and we're gonna send some torpedo bombers home right off the bat, because I know they're just gonna get chewed up.
When did they release the beta?
This is the full scale. I think it started today, SAT. I want to say it started today. And anybody can get in on the beta. You just go to World of Warships. You go to the Steam page. You go to Steam, World of Warships Legends, and then there's like a link that you can fill out to request access. And of course, they will let you in as they get space and stuff and things.
So right now it's only through Steam.
Yes.
Huh.
And
so
I
that
don't know
probably
if it's
means
going to stay that way.
compatible. It'll probably be compatible on the Steam Deck then.
Perhaps, yeah. Yes, it does, Haruna. Yes, it does. And this is a large map, so you get an idea of just how much time you're spending moving. We got B cap, so let's just go. Let's see if we can get into. Whoops, wrong button. Let's see if we can get into a secondary brawl or something stupid. Also, save on fuel. Drop again. Okay. Plane up. And go this way. Get in front of the carrier. Ooh, flag buff. Turn. Start the attack.
Is the fighter gonna latch onto you?
It did now. But I got 2 bombs off, so ha 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 ha. Let's go.
It looks like HE bombs, is it?
Yes, they are HE bombs. I'm pretty sure. We can check after the game, double check, but pretty sure it's HE bombs. I don't. Do you guys know? Do they have AP bombs in Legends? Turning that away, huh? Another plane. These planes, they do
Yeah,
nothing.
It just looks like the loadout's pretty conventional for the Zuiho. Pretty
Yep.
much what I expect from the US carriers.
Hey Cthulhu, how you doing? Yes, one big thing is that the plane just feels weird. The bombers themselves are like late war era, which is kind of wild. But you know, whatever.
The Kate is, let's see, the Kate's early war. Which
Kate is
one's
early
the late
war. I'm talking about the dive bombers, the Yokosuka D4Y2s, which I'm playing right now.
Yeah, I agree. That doesn't make sense. They should be using the Vals at this point.
Exactly. Aichi D3A1 Val dive bombers. I'm a bit of a nerd when it comes to World War II, especially early war history. Round up grind. Yes, they didn't give us a press account. No press account.
Hold on. Would the Zuiho even be able to use the Judies?
I wouldn't think so. Probably not enough
Curious.
deck room. I mean, maybe if they catapulted it. It's the only thing I can think of. All right, torpedo bombers, go! And watch her as she takes off. Look at that, that's so cool. Yeah, pretty decent drop, huh?
Okay, historically never operated from Zuiho.
No, Zuiho was dead before you could. If I remember right. Before they could even put those
Yeah.
kinds of planes on her. You love this, Izzy? I thought he was back moving. Oh, never mind. Got the kill. Let's go.
Although, yeah.
Go ahead.
So it had problems operating from the smaller, slower carriers. It doesn't mention Zuiho, but I assume that's part of it.
Yeah. I mean, overall, it was a heavier plane, and it carried, if I remember right, a larger load, too. Giggity.
Welcome to level 6. You
Promoted!
can now use your global XP to boost your progression. You need to fight 2 more battles to reach the next account level.
So, the next account level is where we get to commanders. Okay. New milestone reached. So, now I get some global XP because I bought the Admiralty supply line, and then I also get 10,000 credits. Free XP gaming indeedy. Where am I at for credits? There. Okay. Do you want me to pimp out my carrier, or do you want me to buy a different ship? Because there are different premium ships here that I can buy. For example, I could buy the Agincourt. I don't know if there's anything else here. Erebus Unitas, but that's really expensive. Octorev and Julio are also extremely expensive. Oh wait, I could. Nope. I'm not buying ships. I'm buying commanders because commanders are OP, right? So I'm gonna buy commanders. But is there a nation this guy is assigned to? Does it matter? Do you guys know? Can you
This commander... Oh, it looks like it's a skin, the first one. This
Maybe they
commander,
are
guys,
skins?
is compatible with all non-collab commanders.
Okay. Yeah, because
So it
we
sounds
get.
like
Go ahead.
it just, from what I'm reading,
Thank you.
it basically you have your standard commander, and then you apply the guys in the form of the ones you're buying, like the Aristotle and Monkey King.
Okay. So it's kind of it gives you that added extra bonus on top of what they already have for the commander.
Yeah, it's like applying the commander skills and benefits to the already existing commanders.
Yeah, because there's no special in-game impact here. They just unique voiceover. Okay, I see. And then once per day, though, you do get extra XP for him, or for the other dude here, you get extra credits once per day. So that's interesting. Oh, that's Sun Wukong. Okay, I see. So Commanders is the next one. So let's hold on to our credits, and let's see if we can use the guys to meet with the commander and see how that's going. Sons and daughters of Halloween commanders are also in Legends with a story to accompany them. Aha. Okay. Oh, let me go to missions. What am I doing now? I need to earn XP before bonuses. The base XP. Okay, and then I get 30 of that. Neat. Alright, let's go to battle. Where are we at? Okay. So after this game, guys, we'll do our final comments and closing thoughts, and then we'll switch over to replay analysis. Does that work for all of you guys? It does look a little pink in this, yeah. It looks nice, though. I mean, you know, I know they're using the same assets from warships, but, you know, it's included, so there you go. Rap vibe lyrics, let's go. Seems the ships drive the same, but import stuff, economy tiers are, yes, they are indeed. So I'm going to play this again with PC and mouse. Coffee House Beatnik Poetry? So the bot right now, we're using the bot is set to a Shakespearean, I believe it's a Shakespearean actor, Shakespearean play. So that's the reason. No. Yes. No. It's set to Dr. Seuss. Dr. Seuss. Yes, that's correct. No subs. That's right, SNA. How you doing? No subs allowed. Okay. So
Did it not show the leader? Did it not show the lineup before the game started?
No. Which is kind of interesting. Let's move my carrier there. Okay. A lot easier to do that right at the start. And then let's see here. So we're going to launch... I guess I'll launch my dive bombers first. No, those are my torps. Never mind. Yeah, it's Land of Fire, but it's a little smaller. We don't have that fidget spinner island, for example.
Neighbors was the same size. This one and the trap, I think it was, they're both pretty small.
Mm-hmm.
So they just downsized all the high tier maps for this game.
Looks like it, which kind of makes sense.
Where's
Kind
my
of
arms race? Where's my bastion? Wargaming, please.
See, I can hold the Alt key to get an idea of who I'm looking at.
There's
Age of
probably an
Aquarius.
option. There's probably an option to keep that on all the time.
I didn't see one, but we can take a look. Where's the Dunkirk ops? Well, like I said, this is a kind of a gimped, if you will, version of the live server, right? Because it's just for testing purposes. 2 hits, not bad. Much more comfortable with keyboard and mouse, though. Controller's okay. But this is where it's at with playing this game, in my opinion. All right. What's the next one? Bring out the GIMP!
Only torpedo bombers and dive bombers?
Yes, no rockets. Yeah, it's a nice mechanic, isn't it? 2 kickdowns, that's a no-fly zone for me. Bayern looks like he DCP'd. So maybe I can get up there and, you know, kill him or something.
Well, Harda, you see, Wargaming has put all their eggs into the CB rework basket.
Yes.
And, I don't think we've heard anything new after the last test.
We have not. Yes, turn. Make it easier for me to drop on you. Let's go. Invictus letting us know he's still here.
They could
All right.
at the same time. No.
My planes just dropped, but they killed something. Look at that. Sorry, go ahead. I was excited.
Wargaming has stated a couple times that they don't want to do the fuel mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever reason. I guess it just doesn't fit into the vision, or the balance is not really great. I forget why.
Now, here's an example of the first time that I could not complete an attack. Not because I was out of planes, but because I was out of fuel. Just wild. Let's try to get a pre-drop off here. I am still burning that poor Bayern.
Well, he should have paid attention to the in-game tooltip help.
All right.
Don't DCP one fire.
Yeah. Yo, I ran into BFK yesterday. He and I were playing ranked, and we were both in Valparaiso's. It was a slaughter. Absolute slaughter. But, you know, I needed it to get into silver, so there you go. Now I'm in ranked silver. Partly thanks to that
You
game.
gotta do what you gotta do, but Wargaming, what was the thought process behind Valparaiso?
Just to make you mispronounce it. I don't know. I did not, okay. I did not drop the fighters, let's go. I have no idea what Wargaming was trying to achieve with Valparaiso, but obviously, they released a monster. In the right hands with the right build, you know?
Yeah. Literally just walk up to the enemy, once you get into secondary range, you win. It's not great.
You guys have PC skills like fire by fire. I don't know what fire by fire means, so maybe? Maybe I can get some decaps on this cap here?
Wolf, you can think of the mechanics as extrapolated of real life. Like radar, radar, for example, in game goes through islands, but doesn't go through islands in real life because of mechanics and game balance.
Yes. Also, it'd be really nice if they could kill that Kikden. Go on, bots. Kill the thing.
Just drop a bomb on him. Or a torp.
Yeah, that's the plan. Go back. I think the fuel mechanic would help the main game. Oh, well, absolutely it would. I think that's the thing that, you know, we've been talking about a lot, like Haruna Kaini, myself, SAT. You guys have been commenting about that a lot. For good reason.
I don't think they've ever tested the fuel mechanic, right?
I don't think so. Fire by fire, you take reduced fire damage. You don't damage con ready, gets rid of the third. You get 3 concurrent. Okay. Yeah, we don't have anything like that on PC. We have a couple skills that impact fire damage and like fire duration more so than damage, but we don't have anything like that on PC.
Closest we have is fire prevention, but
Yep.
but it just turns 4 fire zones into 3, so not quite the same.
Right. So here's another example. I want to go back and drop on this guy, but I can't because I'm out of fuel. So what's interesting is it kind of encourages you to see if I can start the run. Oh, I started the run in time. Can I get the run going now? Looks like I can.
Oh, we have no fuel? Okay, I guess we're gonna attack again.
Oh, I was clicking as quickly as I could to try to do another attack. But that's another reason why, okay, you're going to want to do a pre-drop pretty much every time now, right? Because you don't have enough fuel to realistically get 3 drop. I kind of like that, to be honest, because it makes it really difficult for a carrier player to just focus on one person straight through. Right? If they dove into the water, it'd be cool.
Is the boost a separate meter?
Yes, it's on the left here. So like I'm hitting W to speed it up, and then S of course slows it down, just like it does on PC.
Does it have any effect on fuel consumption?
I have not noticed an effect. Gas. Good old initial D. Thank you, Cedric. Cedric always finding the right blurbs to play. Okay, we are just about out of fuel. Perfect timing. Yeah, so pre-drop once for the bombers at least. And I don't know if the torpedo bombers need to do that or not, but whatever. Let's go YOLO their carrier, shall we? Come on, Bayern, hurry up and die. Look at that, 69,000 damage, giggity.
You've dropped them about 5-6 times or so.
Mm-hmm.
Bombs didn't look like they were doing much damage.
No, the HE bombs don't seem to do as much damage as you'd hope. I think the big thing for those is just trying to start fires. Carriers attacking
I
me?
wonder what the US carrier version is. Is it probably AP? Did it even have AP dive bombers?
I don't know. So I'm gonna have to send these back to the carrier because I'm gonna run out of fuel. Normally in the game, I would just go and, you know, launch another,
Fly on over.
yeah, just fly on over, exactly. That's alright.
Yeah, I do like this version a little bit more since it's closer to the ships where you were basically aiming, shooting the shells.
Mhm.
So planes have a lot more limit on where they can fly to.
Yes.
It also means that basically the carrier can't come over to the other side of the map and just sit on your head all day.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna lose a lot of planes here, but oh well. I should have been pre-dropping early. I forgot to do that. Actually, well, this allows me to get the drop-in, so there's that.
Well, sacrifices are necessary.
Ooh, misses. Sacrifices are necessary so we can get the torpedo bombers through, right?
Yes. It's the opposite of what the US do. Sacrifice your torpedo bombers to get the dive bombers through.
That's right. Sail signals done. Will to rebuild allows your ships to regenerate HP up to 10% while being close to dead, I'm guessing is what you're saying here, and alive. Here's an example where I'm like fighting my mouse. I don't know if you guys saw that. This happens on PC as well, but it's very frustrating because it's like you want to turn left, but your mouse is looking to the right, and so it's like, no, we're gonna go this way. No, you're gonna go this way. And it's like, damn it, turn.
Too sensitive.
It might be a sensitivity issue, yes.
Still has the auto DCP.
Yep, it does do the auto DCP thing. And it's interesting too, like there's so many fighter planes. Like here, see, I'm looking to the right, and I'm trying to lock in, and it kept moving the screen left, which is just really confusing. And I didn't mean to do that. I was clicking a lot, and it just launched my planes, which is another thing that's kind of frustrating, right? I wanted to switch to the other squadron type.
So still has that jank in the carrier controls.
A little bit, yeah.
Well, I guess it's not a World of Warships game without a little carrier control issue.
Right?
Nice dispersion.
Thanks. But hey, look at that. Now my secondaries are getting in on the action, so that's exciting.
You're getting into a secondary fight against a Wesser, are you sure?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, you knocked out a secondary. You've evened the fight.
There we go. Come on, go back. Probably not gonna get in time. I was hoping I could turn in and ram him, but did not work. That's alright.
Nope, now it's all up to your AI battleship.
About damn time the secondaries had to work out. I agree.
Man, even the AI knows how to border hump.
Oh yeah. And it's been doing a wonderful job of that very thing. Okay, last plane. You learned from the best, right? There we go. Last plane. And yeah, 2 hits and a fire. Let's go. Press any key to spectate. Fire seems to be lasting a little bit longer.
Death pick time.
That's right. I want to get both carriers if I can, but I don't think I can. Number pad doesn't do anything. Oh well. Not getting there. Oh, there it is. There it is. Just hit 69. There you go, Cedric. There you go. What puts me off of Legends is they still have a ship and battle mechanic in port. Right, we saw that earlier. Yeah, we saw that one earlier as well. Old Guy 1972, thank you for the follow. So that'll pretty much do it for our look at the game. Came in first place, haha, suck at everyone else. And what did you guys think, chat? There's the 50, a little bit more, so I got some more credits and some more global XP. Yay. I know we were talking about the characteristics of the planes, so I can show you guys some of the stats pages here. So you do get your stats and stuff like that, which is kind of fun. Oh, it's got the armor thing.
Ooh.
That's cool. I'm glad they added that in. And then you can turn off. And I like how you can also click on it too to get an idea of what it is that we're looking at. Citadel plating. All the different portions of it. Tempting part for me is a chance to play... I know, right? Seriously. Playing Zuiho again would be kind of fun. Yeah, give it a try when it's out on Steam. That's just pretty. Give it a try when it's on Steam, right? Let's see. Everything is no longer viewable. There we go. Cool. So like I said, you can go to the Steam page, store.steampower.com, and then search for World of Warships Legends, and then you can apply to enter the closed beta. If that's something that's interesting to you, then there you go. Bunch of WoW's Legends bonus codes on the WoW's Gamer blog. Okay. I don't know if they would have that on here or not. And I like they got this little information here about the ship. So that's kind of cool. The HUD's blocking a little bit, so it's hard to read. But then when you go to loadout, we were looking... Is it under specs that we saw? Yeah, under specs. Here's the specific bombers. It's interesting they don't have... what is it? The Judy, right? The D4Y2. Wasn't that the Judy?
Yep, that's the Judy. It
Yeah.
should be the D3A Val.
The Val is what it should be. I agree. But whatever.
Literally unplayable now.
Yeah. It's cool and odd because they're using all the UI space. Now you can... If I go to settings... We were talking about alt and everything. It doesn't do anything here. There's not a lot of settings in the game right now. Not a lot at all.
It's simply just a port from the console, right?
Mm-hmm. Feels like a mobile game, yeah. And then if
Legends
we go to...
Isn't Legends designed as a mobile game first?
No, it was a console game first. You're thinking of Blitz. Legends was a console game for Xbox 360 and PlayStation. I don't remember which of the two it came out on first. And then they moved it into also including mobile. Now, if this does get released for PC, this is going to be wild because right now you can play a game against somebody on an Xbox 360 or whatever Xbox, a PlayStation, or mobile game right now. If they add that capability with PC, that's going to be very interesting to see how that impacts things. The other thing I will say is that this game feels obviously very rudimentary right now. There's a lot of things they're trying to put out there, and obviously some of the features probably aren't playing correctly on PC. It is what it is. But if you look at this as, I'm going to play a World of Warships style game that's different, then there's nothing wrong with that. Legends is console developed by Leicester Studios. Yes, I went to the Leicester floor when I was at the CC Summit in St. Pete. God, was that 2019? I want to say it was 2019. Maybe it was 2018. They took us down to the Legends floor, and we got to meet all the people that were doing World of Warships Legends at Leicester Studios in St. Pete. So you're absolutely correct, SNA. And now it is, of course, developed by World of Warship or by Wargaming, just like World of Warships is after the server split and stuff. Now, one thing that I find very interesting is the community response on certain places. I took a quick little peek at Reddit the other night, last night, to just kind of see what people are saying about Legends. And there's a lot of salt and tinfoil hat. A lot of, oh, we're trying to put up another revenue stream to milk the players even more. I disagree with that. I completely disagree with that. It's just funny because nobody said that about Mir Karabli back when people thought that was put on by the same company, and essentially it was, everybody was paying Russia no matter what. But I would say whenever you're looking at a game like this, it's free to play it free to play. You don't have to spend any money on it. Later, if you like this better than Warships PC, if you want to put money into one of the games, put it into whichever one you enjoy better. And whatever.
Play both.
You like both, play both. Now keep in mind, if you jump into this, if they do make this a thing where it goes out to live server and you just get literally thrown in to the server with everybody else and stuff, now you're going to have that problem, SNA. There you go. That's going to be the problem. You're going to be playing at a bit of a disadvantage because you don't have the pay-to-win commanders. Unless Wargaming puts a way in for those commanders to come into play, I don't know. Which is why I honestly think that you play this for the fun, you play this for the relaxation, you play it for the nostalgia of like, hey, a Zuiho, you play it for the different graphics and style, and ultimately just see what you think of it. And if you do enjoy it, fine, there you go, support it with money. If you don't enjoy it, then go play PC. If you don't enjoy either, then play a different game. You know, and by the way, you don't have to support a game with money. Many of you guys know this, but for those of you guys who don't, I've played this, or I've played the other game, World of Warships PC, since closed alpha test for 10 years now. I've played this game 10 years, and I have spent a total of $20 on that game, and that's it, $20. I've invested more of my time and my effort and my thoughts on it, which is a little bit of a different situation for most players. But hopefully I can be, you know, an example of you don't have to shell out money in the game. Of course, there are programs I volunteer in, like the Super Test program and the CC program. So I've been kind of fortunate in that realm. But my whole thing, my whole shtick has always been, I will play a free-to-play game as free-to-play as I can make it and see how far I can get. And if I can beat the game, so to speak, free-to-play, then I'm happy. I did that with Raid Shadow Legends, and I think I've done that with Warships as well. Feels like arcade mode. You started while I was late. People were ahead by years. Yep, exactly. And that's the thing, Mayodathi. That's the thing. You have invested sweat and tears rather than money. Exactly. You have to, there's a spectrum, right? It's effort and time, and it's money. Somewhere in there. There's no free cam in WoW's Legends. I cannot be a CC in this. Yeah, well, there you go. Talk to Highfire about that, because I believe he's a CC in both programs. And this is a game that honestly I wouldn't mind doing more of. Like if you guys really enjoyed it, maybe I play some of this tomorrow or Sunday after the tournament, or I don't know what. We'll see. Monday is gonna be Manor Lords. So got to keep Manor Lords going on Monday. But anyway, that's where we'll cut it from there. It's 2:00, almost perfect timing. Guys, we're gonna switch over now to the Be Right Back screen. There we go. And I'm gonna exit out of the game. Goodbye, Legends. And I need to switch out the game stuff and set it to playing World of Warships and stuff like that. Meanwhile, we have a new code offer right now in chat for a blue bonuses code for World of Warships. All you have to do again is be a follower and active in chat. You barely have enough time for WoW's live server. I know, me too. Seriously, Cthulhu, me too. And that's my only real hesitation with all this. All right, I have to switch over to World of Warships main now. Krylus is active. There you go. All right, let's see here. Hello? Maybe I have to full screen? Yeah, I have to full screen that. Okay. Not Modern Warships. World of Warships. There we go. All right, so kick has been done. I got to go to YouTube and change the game for both categories there. Oh, let's get the game going for you guys. While I'm doing that, that'd be smart of me. Hey, Infidel One Actual, how you doing? Yo, to you as well. Oh, Krabby, I'm sorry over on YouTube. For some odd reason, my HUD isn't showing, or maybe it is showing, but there's just so much chatter going on. You were saying you were wondering if you guys have an issue with player stat boosting together, cause there are a few on Legends that stat boost get a lot of attention because of it. Honestly, I would say stat boosting is just small PP energy, and if it doesn't affect you, don't worry about it. Like, you know, some people might say people stat boost in World of Warships PC because they do the same kind of thing. They play with divisions and they play in like overpowered busted ships, right? So I don't think that stat stuff really should matter much. Let me test this out and see if this is showing up on the thing. Just report them directly to customer service. That's right, Hoojam, you could do that. If you're talking about people trying to queue in together, maybe that could be part of the problem. I don't know. But in the meantime, who is here that has a replay for me to do. Who is here that's got a replay? It's prioritized. That's Big Ol' Andrew, NBA, Shinoran, Gaelic Knights, and M Note. M Note is here, okay, and NBA is here. All right, we'll start with M Note because he said something first. Oh, I gotta load up the pages too. Derp. Nice job winning the level, by the way. No, manually open file, M Note, and you've got the Master Choli. Okay. We'll get one more game going of words. I do need to run a commercial break, guys, while we're getting things started and ready to go here. So I'm going to get that going. You have to leave at 3:30? Don't worry, we'll get to you. I'm going to do a commercial break. Well, never mind. It already autoplayed it. You have to have a valid excuses while you're leaving. There you go. Master Choli. I haven't seen this ship in so freaking long. Okay, that one's good. How about Coder? M Note, you're welcome to join in the chat if you want, by the way. Pick up your puppy from the fiance's office so she can go to the doctor. So that's a good reason. Okay, E Ku Jolie. That's a long one. That is a long one. Sounds sketchy. I should probably load up the other replays for the day too. Just get that done. So let's get Big O's up and running. And then NBA's. Big O's didn't load. Refresh. 2 points left, guys. 2 points. You can do this. You can do this. Aha. You got it. All right, there's NBA's, and all that's left is Gaelic's game in the Carl Johan. Yeah, you'll be fine, NBA. We try to keep these replay analysis down to like 45 minutes, so you should be fine. Okay. I'm not seeing... I did not see my YouTube chat pop up, so let me go back to Lumia stream. Let me turn Lumia off and back on again. I really want to make sure that that you guys on YouTube can get in on the conversation, and I do apologize if we missed out on you guys earlier. Okay, did I write whore on both of them? No. Okay, I'll write vert twice and make sure that that comes through. It's been a while, since this has happened. Okay, good. But once upon a time, I had a devil of a time trying to get this stupid thing to work. So before we get to the replays, real quick, and M Note's here. Okay, perfect. All right, real quick, Tuber Chimpy, if you are here, my wife has brought the scotch. So when we get to the live play portion, that will be our dirty water today. Big thanks to you for your tip earlier last week, I believe it was, right? I think it was last week. So big thanks to you for that. That's the scotch that you bought, essentially. All right, let's get to the game. And let's see if this thing is going to load. I missed a build, but that's all right. Build viewer on. Yeah, let's go. Fancy dirty water, indeedy. No problem, Hurricane. Take care. Thanks for hopping in and saying hi, and I'm sure you'll get in, dude. I'm sure you'll get in. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this is the Montecuccoli, which I like to call the Mostaccioli because it's a little bit easier to say than Montecuccoli, you know, whatever. It's the Tier 5 Italian cruiser line, okay? It's considered a light cruiser because it's got 152 millimeter guns. The big thing about her is that she's got the fuel, the exhaust smoke generator. I like to call that deep water smoke because, you know, LOL. Actually, let me get this moved over like that for you guys. There you go. That way you can see everything better. So she's got that smoke. And then Wargaming added submarine surveillance, which at tier 5, I kind of feel like gives them a little bit of a bone to, you know, maybe try to do something against subs. But at the same time, it might encourage players to go and you know, chase after subs and then they get themselves killed. So we'll have to see. Note, are you on a regrind here, sir?
Sorry, I was finishing cooking food. Yes, I
No
am.
worries.
I'm regrinding this line for the Research Bureau.
Got it. Now, Note loves Italian, just about anything. He loves the Italian destroyers. So something is clearly wrong with his head. But you've decided to go for the cruisers next, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And so since you're regrinding through this is the standard captain for you. You don't need, obviously, Luigi for it. Cincinnati. So you've gone with Grease the Gears, Priority Target, Adrenaline Rush, and then finally Concealment. Not a bad build for lower tier action. A couple of things I would consider changing. SAT, of course, you're welcome to weigh in on this too. I kind of feel like Survivability Expert might be a better choice. It's tier 5, so it's not a ton of hit points, but that can mean the difference in a game versus Adrenaline Rush. But otherwise, I guess you could also do Last Stand because you're in a tiny cruiser and you can lose your engines and rudder pretty easily.
Yeah, those would probably be my next points once I get them.
Okay.
Are you going to move the captain up?
No, I have a captain for each ship of the line.
Okay.
Then yeah, I'd actually take SC first.
Right. And that's right,
Okay.
Wolfie. She doesn't have a heal, so because she doesn't have a heal, Superintendent is less valuable. But I agree with SAT. My instinct is survival first and then damage second. So, like, I would start with this first and then probably go Adrenaline Rush. And then I think that the other thing you have to think about is where do you know, what other skills do you want to take? Because as you know, the 4-point skills take forever to get to. If you're regrinding, you probably won't even get to them.
Yeah.
So, and then no flags, because whatever. Fine.
Yeah, it's low tier.
Now, I would suggest you take a spotting aircraft instead of a fighter.
Oh,
Do you know
I
why?
think that's just. I think that's just because I had rebought the ship and I hadn't switched them.
Yep. Very easy to forget that. So, for those of you guys who don't know, you typically want to bring a spotting aircraft instead of a fighter because, one, it's up in the air longer, action time of 100 seconds versus 60 seconds, so that's 40 seconds more uptime. And when you're smoking yourself, the spotting aircraft allows you to see outside your smoke screen. Very important if you need to maneuver around. The other thing is it extends your main battery range. And the Italian cruisers could definitely use help in the range department, typically. I'm not sure about this specific one. It's 15 kilometers okay. So, hey, Dutch. So let's go ahead and get to the replay then.
So this replay is not boring, and there's
Okay.
one moment where I need to switch into my brown pants. You will know it when it happens.
All right. Let's load up. Did I not render this one? I don't think I rendered this one. No, I did. I just didn't download the video for it. Okay, that's easy enough.
La battaglia comincia.
Use fighters because they currently both shoot down planes and spot ships. Well, yes, but to me the uptime is far more important because it enables you to shoot farther out and also see things for a longer duration. And the spotting aircraft goes out farther from the ship too.
The
Right,
only-
which makes it better at fighting destroyers.
Correct.
The shoot down planes isn't really that useful because by the time they shoot down the planes, the CV's already made a strike.
Generally speaking, yes. A very good carrier player will avoid the planes going around. A bad one will strike through it and then keep doing it, and then you farm them for XP. So both are good options. I think in co-op, a fighter build is probably better.
I noticed when I was playing that I had the fighter plane, but I didn't think about the fact that I hadn't switched it. I just thought, oh, I guess this ship doesn't have the ability to mount a spotter.
Gotcha. Yeah, so that's okay. It happens. Fighters in co-op never seem to latch. You'd always take a spotter. Oh, okay. Good to know. And
so what is your thought process right now?
To be honest, I think I'm just maneuvering over into this position because I kind of was a bit more on this side, so I thought I'd go over here and try and farm. Usually in lower tier, I'm not putting as much thought into my decision making because it's lower tier.
Okay.
Did you just not see the Nicholas in time?
No, I didn't. And once I did see him, you know, I switched to him, but then he's going to get behind the island.
so that's the first thing I was going to comment on is when you make that first contact, you don't have to turn out and move at full speed. You can turn out and slow down. And if you turn out and slow down, that gives you more time to shoot stuff. It also gives them more time to shoot you, but you have your magic inky button to allow yourself to disengage.
Tier 5 is
One thing-
kind of a weird exception, just because you don't get engine boost yet.
True. Engine boost.
Sorry,
cruisers
prop
don't-
mod.
Okay.
Yeah,
one
tier
thing
5
we
doesn't
didn't
get prop mobs, so you can't really speed juke as well.
One thing that we didn't cover in the build section was the fact that, yes, this ship doesn't have a heal, and so, you know, Superintendent isn't as useful, but you only get 2 smokes without Superintendent.
I see that. And that's a good point. It's just the problem for this particular ship and maybe some of the mid tier too is just I feel like if you put a lot into the utility, you just don't impact the game.
Another thing, I mean, you're shooting Destroyer, which is nice, but you're not really getting any damage.
Yeah, again, so another thing that makes this ship a bit, well, this Trento and to a lesser extent Zara is, unlike the higher tier, the shell velocity isn't quite as good. So for me, who's more used to the Italian cruisers at high tier, I'm underestimating just how slow these are.
This is a
one
good
part.
opportunity for you to smoke yourself, by the way.
The other part is, if you're shooting at a destroyer that's too far and doing 0 damage, what's the point? You can shoot someone else at the meantime. Like, you could be doing chip damage to the battleship or the cruiser.
Good point.
Also, do you know what your smoke firing penalty is?
It's under 6 kilometers. I think it's like 5.8. I checked in one of the games that I was playing this particular day.
Alright. There is a specific reason I ask.
Oh, hello, Hatsuharu. Here's your brown
Yes,
moment.
and suddenly a wild destroyer appears.
Siluria prua.
Yep. Turning in breaks like this is actually the correct play.
Absolutely.
Good job.
Torpedo widespread. Okay. I would have... Well, he turned into... See, yeah.
Yeah, I would have waited a little bit. Wait for him to commit to that turn, and then stop. Because he basically did the same thing you did.
Yeah. But you've got sap shells, which hurt him a lot.
And fortunately, you paid the battleships to look away, so he is dead.
They went down the channel. So, yeah.
Hatsuharu doesn't get an option for a torpedo reload booster, does it?
No.
No. That starts
So-
with the Shirasu.
So Hatsuharu's mistake is that he also had a brown alert moment, but he panic dumped all of his torpedoes. Whereas if he had held his torpedoes until he got on your side, like if he just fired the one and then got on your side, you would have been dead there.
Yep.
And as
He's at
SAT
full
said,
health.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he was at full health. He can easily just take one sap salvo and then just
Generatore di
torque
fumo
broadside.
avviato.
Yeah, I know I got lucky there.
Now, why did you wait to use your smoke here?
I think part of it was... I can't remember quite exactly. I think maybe I thought that the tiger had shot and I was waiting a little bit because I knew that he couldn't shoot me immediately.
Rilasciata cortina
So I
fumogena.
wanted to keep the smoke for when he couldn't shoot.
Okay. I
Are
mean, because
you
you
planning
did
to
take that
engage
salvo,
there?
so. What were you asking, SAT?
Yeah, what was that?
Yeah, it's like, are you going to fight the Bayern or you're just going to beach behind the island?
I am... So Bayern, does that have 14 or 15-inch guns?
15.
15.
15, so they can overmatch me. Although
Yes.
actually it can't even 14-inch overmatch me at this tier.
Yeah, everything does.
Is M node hunting or reacting to opponents' actions? This game has felt very much like it's mostly reaction, which
Definitely.
is fine. You're in a cruiser, so you know.
Also, I am still a little rusty because I've only played like probably 10 games since I came back after like 2 or 3 months of not playing.
He's tier 5, and he's a tier 5 cruiser in a tier 6 match, so he is on the defensive for most of the game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't be thinking of myself as a hunter in this game, unless it's late game and most of the big bad battleships are gone. Big
I
O, we
am
just
trying
started.
to like keep in mind like the idea that, as I've heard it said, cruisers are more powerful the longer the game goes on. So I'm trying to conserve as much health as I can without being so passive that I'm not impacting the battle at all.
And that applies to pretty much every ship, though. Like, the longer you survive, the more impact you have as other people die.
Right. Now,
But as you
Wolfie,
said, it kind of you have to balance.
you are correct, Wolfie, in that yes, they can, you know, dance around a little bit. They are relatively maneuverable. But the problem is, and especially with this map, it forces you to be pretty much anywhere from where M node is right now.
I think it would
Yeah.
have been better to help against that. Again, help the New York there. Second, you don't have smoke. You're kind of in the middle of the map with nowhere to move.
Oh, the New York
I'm gonna
died.
be honest. Yep, I'm gonna be honest. That was a misplay that I will completely own up to. Last I looked at their health, I thought that the New York was going to win that fight handily, so I just kind of looked away and was like, okay, where else can I go? That was a mistake. I should never... Don't assume a ship is dead until its health is 0.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and you should absolutely take 2v1s when it's in your advantage to do so. So you should have absolutely helped kill the New York once, or sorry, the Bayern, and then once the Bayern was dead, I would be smoking here and approaching it, okay, or that. But anyway,
I did see that his guns weren't... I mean, they're turning my way now.
well, sure, but now you're basically hoping that he will die before he fires, which is just a bad position to be in.
Also, the other thing, too, is I was like I was basically 3 kilometers away, so if I fired, I would have been spotted anyway, even if I was in
Right.
smoke.
Which is why you smoke. He's broadside to you. So you smoke, you launch your plane, and you fire your torpedoes. And then if he fires into the smoke, then you shoot back because he's on reload. The destroyer is a good opportunity target. Yeah, the Sirocco's kind of out in the middle of nowhere.
He's in the middle of nowhere, but in order to engage him, you may have to expose yourself to the other battleships, and at that health, it's gonna not end well.
Yep.
And I'm pretty much quite aware of this point, you know, especially given the Fubuki's health, and the Sirocco is what it is. In fact, the Fubuki's about to die here. I am pretty much the only thing defending this cap. Well, I am the only thing defending this cap at the moment.
Yes.
Yeah, The only difference I would be is just to be a little bit closer to Sirocco, so you could have gotten a better shot, but nothing you can do to save Ibuki.
No. No, but the other problem
at this
is...
point, I know that basically the rest of my game is going to be... My job is to defend the base, hope the other two ships are able to either kill or cap at the other end of the map.
Well, what are you gonna do about Sirocco? You know he outspots you.
Faith in
He
your
outspots
teammates.
me, yes. But he doesn't have a smoke screen, so if he opens up, he's going to have to
He's firing
basically
torps at you?
become detected. And yep, I was keeping a specific eye on that. As soon as I saw the indicators change, I'm like, okay, he's torped me, time to move, turn out.
Well, why not just help against West Virginia?
Good point.
I was focused on the Sirocco because I thought, you know, this is my job right now.
You can do so. Sirocco has he used to have time until he gets into the cap. In the meantime, you can help against the West Virginia, against Dunkirk and Fujin.
Or at the very least, like, I would be actually heading up here so that I could put my plane up and spot the West Virginia. I really want to know where the West Virginia is. Because if he shows up right here, you're in trouble. If he shows up right here, you're in trouble.
Yeah. So the idea is, sure, Sirocco will eventually step on the cap, but there's nothing he can do as long as you're sitting in there. It doesn't matter if you're looking at him or not. Meanwhile, that West Virginia is still somewhat of a threat to your battleships. So if you at least start damaging him and maybe kill him, then then you automatically win because two people are taking their cap to your one.
Yep. Also, you should be using not AP, but SAP shells here.
Am I not?
Pretty sure you're on HE right now. Isn't that HE?
No, it doesn't
You get
have.
sap and you get sap and AP.
Even though it's a light
okay.
cruiser, it
Never
still
mind.
gets AP and SAP.
Yeah,
Or-
I thought it was
yeah, AP
HE and SAP. I thought it was HE and SAP. I got confused. Sorry about that. Never mind.
Allarme incendio.
To be honest, I don't think I fired a single AP shell this entire game.
Problema risolto, signore.
SAP ammo is red. Yeah, see, my problem is I'm colorblind.
Siluria baborda.
So, I have a real tough time seeing yellow and red in this game. 18 SAPs Ferruggio. Got it. Okay.
Allarme incendio.
Well, we're gonna have ourselves a double death pick here. So that's gonna be fun.
Yep, you
And
killed the
in
destroyer.
teammates,
That's all you
I
care
trust. Yeah, the key is absolutely that, right? He did kill the destroyer. So that part's important. Can I do a full zoom in here? Maybe? Maybe?
Yeah, Duca d'Aosta has HE and AP instead of the Abruzzi.
Yeah, it's really difficult to remember which has which. It's one thing I really don't like about the
I
line
do
versus
remember
premium chips.
Duca d'Aosta and Abruzzi because they came out. They were the first Italian cruisers to come out before SAP was even introduced. So of course they don't have SAP.
Right. Well, there's a win, so that's exciting. Got an efficiency badge out of that. 3 kills. In third
That's
place.
weird. I don't remember getting an E. I thought I got a 1 out of this battle.
Yeah, that's an efficiency badge.
Oh, it's not saying specifically. Okay, it must be a replay thing then.
It's a replay bug since they've added it and will not tell you which specific one that you get because you can't connect to the server to figure it out. Because it's a replay.
Fair. That's fair.
So you
Surely
came
they'll
in-
fix that replay bug because they always fix replay bugs very quickly.
Sure. Hopefully you commented these two because they're the reason why you won.
Yes, I did.
Good.
Plus, Donkey got a Kraken, and I almost always compliment people who get a Kraken.
Yep, fair enough. Welcome back, Wolfie. So, not bad damage-wise. I do agree with SAT though. I think if your shots aren't hitting things, maybe go for just bigger targets and just practice the lead and stuff like that. Like even in that Sirocco fight, you were way off in a lot of your shots, probably due to
Yeah,
excitement.
I think part of that was he was, I think, speed jukied. Part of that, yeah. Though, I also have like 10 battles in this ship because even when I'm regrinding through it, it's tier 5. I get through it in so few battles. I don't really have time to practice in it a lot.
Fair enough. Hey, C Troy. I mean,
I think a
it's
lot of
tier
this
5.
was just not familiar with her guns.
The two old, the legacy Italian cruisers have a lot of flow to their guns. Yeah. It's because Wargaming didn't quite know what to do with this cruiser line. They wanted to make it, and that was back at a time when they would put 1 or 2 tester premiums out at different tiers to see how their concept would play out. And they weren't happy with it.
And then one day, someone got the big brain ideas like, why don't we just give them constant smoke at full speed?
About that Hatsuharu, I'm not certain I know any way that I could have known that he was there, because he was last spotted in that channel, and
No, there's no way.
Only way is if you had radio location, but even then it would have been pointing at the battleships, you would have thought. So, yeah.
Yeah. Like, there's no way to detect Hatsuharu.
So yeah, he did a good job at the ambush, but either through skill or luck, he just missed the torps.
I don't think he expected you to
it's
pop
lack of
out where you
skill.
did. I think he was expecting you to be on the other side of the island hiding, and then you just popped up right in front of him. Because remember, you continued to move forward. So
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, he probably also expected you to do the average noob tactic and just turn away, which would you would eat all of his torps.
Yep.
You didn't do
Yeah. I knew as soon as those torps were launched, I'm like, I turn out, I die, I keep the same course. I probably die. I got to turn in and at least hope that I can hit the gap.
So, guys, what are we going to call this replay? Should it make its way to YouTube's? Italian Stallion? Was he a stallion in this game? Seeded initiative. I was thinking defender.
On the behalf of the Hatsuharu, or on behalf of me, I wonder if that's referring to.
For Italian Stallion, I would think that would be for you because you're in the Italian boat.
I was talking about seated initiative.
That would also be you because you're mostly reacting instead of, making the plays, which makes sense. Last gasp. Brown trousers might not go down well with YouTube. Could do brown alert though.
Yeah, that I was thinking something along those lines because when that Hatsuharu came around, I thought I was dead for sure.
Last gasp, says Dr. Ram. Baked Destroyer Surprise, says Wolfie. Code Brown, says Cobra. What do you think, Note? What do you like most?
Code Brown seems nice.
Code Brown it is. Alrighty then. The smell of fear. That works. That works. All right. Well, Note, of course, as always, thanks for the support. And you used your Cover My Replay over on the Rerun channel. I happened to just glance over and see you use it right then and there. And I'm like, okay, got that one. I'll write that one down. So, cool. Hopefully we get you some help.
I've got some more replays that I'm going to submit later on, but this was the first one I wanted to get out.
Awesome. All right. Well, let's go on from there to the next one. So, NBA, is that going to be you? Because I know you said you got to leave at 3:30. So that's an hour from now?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean you can get mine later too if somebody else is here. I mean,
No.
you were
You gotta
were
go.
there, so.
You're here and you gotta go. So let's do it. Chat,
Gotcha.
we're gonna run a commercial break while we get this next replay ready to go. Okay. At your hospital, brown alert is a code for sewage blocking up. Oh my god. They actually used it for the proper color and everything? That's interesting. So what am I missing? Which replay?
It should be the
Building
bottom one.
No. I'm looking at something else right now.
Okay, my bad.
I'm looking at. I got Carl Johan, Suzuya. It's the Marceau game that I'm missing. Okay. I'm trying to make sure I've got the build viewer things ready to go, and I just couldn't remember which one I had to add in here. Okay, so the next one we are doing is Suzuya Golden. Come on, load up already. Load up already. There you go. Maybe I'll grab a quick snack while this is going. Normally, I'd ask you if there's a death pick in this one, but I know the answer.
What the fuck?
Okay, good for that. Replay render should be good to go. Yep. Your wife left you a bar of Whitaker's coconut block. It is. Whitaker's is good stuff, Cthulhu. You've had Whitaker's before, right? Ads over. Perfect. Welcome back, Wolfie. Thank you for sticking around through them. About bees. Haven't had one in a long while though. Gotcha. You're still in Australia, aren't you, Cthulhu? So you can get it pretty easily, right? You can get Whitaker's pretty easily. Oh, that's right. You were in Canada. Okay. But you can get Whitaker's in Canada though, right? Like we can't get them in the States. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, we can't get them in the States, so the only chance I get is when I go to New Zealand. And I brought a lot back from the last trip. Okay. Cool. Let's get to our next replay then. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Suzuya Golden, which is a tier 9 variant of the Mogami with 155mm guns. There's a couple little fun quirks about her. Let me get to the right tab here. Okay, so a couple quirks about her. She's got a main battery reload booster. And a lot of people love 155mm Mogami, right? Because instead of dual twin guns, it's got triple turret guns. So you basically have a much larger weight of shells. It's 5 turrets times 3. That's 15 shells that you're firing for each broadside, which is a heck of a lot of fun. I gotta say though, I do kind of feel like moving up to tier 9 is difficult to do with a Mogami hull. I mean, yes, I realize Ibuki is there. I don't have a lot of respect for Ibuki either, but I think that the problem with Suzuya at the higher tier is she's extremely dependent on her HE shell starting fires, and maybe getting some AP shells at close range. But that's about it. NBA, has that been your experience too?
Yeah, that's been my experience with the ship.
Okay. Now, NBA is a member of my Patreon, so thank you again for doing that. He's a Patreon supporter. And at tier 3, we do ride along off of stream. So what we do is I actually was on a Discord call with him. He was sharing his screen, and I was literally coaching him and walking him through stuff. You know, there were times where I might say, why are you doing this? And he kind of justified his decision making. There were times when, you know, I might say something, but he's, you know, in the heat of the moment and doing his stuff. So it's not like I'm screaming at him to do something like you might see a coach in a football game screaming at their players. Instead, it's more of a, I'm here next to you. Tell me what's going through your mind, and let's walk through things. And I'd say you probably learned a good amount from that experience, wouldn't you say?
I did.
Yeah.
Yep, I did.
Yeah. She is the perfect spot for IFHE. This is true. So then you have the problem of, do you want to do IFHE? If you do, then you lose half of your fire chance. And that's kind of... The coach screaming is tier 4 sub. There you go. Tier 4 on my Patreon. That's right. I will scream at you for... God dang it. Anyway. So looking at your HE here, 31mm. So the magic number for ships, especially towards the higher tiers, is going to be 32mm, right? French battleships, British battleships, others, 32mm plating all around. A lot of other battleships, 32mm plating fore and aft armor. So being able to penetrate 32mm is huge. Plus, you've got American battleships with 38mm deck armor? I'm trying to remember. So, you know, you could do IFHE. Now, you told me, and by the way, he does have Yamamoto. I asked him about this, but his Yamamoto is set for a lighthouse build, right? You said for, what was it?
Yeah, I forgot.
Was it Yoshino?
I'm looking. The Zuma.
Zuma, okay.
Yep.
So you could actually play a lighthouse build for this. We didn't really get into talking about builds and stuff with you while we were doing this, but you could absolutely go for top grade gunner, for example. You could go for heavy HE and sap shells because you're primarily slinging HE. Let me drop some of these other, for example, and then you could pick up IFHE, for example, instead of heavy HE. Or, you know, if you want the fires and the chance at more damage to cruisers and destroyers, that can work as well. So, you know, lighthouse can work on this ship. I just didn't get a chance to mention that to you. Right, so if you want to take Yamamoto and experiment with it, you could.
Okay.
The big problem with this ship is that the turret traverse is abysmal. 36 seconds for 180 degree turn time. Okay, and that's with one of the main battery modifications here. So the reason why I'd asked him about Yamamoto is because Yamamoto has a buff to grease the gears, which would get the 180 degree turn time down to 30 seconds. Versus you've got one of the Suzuki's, if I'm right, so that's 31.3. It can help, but it comes down to really just making sure that you know where you're planning an aim in advance, and if you can get that down and you're not like constantly going back and forth and turning your turrets around, then
Right.
you can play the ship okay. Which is another reason why a lot of people like to go lighthouse build for this, because it's much more comfortable just farming at long range. I'm just reloading your captain build
Yeah,
here.
I
So
also got another question. Take off like the reload and put on range mod instead of the reload. I was thinking about that today.
you can experiment with that. The nice thing about this is it's only credits that you'd be losing. So
Right.
it's not a bad idea to experiment with it. What's the range right now? 16.5 is pretty sucky for a long range build. And the Suzuki is extremely sluggish. So yeah, you could try that and see. The problem going against that is that the 155 shells are quite floaty. So
Right.
if you do that, you're only farming stationary cruisers and battleships. And that's true, Wolfie. You could go to the public test server and try it to your heart's content, and then you're not, losing credits. Now he was doing the dockyard mission for ribbons, if I remember right.
Yes.
So that's why he picked the Suzuki on this one. And in true wargaming fashion, he needed 15 left, and he got like 108 on the third and final game or something like that. So
Something like that, yeah. So,
yeah, let's look at the build. You've got main battery, main armaments fine, engine room protection fine. I don't think, you could do hydro, but whatever. Main battery mod 2, absolutely. A lot of players are used to going aiming systems, but you really hurt yourself with the turn time. Side note, if you are going to go for lighthouse build, you probably want aiming systems.
okay.
Just keep that in mind. Propulsion makes perfect sense. What's the maneuverability here? Rudder shift time is 7. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so yeah, propulsion is good there. Concealment is fine, and then main battery mod 3 with your current build and thinking makes perfect sense. Hydro for your consumable. You've got Suzuki, so you've got a buff survivability expert, which is really handy for this ship because God, it needs all the HP it can get. Last stand priority target, survivability expert, concealment expert is a good core build start. Now you did the same thing we mentioned to Emote earlier. I would be going superintendent here for the extra heal, and especially because you get the extra charge of main battery reload booster, I would go that first. And then I would pick up. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Survivability, always survivability over damage. So this gives you an extra heal, which is the survivability part. Ironically, it also gets you more damage too. So this is kind of a really nice skill for that. And then I would go adrenaline rush. I would not take the skills you took necessarily until later if that's what you wanted. You took demo expert and grease the gears. I can completely understand the need for grease the gears though. So I might even put that ahead of Adrenaline Rush, to be honest, with the build that you were doing.
Okay.
The problem is now you're at a 19-point build, and now you're stuck trying to figure out, well, what do I do next, right? Do I do consumable enhancements? I wouldn't. Consumable specialist would be kind of nice to get reload down for your main battery, and then maybe you could do gun feeder for those few instances where that helps, or swift fish might be a good option too, honestly. I surprise enemies with your longer range torpedoes because these reach what, 10? Or 10, yeah.
Yeah, 10.
So,
yeah.
Alternately, instead of demo expert, I might recommend going for top grade gunner. But again, then you lose out on your turret traverse. So if you're gonna go grease the gears, you're kind of stuck with having to go with the 2-point skill, a couple 1-pointers, or 2 2-point skills, frankly. So. Never mind. That's there too, right? That was, yeah. So you could go top grade gunner and get this all in like that.
Okay.
Or
SAT,
can
what
just
do you
take
think?
Instead of top rate gunner, I just take the pyrotechnics.
Demo expert?
Yeah, demo expert.
Okay. And then how would you
All that.
finish this off? See, if she had a spotter
There's
plane,
no-
this would be so easy. You do Eye in the Sky.
Yeah, there's no good way to finish this, unfortunately. Best you can do
Right.
is like consumable, consumable expert. That's it.
You mean specialist?
Or
Yeah,
specialist.
yeah, the
Both
one to
of
get the
them would be
reload
nice,
down for
though.
that. Yeah, both would be nice, but yeah. I mean, this only really helps your hydro. So whatever.
Yeah. And then the last one, just whatever.
Yeah. Right. That's the part. That's the problem with this build. You could alternately go with fill the tubes, so you can luck chuck torpedoes more frequently. Ironically enough, in this particular game, focus fire training would have helped you a lot. But that's foreshadowing.
Yes. Yeah, foreshadowing. Yeah.
The point that we're trying to make here is that this ship is really difficult to build because it wants a lot of skills, and at the same time, some of the skills that you want to put on it, it doesn't benefit from. So you're kind of stuck trying to find a niche build, which means you can't use this on a bunch of other cruisers. So if you were to put Yamamoto on it, for example, it's difficult to build something like this and then just slap him on an Atago and expect him to do really well. He can do really well. Actually, this build's fine in an Atago. It's not the greatest, but it's fine. Now, Lighthouse build, you could try that too. You skip prior to target, went for top grade gunner. If you're going long range, Dr. Ram, if you're doing long range, you could do that, and then there's your build. And if you're going long range, you could drop that for incoming fire alert, for a little bit of situational awareness. But you still run into the problems of trying to make everything work and just not being able to do so. So this is a very tough ship to play. I think a lot of people were excited for Suzuya to come to the game because she's a pretty broken ship in Warships Legends, which we just looked at. But in this particular game, she's thirsty. That's right. I just don't. I'm not super enthused by her. I don't log into the game and say, I don't know what to play today. Oh, I know. I'm going to play Suzuya. You know, like there's so many other, in my opinion, better ships that I could play than Suzuya. But NBA wanted Suzuya, so here he goes. And then for flags, you got HP, heal boost, speed, and then Hydro. Okay. You're conserving flags, right? We were talking about that. You don't... Guys, he has like one of each of these that he's using. I saw him do that. I'm like, take them off. He's like, no, but I want to perform well in front of you. Take them off. But anyway, it's fine. It's fine. When I'm that low on flags, honestly, I would absolutely not run with flags and instead run with, you know, just nothing. So we got a good chuckle out of this. Sorry, SAT, go ahead.
You bring in a golden ship. You probably spent a ton on it, and yet you
spent $30 bucks. I spent $30.
Nice.
Still $30 more than zero.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
Jeez.
Jesus, come on, SAT.
But we both laughed so hard though, because as soon as he goes in, super ships. I think the same thing for the first game too.
Second game in a row, yeah.
Yeah, this is the second game of our 3-game series. And so looking at the matchmaking, right? Maine and Vermont are pain, and to a certain extent Izumo too if he connects in Los Andes. But Maine and Vermont are like, oh god. And then there's a Malta, like the thing you don't want to see because it's got his AP carpet bombers that will absolutely trash you. So this is a rough matchmaking for you, right?
It was, yeah. It was. I'm not gonna pull Shadow, but yeah, it was. Yeah.
You don't have much to really beat down. Yoshino will trash him too. Hell, even a Tago can, depending on its on the side. Yes, it is a Q dump. And this was during a somewhat prime-ish time NA, so I mean we're not talking about like we're not talking about a ton of you know, not a lot of people on. It's not like it was 3 a.m. or something like that.
Honestly, I'd be fine fighting Yoshino because angled was AP and then just spam him with HE.
Yeah.
You can even just light him on fire again with your reload booster.
Right. Shimakaze and Fletcher are your food, according, you know, assuming you can see them. Blau too, if you can see him as well. Okay, now we were talking about positioning, and NBA went here because he thought, okay, this is a good spot to go and farm. Originally, he thought of going to the F2 island, and I kind of waved him off of that.
No, that's suicide.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
This island is just not really great because you don't have range to farm much.
And that's the problem NBA is going to discover here. This is where, like, if he had a scouting plane, a scout plane consumable, that would be so much better. Because then he could hit the Vermont right now. And by the way, Vermont and Maine both coming your way. Don't you feel lucky?
I did. I really did.
Well, on the bright side, you can just hide behind the island for a bit.
Yeah, so he got spotted by the carrier, which is very scary, right? Obviously, if the Vermont and Maine see him, that's a problem. But he does have a friendly Kexarge that's coming up, and go Shimmy, go!
Poor Shimmy. Gosh.
Poor Shimmy. Now, I had mentioned this. This would have been a good chance for you to actually pop out, because they're obviously focused on the Shimakaze. You could pop out, reposition, try to get some shots, whatever you want to do. What were you saying, SAT?
Hey, Kier.
Say it again?
Hey, Kearsarge. Literally parks himself in front of you.
Yeah, no, nice of him. You can't even shoot because he's right there. He's a carrier, guys. He's a carrier. You'll see some gamer words from him later.
I didn't even pay attention to chat. I didn't even.
I was. Given his name. Yeah, I'm not surprised by his name. It's literally the Timu John.
Yeah, and now he told me to turn out, head back towards C because it's getting capped out. So.
I pointed out the sea is being capped, so clearly Destroyer went through the middle. And this is the problem with Estuary. It's a small map, and you almost always have somebody try going through the middle of the map. And if you'll note, nobody's in the middle of the map except for our Audacious. That'll come into play later.
If you're in behind the G3 island, I think you could have summoned us up there.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll put it on the mini-map here. I'll circle it here, NBA, but he's talking about this island right here that a lot of cruisers like to play behind.
Yeah, that would have been your best island there.
Okay.
Then you can pop up if a destroyer tries to contest, and then you would also be in perfect range to attack the sub, both with depth charges and eventually the sub-surveillance.
Now, I had mentioned to him... You know what?
Good. Go ahead.
No, sub-surveillance, yeah. I had told him to be careful on the one line because, you know, a destroyer could spot him for impunity there, so... For eternity,
that one's not very common, and there's only 2 destroyers, so it's not as likely. But and he can still technically back behind the island. It's not the worst. The issue is just you don't have range, so you can't really use it.
Yep. Little late on the plane here, and I had suggested to him to put the plane up. And the reason I said to put the plane up is because that, even if a carrier player can play around the plane, it might discourage that carrier from dropping him. And it does, actually. He goes for the Kexarge. Wingslinger?
It's a Kearsarge. I think you prefer him to be the target.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can host another bounty event. What do you mean by bounty event? Rip your Thrasher?
You're not leading very well.
Nope, you're way behind.
Like, he's going after Audacious. There's only so much maneuvering room he's gonna do, and he's gonna go flat out full speed.
Right. T264, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Let me take a look on YouTube, make sure we're not missing any chatters on YouTube. We aren't. Okay. Now, one thing in general that I didn't see NBA doing a lot of is using his reload booster at the right time. So, you know, he's using it here. I don't think he was planning on using it. I mentioned it to him, you know, he should be doing it because obviously he's focusing on the carrier. So, you know, if you had Superintendent, he's got an extra charge, but it doesn't matter if he's not going to use it. Going for takeout, okay.
As a side note, this is where incoming fire alert is superior to priority target. So you, without priority, since you have priority target, you know the battleships are probably trying to target you, but you don't know when they're shooting.
Right.
Yeah, this is true. As far as the bounty events, I used to be very involved in those, yes, but Wargaming decided to make it so that anybody can opt into becoming a bounty now. So they don't do any of the major bounty events like they used to.
Worst of all, they don't even give us new flags. Like, it just, I remember the time when they gave us Corgi flags for being a I think it was bounty, right?
Yes. So here he's got an opportunity to, you know, maybe try to farm the Vermont a little bit. But he's heading towards the Shimakaze, and
He's just
obviously
trying to dodge everything.
it's
That's
more
it.
important. I was just gonna say that. Yes, it's more important that he dodge everything first, and then worry about damaging secondary. So for me, like, I could probably pull that off because I'm used to being able to do both at once. But if you struggle with that, then by all means, just focus on one and, you know, be done with it. So
Why are you into the half zoomed in option anyways?
I have no idea.
now here's another time where a plane up would have been useful if he's not paying attention to the minimap as early as he could be. The sub is chasing him, and so it's like, oh god.
It's understandable considering he has like a lot going on right now, so I don't blame him too much.
Yep. Maneuvering, dodging shells first, minimap second, damage third is how I would look at that. You went maneuvering first, damage second, minimap third.
You could shoot the Vermont here.
But again, he's focused on trying to evade and all that kind of stuff. And with the sub right on his heel, like, I can understand the decision to run.
Yeah, we were down 4 ships.
You're down 4
Yeah,
ships.
you're gonna be down for the entire game. May as well just get your damages in.
This is true. So here we go. Now, here come the AP bombers. Like I said, that's your biggest fear, is those AP bombers. So you absolutely want to be concerned about that. He's been very lucky with torpedoes, by the way. The subs torpedoes have always been outside of range, except now.
These 2, yep.
Yeah, that one you definitely could have dodged with a proper DCP.
Yep,
Also, where's your heal?
there's
It's
the heel.
coming. It's coming.
Now,
That's
I was
like
telling
7 seconds of heal.
I was telling him as well, and I'm gonna pause it right here. I was telling him as well, he turned back in front of the carry, and you never do that because it makes it easier for the carry to drop. Look how lucky you are. See where those bombs dropped, NBA? They dropped in front of you.
Right. Okay.
So if he was better with the drop, you'd be dead right here. I was expecting you to die right there. Absolutely expecting it. Now, he's gonna turn back around again, and then you're gonna turn right towards him, which again makes it easier for him to drop his bombs again.
Plane.
Correct. Broadside to bombers, and then stern aft on for torpedoes. And see, once again, he's in front of you. See, those bombs were mostly in front. A good number have hit you, but again, you know, he's too far forward with his drops, which is good for you and bad for him.
Also, why are you still looking at the main?
I think he's worried about shells coming in.
Yeah, just shells. Yeah, I'm not.
Now here, we had the Atago coming in, and then the Satsuma said, "Go away." So I didn't even notice this. The Izumo is gone. He's disconnected. See, you don't have that mod. I have that mod. I can see that Izumo is disconnected, and he failed it with the Atago. So good for him. Anyway, so I was telling him, you know, if he wants to go back in, he can, but only while the Hindenburg is alive. Because while the Hindenburg is alive, obviously the main is going to focus the Hindi, right? But as soon as the Hindi is dead, then forget it. So
He would probably die super quickly with his Bilal there.
yeah. So
Also,
I told him,
I would not bother opening up.
really?
Yeah. In case the sub actually does surface, you're going to be spotted for a bit, and then that's when 16 shells come at you, and that's not fun.
Oh yeah, but that's why I said as long as the Hindi is alive. Once the Hindi's dead, don't be shooting. You know?
It was almost dead. I would have just said, well, goodbye. See ya.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, we kind of figured at this point it's probably a loss. The points are reversed, by the way. It's a fun little bug replay. You know, you're up on ships finally, though, so that's excitement. Oh, and the
Yeah.
Izumo
his score
reconnected.
looks- the score looked bad, but you were actually fine on ships. And once the Orange assassinated the carrier and the Izumo DC'd, it was actually quite winnable.
Yeah, the carrier ducked in, and you know, I'm glad you caught that. I was too busy talking about other stuff, but yes, the Orange managed to wreck the carrier, which is good.
There was just a lot of things going on this match, and I think NBA just got information overloaded.
Yes. Yes. It is very difficult to be able to handle all that kind of stuff. And then for whatever reason, looked like the main was firing HE.
I was thankful he was, but
As you should be.
Yep. Unfortunately,
if he would have had AP, yeah. If he would have had AP, I'd have been dead. Yeah, I mean,
you kind of have to help against the main, unfortunately. You have to slow
And
down
that's-
here.
That's what I was telling him, but what I was telling him is, you know, again, you've got the Satsuma in front, so make sure the main focuses on the Satsuma. Now, this is something that I was trying to explain to him, and he shot as I was trying to explain. But what you do is you scope in on the target, and you only shoot as they shoot. So if they shoot somebody else, you fire once and only once because of the 20-second detection penalty. So when his guns are available again, then he can't shoot you because you disappear. But in this case, he's like, okay, and he just opens up like, ah, you know? But the main focus
At
is in the
least
Satsuma.
reload booster. Yeah, if you're gonna shoot, at least reload booster since you're probably gonna get shot at.
Yep, and that was something I mentioned to him as well. I believe each time you used a reload booster, I had mentioned it to you.
yes.
And that's not a knock or anything, that's just saying, hey, you know, like, that's important feedback,
used
something to know.
Yeah. No.
Huh? What are you looking at? Keep shooting the main.
He decided to go into a kite away position for some odd reason. I'm not 100% sure, but he did.
You told me to go.
Well,
Yeah.
so when I was talking about you can try to get into a kite away position, what NBA did was he went into full rudder. And because of the turret traverse on the ship sucking so bad, you know, half or quarter rudder would have been okay as long as he's not, you know, shooting back at you. And when I had mentioned that, I meant like earlier in the engagement, like as you start shooting this guy and he's continuing to come towards you, that's when you want to instinctively try to make yourself into a kite away positioning instead of continuing to get closer to him. Okay, now this part is an interesting part because basically you're gonna have all 4 caps. You're gonna win. The only thing that they have on their team is a Bilal that's pretty damn healthy. SAT, what do you do here?
I would get in a position where I can camp C. So I would go to F6. I would wait there until the sub was trying to capture C. And then when he does, YOLO.
And that was exactly what I was explaining to him. You see, he just pinged the mini-map there to say, you want me to go here? Yes. Because the idea is exactly that. You stay behind the island. Now, you have to get as close to the island as possible. So I told him, get in because you don't want to run the risk of being spotted, right? Doing so. But you're basically a trapdoor spider. You hang out here, you wait till the cap starts getting capped, and then you just YOLO. Absolutely right. You got Hydro in the ready to go. You got a reload booster ready to go.
Yep, and then the Orange is also getting into position. So if he actually spots it, you can just pop out early.
Yep.
Or just YOLO C right now.
So NBA slowed down a little bit here because I think he was a little unsure about what to do when I was describing it to him. But you understand now, NBA, kind of how this works, right? Yeah.
They're in a div, so I assume they probably got it even if if NBA doesn't do anything.
Now there's the sub. So at this point he's distracted. So I tell NBA, just go. You know, just get out there, full speed, have some fun. You know, pop your hydro. And what I told him is, as soon as you get spotted, pop your hydro. It's a great comeback. Wolfie, we both expected this to be a loss.
Yes.
It should have been, but the Orange decided to YOLO B and Izumo disconnected, so that pretty much turned it around.
Yes, and they brought a failed div, and the Tago disappeared in front of the Satsuma's guns. So there you go. But you can see the little bit of hesitation there. He wasn't quite sure if he should be pulling out or not. And I'm like, dude, just go. Come on. You know, like.
Go.
And
What's the Balog gonna do? Shoot you?
right. So there you go. Victory. And what a crazy game. I mean, he played 3 games and he's like, I'm going to make you do one of these on your replay stream. I said, okay, you pick. He picked the first game and I'm like, really? I thought you would have picked the second. And he looks, he's like, yeah.
I had to rewatch. Yeah, I had to.
He rewatched it.
First one was
Yeah.
good too. I mean, the first one was good too.
First one was absolutely good too. But, you know, I think it's a solid, oh, look at that, 969 giggity on the Blau. 3 shell hits to get that kill. But it's a great example, though, of how you could have easily thrown your life away at so many times in this replay, right? In the battle itself, you could have said, well, this game's a loss, and just, you know, got yourself killed and gone next. And you didn't do that. Instead, you continue to be alive. You continue to be a thorn in the carrier's back, partly because he missed twice, but hey, good on him. So,
Yeah.
you know, it really worked out well for you. I don't know if there's anything in here. Hello, Rob. How you doing on YouTube? I don't know if there's anything here to highlight. SAT, is there any sort of statistic that you think we should highlight on this page? As Staying Alive plays. Good song choice. Anyway, go ahead.
Let's see here. Let's see. For aircraft destroyed, you didn't really shoot down much. It was mostly just surviving and getting lucky with the bombs.
Yeah, the AA on this thing is horrible. Horrible. I mean, just absolutely horrible.
Yeah. The main, let's see. I guess one of the most standout moments is that, well, you survived, but at the same time, you didn't really do that much damage, and unfortunately, that's reflected in the base EXP.
Right.
Yep. Sure. And see, so my thinking is a combination of the potential damage and the damage received. I mean, if I were to stack these two together, I think if I do that, you know, if this goes to YouTube, I think I would do that, because it's really a tale of you were a bullet sponge, but not enough of a bullet sponge.
It's kind of understandable because you're getting chased by like 2 battleships and a carrier. It's like,
And
well,
sub.
you can't really.
Yeah, and
so
the sub.
You didn't really have any chance to do anything.
I mean, any form of damage in this game, you took it, except for flooding.
Flooding, no, yeah, zero flooding.
Took HE, he took AP. There's no sap, I don't think, on the enemy team. So it's just Dutch airstrike. I don't think there's any on that other team either. So it's just,
Yeah, no, there's no Dutch cruisers, no.
you know. Oh my goodness. All right, we'll put the replay render on,
Yeah,
and
this is
if
fun
you guys
game.
have ideas for title, share, and any questions, NBA, anything else, anything I missed?
No, not really. I mean, just the range mod. Putting the range mod instead of the reload mod. I'm gonna try it out, but
Mm-hmm. Staying Alive can absolutely work. Any other ideas for a title? But yeah, experiment with the build and see what you think about it. Do you have a regular Suzuki, or do you just have the golden?
I just have the golden one. I just got it out of a box, so
Damn, you got really lucky.
I did. And I stopped buying boxes. I was like, cool. This is enough. It's enough.
Skid Mark Kid? What do you think, NBA? What do you like?
I like Staying Alive, but
Okay. Staying Alive it is. Now, one of the other things that I mentioned to him, you know, and again, he's like, oh, one other title option is information overload, because that is really what you were up against in a lot of this.
yeah, that could work too. I wasn't thinking about that. Yeah. I mean,
And you just ruminate on that for a moment. But, you know, one of the things that I had mentioned to him as well is he could have been pinging the minimap earlier, right? As soon as he was being capped, he could have been pinging that, he did ping it. The Audacious said Wilco or whatever. So okay, cool. At least he's recognizing the threat, and then he died anyway. But I don't know. What do you think, NBA?
I like staying alive. I mean,
Okay.
I do like the information overload, but I like staying alive.
No, fine. Absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Well, I am out of here, guys. I'll be back in a few.
Yeah, have fun doing the dog thing at the fiance's work thing.
Yeah, it's about 15 minutes away, but yeah.
That's not bad.
No, not bad at all.
All right, I'll see you later then.
Laters.
Yeah, so like right here is that engagement where I think he waited a little bit too long to turn out, but didn't punish it. It didn't get punished for it, so there he goes. The big thing I was thinking, SAT, was try to get somebody else between him and the sub.
Mm-hmm. That was going to be Hindenburg, which honestly didn't survive for too long.
It
and
was
then
Hindenburg,
later-
then it was Satsuma, and now it's going to be Suzuya, the other one.
Yeah. The Shikishima would have been the best target. Once main shot him, then you just open up with the reload booster and just do a little bit more damage before you probably explode.
Yes, I completely agree with you there. But and I think it's one of the nice things about doing a ride along coaching session like what I did with NBA here was I'm seeing the game through his eyes like completely, right? With the mods that he's using, the frame rate, the graphic settings, his minimap settings. Like he didn't even have he was still on adaptive instead of full for like the over target markers and stuff. So like he had no idea what destroyer was what on the minimap. He didn't have any idea what destroyer was what on the enemy team. You have to hit the alt key to find that out, right? So like, there were a lot of little things that I was able to help him out with too. But it's very eye opening watching from the perspective of that player, because you really get the feeling about that information overload, and he's trying to do so many different things at once, and he just can't. And that's not a knock on him. That's just hey, that's where he's at right now.
Yeah, like World of Warships is like once in the later parts when you get experience, it's really just an information game, and well,
Yes.
he's dealing with literally 4 people shooting at him
Yes.
while trying to kill a Shimakaze at the same time. So it's like completely understandable.
Yes. Warships, everybody laughs about being the thinking man's action game, but it's really the action man's thinking game.
Mm-hmm.
I had to think about that for a sec.
That is kind of a good way to put it.
Yeah. So, all right.
Like how many times in replays we're talking about matchups? It's like, yeah, in this case, like Maine and Vermont, absolutely like the worst case scenario for him to fight. Oh, and hi CV, free spotting, GG.
Oh, and the sub as well, and they're all on that one side that he decides to go to. Oof.
Yep.
So, NBA, thank you again for supporting me on Patreon. And of course, if anybody else feels like that would help them, I do have my Patreon link in chat. And of course, I'll have that in on YouTube if this goes to YouTube. Take a look at it. All I ask is that if you do choose to support me on Patreon, first of all, thank you. But second of all, feel free to hold my feet to the fire. Make sure that I get, what you're paying for covered. Okay. This is the first time or maybe second time somebody has worked with me and said, let's find a time, let's put this together and let's do it. And, it's difficult trying to schedule all that kind of stuff around work, around streaming, around, his life. So, and his work and whatever. So, work with the person, and this is for anything. If you're doing something that you're paying for, don't be afraid to just say, hey, let's get this done. So all right, let's move on. Who is here now that we can do next? Get her done, says Gus. Okay, fine, Big O's here. That was quick. All right, so let's put Suzuya in the done pile and M-Note in the done pile. That leaves Shinoran and Gaelic Knight to come up next. So, Shinoran or Gaelic Knight, are either of you guys here? If so, say something in chat. By the way, we're going to do a commercial break. I'm going to go hit the potty for a second. We're going to get the next replay ready to go, which is a Schlieffen. Nicely done with that words there. That's right, Dutch. This is a Big O's game. As of this morning, I had 2 replays prioritized and slots for 3. Oh, stop. There we go. Hello? Game? Game? This has done this to me before. There we go. Ah, there we go. Thinking game, try the C server for a change. Not too much think. Try ranked for a change, Rob. Not too much thinking going on there either. Or maybe it's overthinking in that case. Lol. But
See,
yeah.
Nothing happens in C. Everyone sits at 50 kilometers.
Right. And I think that's what he's getting at there. I'll be right back. Gotta hit the bathroom. Okay. Commercial break, a minute to go. Continue. You dropped 2 drakes about 30 minutes ago if you want to do something different. Dutch, I am full up today. So like I was saying, I started the morning off with 2 slots that are prioritized and 3 slots remaining. And that quickly changed. Let's see what the temperature is in this room. Thanks for the offer, though. 73 in this room. 57 degrees outside. So I did put a fan outside, so let's see if I can get that to go. And if I can get that to kind of cool, so I don't have to use my window AC. Attitude is the word. Bam. Let's get the render tool up. Fixed. Big O Schlieffen. All right, so Suzuya Golden is done. We're on the Schlieffen now.
I think I put a different Schlieffen render in there, but it was a funny one.
What do you mean by different render?
There's one from Shards, and I basically YOLO'd down the middle, then got a double kill on the enemy CV and a death strike on the minnow.
Okay, is that the one that I pulled down? I thought you had rendered it just so that I didn't
No.
have to.
I'll do
Okie
it now.
dokie. Yeah, if you don't mind, that would help. So... That's not the one. How you been, Gus? You doing all right?
Doesn't make it any less funny.
You are alive. Like when I met you in ranked the other day. That was a lot of fun. For those of you guys who don't know, Gus happened to work for World of Warships for Wargaming. He was a senior community manager, known by some as Mara Draco. Been getting your steel for this Italian destroyer. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I have to pick that up still. I've been waiting for the coupon to refresh because you know me. All right, let's get to the game then. Alrighty. So, this is a replay from Right, exactly, yeah. So this is a replay from Big O. This is a Schlieffen, which is the tier 10 of the German battle cruiser line. Just about as much fun as you could have in this game prior to the Los Andes. And then, of course, with the Los Andes, things changed a bit. She's got the torpedoes, she's got decent speed, she's got hydro, she's got concealment if you spec for it. So she's got a lot of things going for her. The only thing she doesn't have going for her really is durability. She takes a lot of damage very easily. Her torpedo tubes break pretty much as soon as they get shot at, which is really frustrating. But yeah, she's a hard hitter, but she just can't take the hits. She needs smoke, right? Big O, anything else that I missed in the characterization there?
No, pretty much nailed it.
All right, so let's talk about the build. This is, let's see, so you've got main armaments mod 1 and damage control, secondary batteries, steering gears, concealment, and then finally secondaries. Balance around torpedoes. Torpedoes instantly destroyed every game. Correct. So Big O has gone with main armaments mod 1 to try to keep the torpedo tubes alive. Alternately, he could go for auxiliary armaments modification 1 to keep the secondaries alive. I think that's how I have my Schlieffen spec'd. But, you know, I think if Wargaming ever fixes the random roll of the dice torpedo hit point pool that you get, main armaments would probably be a better choice. But if they don't fix it, I think auxiliary armaments is the better choice because your secondaries are what really does a lot of damage in this ship. Your secondaries really do the talking. So I'd probably go secondaries there, but it's your choice. And then hydro, I'd probably go hydroacoustic surge upgrade, but this is fine too. What's your maneuverability? Rudder shift time with steering gears is 13 seconds. So yeah, steering gears, absolutely. Yes, Sir Jimbo Baggins pointing out, Jimbo Baggins, there we go, pointing out that you are running IFHE. This is a standard captain. Where is your Gunther Lutyens?
You know, I decided to take him off of Schlieffen only because I have so many tier 8 premiums, and then there's the Pomerans, and then the lower tier premiums outside of tier 8. They all run basically the same build. So it's just easier to keep him spec for those and keep him on those ships.
That's fair. I have my Lutyens, I think, on the tier 9 just because I play ranked. You know, I can play ranked with it and then also use that build for Pomeran and stuff like that. Took that out in Division and Brawl. It's hilarious. Absolutely it is. And Schlieffen used to have the best secondaries, but I think that's been upstaged now by Libertad.
No. I still think Schlieffen's the best.
Okay. So, you know, if you've got Lutyens, you get the buffed preventative maintenance, and then of course you get the other stuff. But this is perfectly fine with the standard setup. You are welcome, says Gus.
And I think it's still Schlieffen only because it has a few more gimmicks versus the Los Andes line. It has Hydra, it has Torps.
Well, yes, but if we're talking about the secondaries specifically, Libertad's got the better secondaries. If you're talking about the whole package, I agree with you. But, you know.
But doesn't the Los Andes line also have slightly slower secondaries, the bigger caliber ones?
I gotta say, when I fight them in ranked, I never feel like those secondaries are slow, even if I'm in a destroyer. And it's got that magic button to press to just magically extend the range of secondaries, which is huge. So, you know, if I'm playing a specifically secondary-only ship, unfortunately, it's going to be Valparaiso. It's not even going to be Libertad, but Libertad is a close second, I guess, to Valparaiso. SAT, do you agree? Oh, he's gone. Never mind. Okay, so let's talk... Oh, okay. Well, I have Discord muted because I don't want to hear boom, boom, boom. So, whatever. Anyway, your build. Preventative maintenance to keep your secondaries and your torpedoes alive, and your main battery for that matter. IFHE, secondary range, manual secondaries, adrenaline rush, emergency repair, and finally concealment. Problem is the mobility of the Libertad gives you the advantage to farm. Yes, right. You can, and also the ability to dodge torpedoes if they've been spotted. That's the big if for the Libertad line.
That's the
Now,
big if.
the question about IFHE secondaries. This is the only tech tree line of battleship that I would recommend IFHE on. I did a video about this, but the reason for that is your 105 millimeter guns, your secondaries here, need to be able to pen 32 millimeters of armor. And you need IFHE to do that. So IFHE is probably all but mandatory on a Schlieffen. You can run it without, and I've seen players do that. But the biggest problem with that is you're just not doing enough raw damage, and you're just hoping for fires and fire damage, which is fine, but it takes forever for the fires to eventually eat their way through stuff. And remember, fires are 100% healable. So that's why IFHE is really important, okay? One thing that's also important here I want to note is your choice of concealment. I disagree with your use of concealment expert here. Yes, it's got great concealment. Let me pull this up. It's got 12.6 kilometer concealment, which is fantastic. It allows you to back off, as Barbie just said. You can back off, you can disengage, that sort of thing. But generally, in my personal experience with this line of ships, I find myself never really being able to disengage. Once I'm fully engaged, I'm there until I die or I kill the things, and then I die. So, to me, concealment expert only helps me get into position earlier. And frankly, I would rather have fire prevention for the sustainability in the battle. So, Big O, you're an experienced enough battleship player. You understand how to use islands to mask your approach, right?
Fair enough. Good point.
So if you can do that, you don't need concealment expert. Leroy Schlieffen, exactly. To me, I have much more value in fire prevention expert, especially now with all the Libertads out there.
Yeah, I see.
There's one less fire that you can be set on. Doesn't seem like a big deal, but you all know when you DCP and then it says, whatever, right? Problem solved, sir. And then boom, immediately ship's on fire. And then you're set on 4 fires immediately after that. So fire prevention, it just helps you stay alive a little bit longer once battle has been joined, which to me, I think is really important on a Schlieffen. So personal opinion, this is the build that I run on my Schlieffen and stuff. With the fast cooldown repair, it doesn't matter as much with these ships. Yeah. This is where we'll agree to disagree, Hujam. I find that it's still helpful to have the less fires because yes, it does cool down quicker, but I still don't want to be set on 3 fires. And to me, the concealment expert is only valuable until I get into the battle. He's got the extra heal consumable here for emergency repair. I mean, hey, if he really wants to go full burn, he could go improved repair party readiness, right? So that he can get his healed back quicker, and then he could do, then you can bring in demo expert, or you can do shell switching. But I don't know. Me personally, this is my build for it. If you want to try it sometime, maybe on public test, give it a shot. But you can go concealment too. You gonna say something or no?
Oh, my bad.
Okay.
I was gonna say, with the Schlieffen, I found that you can actually tank up to that 2 million pretty easily if you know what you're doing.
Yep.
Just saying.
And you do. Mm-hmm.
But also if you know what you're doing, you don't really need the fire prevention. You just you pace yourself and you time your DCP right.
Mm-hmm.
And that way you can keep the concealment and the emergency repair. The one next to it. I forgot the name.
The other option is to not go IFHE and instead go for anti-air.
No. Concealment and the one next to it, right next to it.
Fire prevention?
No.
Or
the other
ERE?
one. ERE, that's it.
Yeah, what about it?
What I was trying to say was, if you know what you're doing and you time your DCP right, you can keep the ERE and concealment. Ugh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm
And
like
ERE is...
careful, like-
Right, yeah, right. I see what you guys are saying. If you drop IFHE, you could go for the 2-point anti-air, I suppose, because that helps you consumable reload time if your planes are firing. I understand why you're thinking of that. Okay. I've seen also people go with vigilance because, you know, helps with dodging torpedoes. And I've also seen people go with brisk because it synergizes well with concealment. You can be faster. So it's really up to your personal opinion on how you build it. One other thing I'm going to mention to you, Big O, that's always a possibility is if you drop concealment, you can always take Furious, because I know how much you love firing your guns. Or you could also go close quarters because that helps your main battery reload as well.
I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
That might be something to toy around with.
So there's the nice thing is this is the cookie cutter build that everybody follows, and then from there you can experiment.
As long as you keep the maintenance one, IFHE, long range, and accurate secondaries with the Dren Rush, the last 8 points you can do whatever. And just tinker.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So then finally you've got your flags at ramming, hydro boost, and secondaries. You're just trying to conserve flags.
Yeah, and then after that I spent a lot of credits on flags, so...
Okay.
Oh, I was gonna say one other thing. Basically for Schlieffen's line, that's predominantly the build you want to run.
Yes.
That build. And then you could run it on the Preußen line up to FDG, but switch out ERE with fire prevention, keep the concealment. Or drop concealment and keep ERE with fire prevention.
Yeah. With one exception, that's the Gneisenau at tier 7. It's got the 128mm secondary, so you do not need IFHE for that one to pen the 32. But otherwise, you're right.
That is a valid point. I totally forgot about Gneisenau.
Everybody does. And Kurfürst also has the 128s.
Yeah.
Rob says German boats usually burn pretty good. Fire prevention may be good. So, and that's the point I'm making is like the Suzuya, these are great skills. You just have to pick from them. Wouldn't it be nice to have all of them? So, whatever. So, looking at the matchmaking carriers, yay! Straight tier 10, yay! Subs, yay! Have fun.
You know,
Yeah,
honestly,
you like
I
that?
still
It's a fun mod over here. Go ahead.
This is one of like 2 lines that I actually wailed out on, and I do not regret. I think there was only 2. This and the Regalo line.
The Regalo? Interesting.
Oh, and the Delaware line. I wailed out on that. So 3 lines, but this one was the most fun I had with.
Yeah, we've covered some of your Delaware games before. But I agree with you. Schlieffen, I think, suits you probably the best.
And I can make it work almost every time. Almost.
Yeah, I saw that mod. That's in Aslanes. I saw that mod someplace else, Wolfie, and I thought, hey, this looks kind of cool. So then I added it. And then my old camera blocked half of it. But now that I changed cameras, hey, here I am. And you can see the mod now. Yay. Alright, so you're thinking that might be the sub at A, since sub spawned on the other side. Although it looks like it's probably the Holland.
This match actually happened this morning. Like,
Alle
barely this morning.
Stationen, melde Position eines strategischen Ziels.
So your thinking is to stay behind the Schlieffen?
Well done, Commander.
No, I was gonna turn in here and then cross Torpe with the other Schlieffen.
Yeah, okay, I like that plan. Assuming he goes for it and doesn't stop, the 2 of you guys together will make it very difficult for this Holland.
Plus, we have Ashima.
Also, Rip the Hoffman dying within 2 minutes.
He found the Smolensk.
LOL. Well, unfortunately, the moment that you need to see the Holland, you can't see the Holland. Oops, subs in the cap too.
That is perfectly fine by me, because I get a really juicy kill at the beginning here.
Yep, torpedoes for where the Holland might be, as well as maybe the subsurfaces and takes a torp.
Hello, Salem.
Yeah. Completely oblivious to your existence. He's about to
And look at that
realize.
dispersion.
Very nice dispersion. And there goes half your hit points. Please hurry up and heal so I can farm you some more, please. Thank you. Braun's gone. Wow.
Both of them.
Yeah.
And then I
Salem
realized
is
he
just-
started moving forward, so...
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, little one.
I mean, that's on him. He just sat there, like, got wrecked. His better choice would have been to pull forward into the island, but he reversed. And so because of that, he's just sitting back and forth like that, so... At least he's being a good sport about it. That's right, goal. Exactly, who, Jam?
He shoots, he scores.
He says he's a noob. I think the
See, I
Shimikaze is
take
trying
this-
to get your attention. Yes?
I take the Shimu smoke and I turn
Torpedos
around.
after aus!
Because I don't want to push into a
Feuer auf
Vermont and an
gegnerisches
unspotted
Kriegsschiff
sub.
konzentrieren.
So,
And Holland. And a
Alle
Mecklenburg.
Stationen, vorrücken zum Erobern dieses Bereichs. Feuer auf gegnerisches Kriegsschiff
And it was at
konzentrieren.
this point that I
Torpedos after
realized-
aus!
our midsection is wide open.
Ah, yes, Hayate chasing down the carrier. Alright, so you're gonna go after that then.
Because
Okay.
I know all too well that people have no issue just letting a destroyer through. And what does it do? What's
Kills
the
your
first thing
carrier.
it'll do?
Yeah,
Yeah.
always. Yeah, I don't think you reinforced your sector there, so that could have been something handy to do as well.
Oops.
Hey, whatever. But I mean,
Ich brauche Ihre Unterstützung.
get a plane kill earlier, prevent their one of the ordnance from drop, like stuff like that. You know that. So, what key do you use for reinforced sector?
Oh,
The O key. So the little trick that I've done is I've changed mine to the V key, V for victory, because it's right underneath the F key where my index finger rests. So it's very easy for me to, just
Ich brauche Aufklärung.
automatically go reinforce sector versus you have to take your whole hand off the keyboard and find the O key, because then you're looking at your keyboard too. The big O key.
I gotta figure out if I have V attached to anything, because I think on certain ships I do.
Yeah.
If not, then
Yep. It's always a possibility, and I know some people have like the space bar for their depth charges, whatever. Sector, yeah, there it is, Dutch. Yeah. Hey, Ouija. Yeah, for reinforced sector. Yeah, you put on the V key or the space bar, because how often you use it in the game. Like here was another time where you could have used it, but obviously you're so focused on what you're doing, you're not going to take your hand off of the WASD
Torpedos
keys.
auf Steuerbord.
and the hydro comes off at the perfect time.
Yes. Now, if you had the hydro mod, you wouldn't be able to use your hydro because it would have lasted a little bit longer before you could get the cooldown going. Most people do space bar to shoot.
I generally run that mod on cruisers. That's for when I have to hunt destroyers. So. Oh, and do note, I switched over to HE because I know it's going to do more damage to him.
Yeah, I get you. I get you. The funny thing is the Hayate is wasting all of his ordnance on you, so when he gets to the Hakuryu, he can't do anything about it anyways.
Exactly.
Torpedos
Yeah, no,
voraus.
that's great. You are the perfect spoiler for his game. Matter of fact, that might be the title for this replay. Spoiler.
Okay.
Gegnerischer Zerstörer gesunken.
Cue the Euro Just Dodge music, right? Seriously. You don't even know what that key is. So by default, Ouija, the key is O or I think tilde for reinforced sector. What I've done is I have reinforced sector to the V key because it's just underneath my index finger. And then I made the tilde key, which is
Das
right
war ein
next to the
großartiges
one key,
Gefecht.
the tilde key. That key is for my pinky finger to hit to turn anti-air off. And again, it's right by my hand, so I can get to it quickly and easily because I play a lot of destroyers. Reinforced sector, as soon as you hit it, if there's something plane-wise in your anti-air bubble, automatically take some damage, not a ton, and then your anti-air damage ramps up to a certain percentage or amount, whatever. Okay, so essentially what it does is it gives you free anti-air against aircraft. Now, in some cases, that doesn't do jack. You do more plane damage, but you don't get any kills. In other cases, it's enough to kill a plane before, you know, it drops on you or something like that. So it really, you know, depends, but it's a good thing to get in the habit of doing. If you're being attacked, reinforce sector, because you might as well take magic extra damage against planes with the thought that maybe it'll kill one or two, and over the course of the game, that adds up. So a lot of people don't do that because they have to take their whole hand off the keyboard just to hit the O key for it. That's why I do it for
work for them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, it's too much work for you. I mean, you haven't done it yet in this game.
Well, I mean, you know what? This CV wasn't really that relevant this match, to be fairly honest.
But I'm just saying, if it's like a Unicum or something like that, hey, you know, aside from dodging, it's all you can do. So always do it, unless you want to shoot planes longer. And right, exactly.
So
now
this
you still
part, yeah, HE loaded. I know.
That's okay.
But that's because Mecklenburg has much better armor than Schlieffen.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and HE on a mech is fine too, because you just start fires and get them burning.
And it can destroy his torch.
Oof. That hurt. Using spacebar to... So spacebar to change targets is fine, but, you know, X is easy enough to hit too. So I would say spacebar, whatever you use the most would be a good choice for spacebar.
Now, during that downtime, I was telling everyone, you guys get focus B, we'll get A since we're the last two on this side. And Mecklenburg wasn't even close. And after that, that was, yeah.
Oh, he's just running away, so... Good song choice, by the way. What's up, AK-47? How you doing?
Ooh,
Happy Friday.
I see a nice juicy target.
Broadside to you, and it's a Vermont. It's the brick.
Yeah, brick. I saw that video too.
Oof. Ouch. 2 citadels, and it looked like you took out a turret even.
Yeah, surprisingly, as bad as German dispersion can be, not as it used to be, but it can still be pretty bad.
Yeah.
Schlieffen's guns are actually more accurate than GK line, or Poison line, whatever.
Wow. He's still sitting broadside to you. ASDFGET over on Kick. Hello, how are you? I am so cool. I'm so glad to meet so many channel promoters on Kick. That's pretty much everybody I ever meet on Kick is channel promoters. Absolutely, the song works well while playing that. What the heck is Kick? It's a streaming platform, like Twitch.
And this is where,
which I multi-stream
to.
to.
I get the 1v1 the Mecklenburg.
Tuber! Hey, Tuber! I got the scotch. Need to look into Kick, Meodathi? It's alright.
There's Thrasher,
I'll show you after this.
Got the 3 fires, put that out.
Double strike. Wow.
Gegnerische Schlachtschiff gesunken.
Honestly, with Schlieffen's line, you can get these quite often, the double strikes.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Anything with secondaries. And I mean, if you think about it, you've got the secondaries and the torpedoes and the main battery. So I mean, and then in this case also the ASW.
Well, I'm saying overall with Schlieffen's line, you can get double kills, triple kills. I think one time I even got a quad kill.
Jeez.
I don't even remember how that happened, but I survived.
Oh no, a torpedo. Whatever shall you do?
Boom.
Hey, the carrier's still there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm thinking. You don't even have to guess.
Yeah, you're gonna ram him. A little late there for the reinforcement, but whatever. So that's what's happening there. If you look at, yeah, if you look here, you can see this is what's happening when you do reinforcement. There, it increases your anti-air damage. Sorry to cut you off. I just wanted to make sure he could see that.
No, that's okay. I was gonna say that, and I was turning into his rocket planes.
Mm-hmm.
Side note, everyone, please write this down. Don't use Tiny Tims on the midway line. They are horrendous. Yeah, they pin more, but they're not worth it.
Never heard of Kick? It's a streaming platform that got created, and they had some really massive contracts for some Twitch streamers to become exclusive over there, and then people kind of forgot about it. But I don't mind streaming over there. There aren't that many Warship streamers over there, so I figured why not.
Now, having mained a CV for a long time, I always say CVs don't bother me, and you're seeing exactly why. Reinforced sector turning into the planes that are attacking.
He screwed up the drop because of that.
Yeah. Rockets and torps are easy. You'll take less damage. Bombs, have to eat that.
Bombs are tough, and midway bombs are no joke.
That's actually the bread and butter of that entire line.
Oh god, yes. Now, when it comes to reinforced sector, one of the things that you can do, because you were late the first time using it, is wait until the attack finishes, and then use reinforced sector on the planes that he's gonna turn around and attack you with again. Because he'll fly through that, like, the longest.
Okay, I'm writing that one down.
Notice, that's, in my opinion, that's only if you don't recognize it early enough to use the sector. Like, you know.
Did you take a picture at the beginning?
Yeah, I took a regular one, yeah. Notice I took the torp on protection instead of unprotected bow. That is true. And, hi, Midway. Now, if you really wanted to make a point or something, you would turn your secondaries off right now and just ram them.
But if I do that, I turn off my AA, and I don't want to do that.
That's the problem. Alternately, you can just go straight at him, because then your secondaries don't really have the arc on it.
Ooh, that's a good point.
The problem, though, is that he's actually making some good headway in killing you, and the Shimakaze there is there too, and he wants the kill. So you're like, no, I want the kill.
No kill. Nope.
Denied. And then that's when you clicked on him. Stand by all ordnance for point blank firing, right? Oh my goodness. Obviously inefficiency badge. Almost 200,000 damage. Dev strike, Confederate, double strike, and high caliber. Yeah. Gee, I wonder where you ended up on the scoreboard. I'm shocked you came in first place. Absolutely shocked.
3K basic speed. Over double their top earner on the enemy team.
Yep. Yep. Tons of swag for that game. Absolutely, Tuber. Absolutely. So, let's go ahead and pull up. I think this is the right replay render. All right, it is good. So, what are we gonna call this one? Schlieffen things? I said spoiler because you spoiled the Destroyers game. Schlieffen things. Any other ideas? Fire everything, says Rob.
I'm gonna go with Ensign on this one. I like Schlieffen things.
Okay, Schlieffen things it is.
There's the first two citadels on Salem.
Missed it by that much. Yeah, that's true, because he was so close. It was sleeping. It wasn't sleeping things till later on in the game. This is true, Jam. This is true. And I think one thing that I like is he took the time to be able to go back and deal with the destroyer instead of just constantly fighting on through. Yeah, sale signal is expired, so let me unpin that one.
Okay, so maybe not sleeping things. That was later on in the match.
It's your replay.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
You can see the rest of your team try to come back and support. Ironically enough, I think if you hadn't turned around, you'd still be okay because the Jinan and Shimakaze were paying close attention and did what they did. That being said, I mean, your decision making was perfect there. I would absolutely suggest doing that too.
Yeah, but we would have lost the CV at the same time. Had I not headed right back towards him.
Probably, possibly. It really depends on torpedo angles and stuff. By the time he got there, the CV had already gotten stern on, so you never know. Well, Big O, what do you think? What do you want to call it?
Screw it. Go with sleeping things.
All right, we'll leave it at sleeping things. Save the CV. CV lover.
I was gonna. No, you already have teamwork down for one replay, right?
Yes, at least one. And I think I have another one that was called the Schliefening.
Yeah, sleeping things. We'll just stick with that.
All right.
You know what I should have done, and I realized this after the match. I should have just waited until the torps hit and then got the Kraken.
If you wanted the kill, yes. Also, if you had fired your guns at him the first chance you had, you probably would have had a second shot with the reload and might have killed him that way too.
Maybe.
Oh well.
But still,
either way.
An awesome game overall.
Yeah. Hey, thank you for your tier 2 sub, Big O. That's your second replay from that, so appreciate you. And enjoy the new tier 2 emotes if you want. Had some fun putting them together, so.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's move on.
I have to go. I'll catch you later.
See you later. All right. So that's Shinoran or Gaelic Knight. Who's here? Shinoran or Gaelic Knight? When you don't lay two torps on the same line, you can't double sync a ship, you stagger them. This is true. This is absolutely true. Absolutely true. Oh, I forgot to show this scotch. Give me a sec, Tuber. I'm going to run a commercial break and get the next game ready. And then we'll go from there, okay? I gotta exit out of the game. And there we go. Big O, down on stream. Let's do the Marceau next. That'll be Shinoran's game. And we'll finish with the Carl Johan. How are we doing on time? 4 o'clock, 2 hours left in the stream. I do want to get to live play at some point. Yeah, are you talking about like you want to post a link to the picture on the channel? Or I mean, you could also put it in my Discord if you've got it. Let me know what you want. You're guessing rainforests? Yeah. There. You should now be a VIP tuber, Chimpy, so you should be able to post links now. Good song choice, by the way. Maker's Mark non-bourbon whiskey. Oh, I drink mostly Maker's Mark. That is sexy. Yeah, that is sexy. Interesting. I'll have to check it out. You liking it? Here. You haven't opened it yet. Okay. Well, I haven't opened this yet either. We're gonna open it up once the stream ends, or once we get to live play. But here's what I got. Lagavulin, 8 years. I asked Classic. Classic, I don't know if you're here or not. I asked Classic Lib to give me some suggestions because I know he drinks a lot of scotches. So he listed out 4 of them, and he said 2 of them were his favorites. So I said, okay. So I literally screenshotted that or copy pasted it and sent it to the wife. And I said, go to the liquor store and get one of them. And with emphasis on the bottom too. And she's like, okay. So she went to the liquor store and just grabbed one. So we'll try it out. Thank you again, Tuber Chimpy, for the tip. That was really nice of you. Appreciate it. And we're gonna open this up a little bit later on stream. All right. It's a very smoky, peaty one. Excelente. All right, commercial break is over. So let's get into our next replay. This is gonna be Shinorin in the Marceau, which is tier 10 French destroyer of ridiculousness. Thanks for all the years of watching. Appreciate you, man. So this is a interesting boat. I believe you can get her for coal. She's very fast and nimble. Her guns have good, decent range, but the thing about them is they got a bit of an arc to them, so you got to kind of figure all that kind of stuff. Hi, Skills Beat Meta. How you doing? Nice name. Love it. We are doing replay analysis, sir. We are looking at a Marceau game right now. The torpedoes on them are quite comfortable. Your standard Frenchy 9-kilometer. But it's the combination, the speed, the torpedoes, and the main guns that make this ship a very good ship to play, and a very challenging one as well. So let's talk about the build here. This is Best Naomi. I believe he's on the SEA server, the Asia server. So he's got main armaments mod 1, engine boost mod 1, aiming systems, propulsion, concealment, and main battery. Everything that you'd want to have for the Marceau. Nothing missing there in my opinion. And then for captain, he's got Abanu. Now Abanu has the survivability expert bonus, so this ship does not come with a heal, so having extra survivability expert is important. And for his talents, if he gets 2 million potential damage, he gets 8% extra ship speed, which is very very important. Rob, thank you. Yes, no drinking and driving here. Nope. And then he's got if he captures a key area, of course, he gets better chance of fire and flood on a target. And then finally, if he gets devastating strike, that helps him with reload of torpedoes and main battery. Okay. So his overall build, he's gone with gun feeder, last stand, survivability expert, dazzle, concealment expert, fearless brawler, and adrenaline rush. Now, personally, Best Naomi, if you're listening, I think you're better suited going preventative maintenance over gun feeder, because your main battery reload is relatively quick anyway, 3 seconds. What are you gaining from changing from HE to AP so quickly? So I think this is going to be a far better choice for you. Keep your guns, turrets, torpedo tubes, your engines, and your rudder alive better. And your anti-air for that matter too, because you've got pretty decent anti-air with defensive fire. So I'd absolutely do that. Everything else makes sense now. Some of you guys were commenting about Dazzle. If he doesn't take Dazzle, what does he take? Probably going to be radiolocation, which is probably what I would do as well. He could do main battery and anti-air expert for the range. He could do Mabas as well to help with the main battery guns if he wants to go full gunboat build. These are all options, but he chose to go with Dazzle. In a ranked environment, I would absolutely say radiolocation. Go find the enemy destroyer, hunt it down, gun it, and laugh. Rinse and repeat. For signals, HP, fire flood chance flags, speed, Defensive AA fire cooldown time? I don't think you'd really need that, but okay. Speed, consumables, and anti-air guns. You are on the C server, so I guess there's more carriers and stuff involved with that, I suppose. So maybe that's part of it. All right, let's get to the game. Super ship game, carriers involved, no subs. Okay. Let's see what he does. So I'd say the C cap, I mean, you know, most of the time you're going to play the cap you're assigned to start with, so fine. He's going to engine boost to C cap right away. Carriers on your side and in your division. Oh, that's why you went full anti-air stuff, because you knew you were going to have a carrier on the enemy team. Smart. I talk about that a lot, actually. You know you're going to have a carrier on the enemy team, then you pick anti-air skills. My favorite, a long time ago, in a random battle, was a player that took, I think he was in a destroyer, and he took speed boost over anti-air or something, in a Benson or something along those lines. I was div with Puddin and somebody else. Maybe it was Seabear. And I told him, I'm like, dude, why didn't you take anti-air? He's like, well, because you rarely see carriers in this game. I'm like, dude, you divisioned with a carrier. You're sucking a carrier in on the enemy team just because of that. He's like, oh, I hadn't thought about that. You got the Bliska. No mission. I don't know, Rob. I don't know anything about that. Hull on your side. Yeah, I think it was Essex and Benson. That was back in the old RTS days. He's got interceptors. That's an odd choice for an Essex, but okay. It's an odd choice because he's not going to spot anything with those planes. All that's going to be there, it's going to be good for, is to block him from being struck by carrier on that side. Anti-air is off. Very important in a carrier engagement. Oof. Oof. You got multiplanes coming at the same time as, I guess those are Hildebrand torpedo bombers. Aw, look at your carrier player helping you out. So now what you do is you turn your anti-air on because you encourage him to come after you. That's what I would have done there. I would have turned anti-air on to try to get him to strike you so that you ensure that his planes latch on. It's fairly common. Okay. I mean, I guess with the Essex you don't spot anyway, except anything that's 2 kilometers away, so... My big thing, though, when I'm playing Essex is if I'm trying to clear out an enemy fighter squadron, I can't with interceptors, right? Enemy team using ASW to try to clear out these interceptors. All right, Nevsky's in radar range.
Attention.
Hey, I can't swim. And you can see the interceptors did not latch on, so I guess that's another nice thing about having interceptors, is ASW is ineffective against it. Rip the Ibuki. Ooh, Hull probably just chewed in on him with AP. How you doing on this Friday, I Can't Swim? Might as well open up because you're on radar. Oh, he's gonna turn right into your torps, isn't he? Oh yeah. 2 torps, maybe? Just the one? No, he might hit your others. ASW planes are great clearing regular. Right. Absolutely they are for any tier, yep. Cold beer, life's good. Nice. I'm doing fine, Just hanging out in the stream room. It's 73 in here now, which is comfortable. It's not too hot. I'm trying to hold off on using my window AC. It's 57 degrees outside right now. So, you know, I don't like to use the AC if it's that cool out. 75 in the room according to my my other thermometer. But the nice thing is I do have a fan that's in the hallway blowing cooler air in from outside in the hallway. So Nevsky dodged the torpedoes. He probably turned Hydro on as soon as he took that first set of torpedoes from you. So now you can just sit there and farm. Ooh. Looked like Essex got some good torps in. Yeah, he did. I had to write down the ship name. Of course he's got Opizov on the ship. You see that flare there? That means he's procced Kuznetsov's thing. And rockets into him. There you go. Okay, you guys are even on ships. You're up on... You should be up on points, I would think that's the replay. Yeah, that's the replay bug. The points are reversed. You're gonna go beat up on a main? Ooh, this could be fun. Quality of the stream is slightly better on Twitch. That is weird. You're watching both on 1080. Well, thanks for letting me know that, Rob. YouTube I have set for better quality at the expense of latency. And Twitch I have set for, obviously, you know, less quality, more latency, so that people can chat and stuff in more real time. That's very strange. Very ballsy decision here, but you happen to have a division mate who can smoke you. That is dirty. So freaking dirty. Look at that, and he's even giving you a straight path into him to use your other torpedoes. Wild. Side note, there's been talk about Twitch starting to allow for 1440p streams. And if that happens, that's gonna be great because I play on a 1440p monitor. So I think that'll actually help my CPU processing quite a bit. And the GPU at that matter, right? It's less transcoding it's got to do on the fly. You sure this world? Yeah, he's a div mate, so of course he's helpful. Right? They're coordinating all their decision making and stuff. Now he's gonna come out of the smoke here, and just a little too close, so that he opens up on his guns. Here's the Dazzle coming into play. Remember that while Dazzle's active, he does get a boost to his speed, and also a debuff for enemy accuracy of shells. Well, Wolfie, anytime you have team play in a game that's designed to be team play, you kind of question it as sus sometimes, right? Especially in ranked. But in this case, oh man, that could have hurt you a lot more. In this case, he's got the automatic teamwork from having a division mate that does that. Skills, good question. Easiest thing that you can do is jump in my Discord, and I have a replay analysis channel where you can drag and drop the file directly to. The other option is to email me. I've got my email in the about section, lordzathna@gmail.com. You can email me the file there. When you send in a replay, I download it, I add it to my pile of replays, and I either get to it or I don't. It really depends on certain situations, like the patch. I've got tournaments coming up, so I won't be doing as many replay streams, for example. And then also, some people prioritize replays using free methods like channel points on my main channel, which is here, or on my rerun channel. Some people actually go and chill over there and farm channel points on the rerun channel, because that's running 24/7. Or they help me out with sponsorships like Matchmasters that's going on right now. So that's kind of like the free way to make sure that we get your replay covered. And then there's the paid way, of course, which is if you subscribe to the channel, or you join my Patreon as a supporter, then I owe you at least one replay a month, depending on you know, what tier, if you do a Twitch sub, for example, if it's tier 2 or 3, you know, I'll cover more subs for you, or more games and stuff like that. So, yeah, thanks. I'm glad that that's out there. And hey, you know, when I do a replay of that, yes, a Prime sub does count for replays as well. Yes. Thanks for reminding me of that. I can't swim. Anyway, while we've been talking about that, you farmed down the Yamato. Good job. See that, folks? It's free! Good times. Good times. So, Hildebrand last spotted. I don't know how recent that is. Could be a scary thought, though, if he's still right there. Maybe a strange question, where do I find the replay? It's not a strange question at all, Rob. Most people don't understand this. It's on the World of Warships directory, so if you just did the default install, that's C:/games/World of Warships. If you set up your own install, then, you know, it's wherever you set up your install. Oh, look at that! Clutch smoke right there, keeping you from being torped by the Hildebrand, or the Malta. And within that game folder, there's a folder called Replays. By default, your last 30 replays are saved. Your last 30, most recent replays. Dude, turn your anti-air on and kill those planes. There you go. I would even use defensive anti-air fighter here, just because you haven't used that consumable much. Look at the Witherer. Yeah, you guys could always join up on the public test, that's true. You guys are down quite a bit on ships, though. The nice thing about replays in this game is that they are pretty small files. We're talking like 3 megabytes. Very easy for you to email or attach on a Discord or something like that. Here's where I would defensive anti-air now. Look at all the planes that you can shoot down. Defensive anti-air, you got it. I think you forgot you got it, frankly. Oh, there's the Hildebrand. Oh, God. Dazzle, activate. Oh, and you found the Malta. Okay, so your path to victory is through the Hildebrand and the Malta, right? There's the defensive anti-air. It's Malta bombers. They're AP bombers anyways. They don't matter. Notice he didn't fire torpedoes at the beginning of this engagement. He's waiting until the Hildebrand's in a position where he really can't do anything about it. And right there, real men don't look at explosions, guys. Rip the Hildebrand. Holland can't believe his eyes. Now your right side torpedo tubes have been used, so you could flip your guns and ironically also dodge the torpedo bombers coming, so that your torpedo tubes are available to hit the Malta. But you're just assuming he's gonna be bad with aim, and well, you were right there. He's a little behind. Carrier's not broadside anymore, so you can see the change back to HE shells. Cleaver can set AP as a smart choice until turned around. Yep. We're going to see him switch back to AP again soon. I don't know if I would have DCP'd there, but I guess you just really want to make sure this guy dies, so you've got your gun turret back. Nice. Now you did get a Dev Strike, so you do have a bonus to your reload. And I have my finger over the end key to pause the game as soon as you go explodey explodey. And he missed again. Wow. Yeah, check it out afterwards. Absolutely. There are mods in this game that we sometimes that we like to use. One of them changes the maximum number of replays from 30 to whatever you set. I used to do like 300. I think I have it set to infinite. But keep in mind, when there's a patch that comes out, it, one, invalidates all of the older replays, and two, automatically deletes, unless you remember to change the configuration, automatically deletes all but 30 of your most recent replays, which really is frustrating. Speaking of frustrating, how'd you like to be that Araj player trying to kill you? And he still failed! The Holland, look at the Holland in all chat. What? 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 Oh my goodness. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So now your div mate in the Essex is dealing with the Holland in front of him. It's a bad matchup for him. You gotta hope the Bungo, he's gotta hope that the Bungo has support, or can support him with his guns. We'll see what happens. Yeah, the Holland is afraid of the Bungo, so he's staying on the other side of the island. Makes sense. Make sure the replay render. Nope, I forgot to change that, so let's do that now. A good name for this replay is Confusion. Why would you say Confusion, Rob? Essex is smoking himself up. And then he's going to try to drop, of course, on the Holland. Torpedo's coming. Because he's confusing his enemies. Fair enough. You can see the value there in being able to smoke himself. He smoked himself, I think, twice. One from each of those different squadrons. And he might be able to be using his secondaries, too, on the Essex. Bungo looks like he took some torpedoes. Holland's at 1,000. Essex torps. Well, yeah, absolutely, yes, going for the cap is smart. All he can do is watch now. Holland is still alive. Bungo did Bungo things to the Ibuki. He does die if he gets sneezed on. Unfortunately, so does the Essex at this point. He's actually pretty healthy. But a torpedo salvo or two from the Holland will finish them off. But he's behind the smoke screen, so the Holland can't see it. Nope, now he's out. He's out of the smoke now. Holland sees him. Looks like more secondaries, but the Holland is healing. And the Holland and Ibuki take out the Bungo. Oh my god. Well, your Essex probably needs to turn to dodge torpedoes. He's turning out, looks like. And he looks like he's going to smoke himself right here. And we see if he did. Nope. Unfortunate. Holland kills the Essex. But wait, there's more. Vive la France. Essex does Essex things. Yes. Coordinated attack. And now all you have to worry about is an Ibuki. And it looks to me like points are reversed once again. So you are in first place. Your team is winning. And you can handle an Ibuki. With a minute to go. This is it. This is done. Well played. You got it. What a crazy battle. One of the wildest ones I've seen. Naomi, the only thing I would say to do is use your defensive anti-air more frequently. But I think this does a great job of demonstrating how powerful the support carrier classes are. So the Essex, the Yorktown, and to a certain extent also the Shinano, when you're divisioned with somebody else. And there's the Game Awards in chat. Someone's a little salty. You hate to see it or love to see it. You want me trying to time this so he's going to get out of the cap just as he gets the cap. He slowed down just to make sure he got it. Just in time to win the game. That is full base cap number 3. Or trois if you are French. Wow. GG indeed, guys. GG indeed. Look at all these medals. Look at all these achievements he got, right? Confederates, obviously an efficiency badge. Strike team, Dev Strike, shoulder to shoulder, brothers in arms, coordinated attack, Witherer, high caliber, and 2 general offensives. 315,000 damage. Achievement Hunter would be a great title, Vadeshi. First place. Surprise? Oh my goodness. Just the craziness of this battle. I'm amazed that you lived. So, and I guess that demonstrates the value of Dazzle and the value of poor aim from your opponents. Did he miss Liquidator? Yeah, he didn't get a Liquidator. How close was he to a Liquidator? Nowhere near. He didn't have any real flood damage at all. Alright, let's put the replay render tool up. And just enjoy, guys. Achievement Hunter. Any other titles you guys can think of for this game? I think Achievement Hunter makes perfect sense. Merit holder? And it looks like Yoldiol subbed, and it hasn't popped up yet. You might have done it anonymously. Sorry, the bot does catch that. But yeah, thank you either way for supporting the channel, man. Really appreciate you. Propelling us towards victory and epic replays. Carlos on YouTube, which one am I? I am not in any of these games, Carlos. These are replays. I am looking at other players' games and giving them feedback. How are you today, Carlos? You're on YouTube. I see you're on the vertical stream. If you are looking for the full experience, I do have a horizontal stream as well. I mean, the use of smoke is just so powerful here. Absolutely amazing. You're doing good? Excelente. Thank you for tuning in. Do you play Warships, Carlos? I get a lot of people, especially on the vertical stream, that don't know anything about this game. It just pops up and they're like, oh, what the heck is this? This absolutely was a GG. This was one of the GGest of Gs. Look, there's another smoke. See, right there, defensive anti-air fire would be good. You don't. Got it. No problem. You don't have to play the game to be hanging out. I do other games too. Happy Zather Day to you too, Coughlin. Right there. Chef's kiss on that dude. Poor Hildebrand. This is the craziest part, though. The fact that you gunned down the Malta and then gun down the Iraj without dying is just stupid. Just stupid. But it worked. Ironically enough, if you would have died, you'd have lost the game. Now let's see what your carrier buddy's doing here. So he's backing up as you'd expect. There's the smoke for himself, and he's going to start moving so the Ibuki can't farm him. That makes sense. I think this is a bit of a mistake here. He then turns to try to turn out, and I think he might have been better suited to just stay where he was. I don't know. Hard to tell, though. If there's a way that he could have been keeping the Holland spotted too, then maybe his secondaries could have been firing off against the Essex too, against the Marceau or the Holland, and he could have gotten the kill with the secondaries. Oh well, whatever. It's a win. Be happy with that. Jeez, and there's the victory. Absolutely bonkers game, Shin. Thank you for sending it over. Appreciate you. Appreciate giving me the chance to take a look at it, give you some feedback. So from there, we're going to go to the right back screen. Guys, we got one final replay to cover, but I also need to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to get that going. And I'm going to run a commercial break while I get the last replay set up for the day. That's going to be Gaelic Knights Carl Johan game. All right. So let me run commercial break, and I'll be right back. Okay. And then Tuber Chimpy, once we finish the next replay, our last replay, then it's dirty water time, and we're going to open up that bottle. Let's see. So that's the Marceau. We're on the Carl Johan. Some wise man always says when you do something stupid but works, it ain't stupid. Right? Right? Amaranth. Interesting word there. You'll crack your dirty water when I crack mine. Innuendo is getting worse. Good times, good times. All right. Oh, this is the perilous route game mode. Okay, cool. I played a little bit of perilous route. Have you guys been enjoying the perilous route? Have you guys been playing it at all? Okay, let's see. Replay render. Change this to the Carl Johan. There we go. It's all right. I agree with you there. It's all right. I don't think it's fantastico or something like that. It's all right. Really? Interesting. Rumble looks like it got... No, on one of mine. Okay. Oh, whatever. Weekend Warrior, hello. How are you doing? Doing the dockyard mission grinds there, it's easier. Yeah. It's definitely an easier win than flagship ops, yes. Cashew is the big word. You guys got it. Working from home, nice. Very nice. The only real positive thing, in my opinion, to come out of the pandemic is the change to working from home is a possibility. Maybe better off just doing perilous route than flagship ops, yes. I still think flagship op is really only good if you've got a division of at least 3 people working together. All right, let's get to the game. All right, so this is going to be Gaelic Knight, who used Cover My Replay. Scheist! Get some, he says. What's up, dude? You're quoting jingles. Okay. 16 months in a row, Scheist.
Yes, sir.
16 months of subscription. You're not just getting some, you're getting the whole treasure chest. Your support keeps the fleet sailing smoothly. Here's to more epic battles, legendary moments together. I'm on my last replay right now, and then we're going to do a special Dirty Water cheer. And, yeah. And we'll do some live play. You're prepared, all right.
On the desk.
Well, there you go. There you go. So, as I was saying, this is Gaelic Knight, who used to cover my replay to force us to take a look at this particular game. This is the Carl 14 Johann, which is a ship that, frankly, I don't like that much. I never really got into it. Some people have made it work for them, notably Grunty, TM Grunty, when we had Unbreakable Line event. But I really struggle with this ship. And I think the reason why is because this is a ship that's best played as a kiting away cruiser that has torpedoes that reach a long range and they're very fast because they're pan-European torpedoes. So I'm used to playing it more like a Scharnhorst, which is bad. So she's got the 305 guns. She's decently maneuverable and stuff. The big thing about her is the torpedoes. And, of course, you got your heal and your hydroacoustic surge. So for build, main armaments mod 1, damage control mod 1. You could take hydro mod instead. Aiming systems is fine. Steering gears mod, concealment mod, and range. Now, I find a couple things interesting here, Gaelic, if you are listening. The first is that you have aiming systems here. You're preferring your aim over your secondaries, and especially in this game mode, I think you're far better suited going with secondary battery and third slot to really get out there and reach with your secondaries. Because if you're going part away, and you might as well go all the way in there. Your maneuverability sucks. So and it's kind of funny. I mentioned her being agile. She's not really. Never mind. Forget what I said there. She's got a bit of a tight turning radius, but that's about it. So yeah, I really think you'd be better suited for aiming systems. And then the last thing is your main battery. Your main battery range of 22 kilometers is more than enough for you in this kind of game mode. And I think main battery reload would be a better option for you. And then for captain skills, you've got Jersey Mike. Now, Jersey Mike has a buffed adrenaline rush, so as you take more damage, you get a greater boost to your reload, which is really nice. Also has some talents. If he gets enough torpedo hits, he gets a quicker reload time. Also better anti-air damage after shooting down enough planes. It's really the torpedoes that are going to matter in this game mode. So you've got emergency repair specialist, grease the gears, basics of survivability, adrenaline rush, secondary range, manual secondaries, and concealment. It's a 20-point captain. So first thing I would have done is I would have gone preventative instead of emergency repair. Keep the secondaries alive, keep your torpedoes alive, keep your anti-air alive. Especially in perilous route, I think that would be a really good use of your first point. More important than emergency repair. For your second point, if you want to go grease the gears because you're moving your turrets around all the time, that's perfectly fine. Scheist with the on-screen celebration. Let's go. Thank you, Scheist. And then the other thing is, you've got too much here. You have to unfortunately choose between one of these 3 skills. Otherwise, you're forced to take another 1-pointer, which you can do. But I think you're better suited taking another 4-point skill, like for example this one, to just get an automatic extra heal. So I probably would have done that. And finally, I probably would have dropped Concealment Expert in favor of Fire Prevention, especially in Perilous Route, because good chance that you could be set on multiple fires. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, the bots, they changed AP after you're set on fire. So maybe Concealment is okay, or alternatively, you could go improve Repair Party Readiness or Basics. Maybe IRR and something up there could be fine. For flags, we've got HP flag, fire reduction, fire flood chance, heal boost, speed, consumables, anti-air, and secondaries. Super Chimpy, Carl Strinks, really, it's just in kiting away and hitting things with torpedoes that people don't expect. Her secondaries are okay, they're not the greatest. Because they are not German, the thing about the secondaries here is, even with IFHE, you don't get that magic 130mm penetration. You've got 20mm by default, and then if I were to drop that, for example, it only goes up to 25. So IFHE is pretty much a no-go on this ship, so you can't really play it like a Schlieffen. Part of the reason why I don't really like her that much. I'm too aggressive in these ships, and so I find myself getting killed a little bit too easily. All right. In co-op, well, absolutely. And in randoms, they're useful. In this mode, they're useful. The speed of the torpedoes is what makes them so useful. You actually get people before they expect you to see them. And then you've got Scottish Hammer, of course, divisioning with you in the Valparaiso. Nice setup for this mode. Now, if you haven't been playing this game mode, you've got a ship that you need to escort to the final destination. There's a couple different ways that this plays out. In some cases, you've got transports that spawn here. If I go to missions, it says 3 ships in 1 minute. Ensure command ship arrives. Okay, so you don't necessarily know what's going on. All we need is fried chicken. Fair enough there, Spaceman Spiff. How you doing? Happy Friday to you, sir. So you're keeping your guns left. So usually, grab your tiger and dance. So usually there's stuff that spawns here, like transports, or there's stuff that spawns up here chasing the Duncan. So there's no need to race forward. I usually do anyway, because I'm aggressive as all heck in this mode. I've been farming my Mets missions in this mode, and also recently the cruiser. I think I'm still on that cruiser main battery hits. Once I finish the Mets missions, then I'll farm the JJ missions probably in this, or I'll do it in ranked. I'll probably do it in ranked. Puny tier 6 cruiser. Oh look, destroyers. Now you also have a support consumable, a group heal. You can see that's the 9 key. At least for me, I don't know if it is for you guys or something, but... Now you could put Hydro on just to detect torps, but it looks like the Pomeran's got it going, so you don't need to worry about it. You could luck chuck torpedoes actually at the at both sides. You might be able to get something out of it.
Commander, stay on course and protect the command ship.
But as you can see, lots of lower tier ships, tier 6s. So, kind of fun. Beat up on those smaller boats. This is an environment where, you know, you don't need to worry as much about IFHE, for example. So if you're playing a ship with non-IFHE secondaries, that's perfectly fine. If you're playing a ship with smaller caliber main guns, like these 305s and the Carl Johan, that's also perfectly fine. I've been going around citadeling stuff with the Mets, actually. Been quite good feeling from that. But yeah, see, if you had buffed out your secondary range, they'd be engaged on the Mutsu right now. Gaelic plays the game to have fun, for those of you guys who don't know. He just wants to relax, have a good time. So, you know, he doesn't put as much thought into it. You know, it is the best way to play it, absolutely.
That's why it's called a game.
I'm shocked.
So,
what's your dirty water of choice for tonight, sir?
oh, it's tequila-based concoction.
Hey, Discipline. Teams failing to keep track of the command ship position is where you see a lot of losses in this mode. In other words, they're too far forward or too far back. And you can see that in this case, both Scottish and Gaelic are doing a nice job of covering the rear. Alright, Meals, good night. Thanks for tuning in. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow for the tournament, huh? What is Issei doing? Now, this game mode, the credit earnings don't seem to be as strong. Torpedoes! You forgot your torpedoes! Use the torps, Luke! This game mode is really good for grinding ships, but it's not good for grinding credits. You'll get decent to good XP out of these games, depending on how well you do in the battle. But generally speaking, credit earnings are a little on the lower side. So think of it as co-op-ish credits and operation-style XP earnings, I guess would be a great way of thinking of it. Molotov! Broadside! Hopefully he doesn't get dead to the rune. Good thing your rune was there to block the the shots for you, huh? Gotta love teammates. Gotta love teammates. Well, congratulations, Shice. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Mysore. Forget about the
building on the
Issei for it.
last- Building on the last part that I told you in private.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's definitely working.
Good. I would have shot the Mysore there. He's broadside to you, and not worry about the Issei so much. Also, you keep forgetting you have torpedoes.
Torpedoes direct front.
That is a very good point as well, Wolfie. Yes, these battles do last quicker. They are quicker battles, so yes. Hello, Fidelis. I'm doing fine. How are you? Tuning in on YouTube.
Enemy battleship destroyed. Problem solved, sir.
And another kill. And I think, Wolfie, that's the reason why credit earnings just aren't as good, but the XP earnings are, right? So if you've got a lot of credits in the game, this is a great mode to grind through ships. Let's see.
We destroyed an enemy
Alright,
cruiser.
cool. Fidelis is on the horizontal feed. Torps.
Fire.
Torps. It's like Gaelic has completely forgotten that torps are a thing.
Driving you nuts, isn't it?
Oh, you remembered.
Enemy cruiser sunk.
Well, kind of is, right? Because there's so many more opportunities to make things happen. Speaking of making things happen, guys, we have a giveaway in chat right now. This is over on Twitch, so if you're on YouTube, Kick, or Rumble, get on over to twitch.tv/LordZath, and then make sure you do a follow. That's the heart icon. It's free. And then type something in chat, okay? Thank you for keeping the language clean. You're welcome. And generally, I don't swear. If I get really frustrated, I might, but generally speaking, I try
We
not
can
to.
fix that.
Yeah, sure. Enter me into the giveaway. Banjax, how's it going? Ah, your kids are watching too. Okay, cool. Well, in that case, we'll do our best to stay appropriate for that. Although, just so you know, we are gonna do a little celebration with some dirty water in just a little bit space, and that would be alcohol. So keep that bleepity bleep bleep out.
Yeah. You better have a bleeper.
That's right. How you doing, Colonel Nasty? How you been, man? How's the house? Did you guys ever get that all settled up? Ship on a rampage, indeed. Looks like the fort might be on the other side of that little bit, so you can't shoot it. Better every day. House is awesome. Good to hear. Didn't you? Weren't you? If I remember right, weren't you putting it up on stilts and all that in New Orleans? Or wasn't that you that had to deal with all that?
You remember the game Killer Instinct?
Oh yeah, of course.
So imagine this game with the announcer in the background, killer combo, and all that kind of stuff.
That could be kind of fun, huh?
And you start blasting somebody, like you get so many secondary hits in a row, like that little thing off the side of your screen before it has a chance to go to the top. You're sitting there just pounding on somebody with freaking DPM, and then all of a sudden you get all kinds of notifications. That would be pretty sick.
Well, you know, a voice mod would be kind of fun too, right? Like, you know, I'm thinking back to Unreal Tournament, you know, Rampage, Godlike, exactly. You know, like that kind of stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
Buying one up on a hill.
I want to hear God mode.
Okay, right. That's right, Girl Nasty. I remember now. I'm not grinding Dockyard Fidelis, at least not right now. This is other people playing. So Scottish Hammer is playing, or not Scottish, sorry. Gaelic Knight is playing this game with Scottish Hammer in his division. And probably grinding Dockyard. What if there's a sound and voice crossover with Red Deck Rampage? There you go.
He's catching on.
But yeah, I always thought the Unreal Tournament would be a fun one, or even like a Simpsons one. I had a Simpsons voice mod for Windows way back when it was like Windows XP or something like that. And if there was like a problem, it would go, "Don't," you know. Like,
nice.
I actually had a Transformers one.
I could see that being fun.
The Transformers one was really good because when I would minimize a window, it would do the transformation sound effect, like going into car mode. And then when I would maximize it, it would go the other way, going into robot mode. And then I had all kinds of other little bits and stuff in there. I was a real geek. You couldn't tell, guys.
Not you.
Leone, everybody, look at that. Wargaming finally found a use for Leone in this mode to be shot at by the players. Nice hit on Leone. HE is probably the better choice, but if he's going to stay Valenti, who cares? Hydro would be good right now. Make sure you don't get torpedoed. And don't forget to control click on their name to, you know, engage your manual secondaries.
Because yes.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Why would you do that? Because yes.
Because yes. Now would be a really good time for the group consumable for the healing. And at this point, I think Gaelic has decided
Enemy destroyer sunk.
We're doing this. And he had a title for this, I think. Deep in Hot Water is his title, and I think you can see why right now. Rob, going back to bed? All right, no problem. Thank you for tuning in. It's great to meet you. Be careful of that whiskey later. Oh, I will be. Don't worry. Nice kill in there. Oh, full kill on the Ashitaka. Let's go. Heal time would be good.
Battleship.
Deep in hot water. Nice hit right up the butt on the Orion 44.
Fire.
You think
Give
that
him
manual
Solana.
secondaries thing will... I'm sorry, what?
Give him the Lana.
Mm-hmm. What does that mean?
Spell it backwards.
Okay.
Children listen.
So
Enemy cruiser sunk.
when you have manual, oh, that's not here. When you have manual secondaries, this is when you click a target, then you get the dispersion bonus. If you don't shoot any, if you don't click on something, then your secondaries don't get any bonus at all. DCP, oh, you got it. Right there, boom, death pick time. Yeah, Tuber, Hydro not used, like we said, you know, I think Gaelic's a little bit more casual here and not using as much of the things available to him, but he's having a good time. He's ripping through the enemy fleet, and he's giving us some gorgeous death picks. I mean, look at that. Yeah, very aggressive play there at the end. And I would agree with you, Wolfie. Relying upon instincts and situational awareness instead of Hydro. 10 kills, actually, Wolfie. 10. Oh my goodness, Colonel Nasty. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad everything's okay with you, though. Thank you for sharing. Too many brawlers set. That's my experience in ranked, man. Brawling battleship, I'm gonna hide behind an island. 10 kills. You got killed by the puny Orion 44. First place on your team with 1,651 base XP. Let's go. Not a bad performance at all. You actually did almost more damage with your secondaries than your primary guns. That's wild. And then look at your torpedoes. Look how close all three of these are in numbers. That's pretty impressive right there. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So, Gaelic, the only thing I could tell you is, you know, don't forget the tools that you have. Use all of your tools, right? Use the Hydro. Use the torpedoes. That sort of thing. Let's get the replay render tool active. And I guess Gaelic wants Deep in Hot Water to be his title. So we're gonna respect his wishes on that. And I'm gonna put together a poll while this is playing through. For you guys to choose which replay should go to YouTube.
And then
All right, I'm just typing up. Make him deep in dirty water. There you go, Tuber. So, chat, you're going to have 10 minutes to vote here. Your choices... Yeah, very good on you. Your choices are going to be, and this is over on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, Rumble, or Kick, and you want to have a say in which of these replays should go to YouTube, get over to Twitch, okay? There's the Montecuccoli, which is a, we call that Code Brown. That's the Tier 5 Italian cruiser. Suzuya Golden, we called Staying Alive, because that's exactly what NBA did. Schlieffen, we called that one just Schlieffen Things. That's Big O's replay. Marceau, that was the insane game before this. It calling that one Achievement Hunter. And then finally, this replay, the Carl Johan Deep in Hot Water, which I can't completely type out. You guys have 10 minutes to vote, and Banjax, congratulations on the blue bonuses.
I got to pick Code Brown just for the name.
They were all very good replays. Absolutely, yes.
I didn't see him with the last one, so Code Brown it is. Good
There
job.
you go. Yeah, that was
That's-
M Notes game.
That's just a really good. You named it really well. I like it.
Well, thank you. That's the idea. You know, that the title's important. Try to get them clicks, you know?
Now, if the Staying Alive one had the Bee Gees dubbed in the background, we could go with that.
It actually did during the replay, but on YouTube that won't come through because I have music muted on YouTube.
Oh.
Because, you know, copyright and stuff.
Oh, well, yeah, there's that.
There is that. Yeah.
Lame.
Your 320k Schlieffen replay was not saved. Ouch. Sorry to hear that about that, Malaka. But don't worry. There's always opportunities out there. And I always tell people, you don't need to send to me the best replay out there. Just a regular any old replay will do because that's where I can give you the most feedback. All right, Gaelic, thank you for the replay. Thank you for sending in. Thank you for all your support. And hope I got you some good stuff there. Twitch DJ features appreciated, yes. And if people don't like the DJing, there's always YouTube that doesn't have the music. Malaka, I actually had, is it Malaka or Mayaka? I should be asking you these questions. I actually had somebody once say, I met them in person. They said, I sent you the very best replay I've ever had, the best game in Worships I ever had, and you blew it full of holes. And you found all these things I did wrong. And he said, I was really happy that you did that because it made him realize that he had a lot to learn in the game still, which is great because this is one of those games, there's always things to learn. Have I tried the blue hair? Yes, I have, Fidelis, on my YouTube channel. If you search for that ship, you will find the dockyard progress as well as my own little review on it, where I take it into two different play styles: a lighthouse build, farm, long range, or close in style. And frankly, I'm not a fan of either. So, but you know, some people like it. If you already have a Prince Eugen, you got the blue hair. It's just she's at tier 8 instead of tier 9. Big whoop. Chat, I'm gonna do this. We're gonna get another while you guys are all voting and stuff, I'm gonna get this going, and it is time to get the dirty water. So I'm gonna go get my glass for that, and I'm gonna refill my regular water as well. We've got about an hour left of time. You always enjoy new tricks from watching me play Destroyers. Yeah, I love sharing that kind of stuff with you guys. We're going to go to live play in a little bit. We're going to do a cheers ahead of time. I know there was somebody that was hanging out with a child. If you want them to look away while we do this, that's fine. I'm just warning you ahead of time. We got a little bit of time before we get to that, okay? I'm going to do a commercial break now. I don't make it a big part of the stream, but, you know, we always like to do a cheer when we go to live play on Fridays. This weekend we'll be doing the tournament Saturday and Sunday. So we'll do a cheer as well when we transition to live play from the tournament coverage. All right, I'll be right back. Policy is the big word. Okay. Welcome back, NBA. Just in time for the cheer, man. Let's see what the temperature's looking like in the room now. 74, let's go. So blowing air in from the hallway is helping out the room temp. Watching on YouTube upstairs. Nice. Hey, King Cool Cat, how are you? NBA, we got the vote going, by the way, if you haven't voted yet. How you doing today, King Cool Cat? You having a good Friday? Has your weekend begun yet? Oh, a lot of dust on this. Box has been sitting for a while in the store. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, you're welcome. Enjoy the boosters. It's one of the... I love being a community contributor for this game because it gives me the opportunity to, you know, give stuff away, get stuff to the people, you know? I don't need the boosters. I don't need the stuff. I got all the stuff. I've worked hard to get to these stuffs, you know? All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. And no one's playing, so we can just do this. Yeah. Oh, perfect timing! Wolves, sorry, I just flipped over. Perfect timing. We just got to their dirty water, and here we go. This is what we're drinking today, guys. Thanks to Tuber Chimpy and his cheer last week. He said, I want you to get some good scotch for the tournament this weekend, for the Enterprise I tournament. So here we go, ASMR time. There we go. Now, Spaceman, if I remember right, you're the father, right? Watching, you got one of your kids watching right now. So again, we're gonna just kind of do a cheer together, and all that kind of stuff, and then go from there. What am I expecting? I have no idea, Tuber Chimpy. I have no idea. Now, I love that sound, right? I'm glad it came through. I enjoy scotch. I don't drink a lot of it, so I don't really know what to expect from scotch. You know what I mean? I don't. Whoa. Got a smell to it, though. Just even on my finger, I can... Anyway. Chat, if you guys want to raise a glass, feel free to share what it is you're consuming. Does not have to be alcoholic, of course, by any means. It's a different color, though. I'm not used to this, to scotch. You know, to a liquid being this clear. These are whiskey cubes, by the way. These are gifts. These were gifts from Wargaming for this Christmas. Isn't that nice of them? They got all the different ship classes there, including subs. But yeah, you know, it's all up there. It's kind of cool. Scotch for the adult, watered down cola, and a decoy bottle for the kiddo. Perfect. Perfect. Down the hatch, Tuber Chimpy. You have to admit you cheated. You cracked Maker's Mark wheat whiskey while I played the last relay. Couldn't wait long enough, huh? What did you think of it? Oh, that's interesting. Fruit punch and vodka. Nice. Smoky and peaty. Yes, it is. It is, Kosu. I like that. I like a really smoky scotch. I'm going to tell Classic he had a good choice. As a matter of fact, I'm going to DM him that right now. I'm going to load up the game. If you guys want to join me, we're going to do some... I think we'll do some Unbreakable Line. I got to take a look and just check my missions. But if we're set for that, then that's what we'll do. And just message me in game, Lord_Zath on the NA server, and we can get some games going. What was this? Or not Unbreakable Line. I'm used to calling it that emote, but you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the current game mode, whatever it's called. Perilous Route, I think it is. You wish you could teleport, teleport me a glass, 57-ish%, and smooth as normal Maker's Mark, but fruitier. Ah, okay, very nice. Now before we get to this, Thanks, Scheist. Before we get to this, I want to talk a little bit about... do I ever live stream the public test server? I have in the past. The difficulty for me is I just don't have a lot of time. As you can see, it's already 5 o'clock, and I normally go till 6. And we've done 5 replays. We did 2 hours looking at World of Warships Legends on PC, the beta test for that at the start of the stream. So it's difficult to find time to do all that and play the game myself, because I actually do enjoy the game. But I have done it in the past, though. And when we're talking about playing with viewers and stuff like that, it's great because it doesn't matter what server, everybody's logging in the same one, right? So I want to remind you guys, don't forget, if you haven't already done so, make sure that you have collected and started whatever missions are in the Narvik to Dunkirk. I always forget to get them started, so just make sure that you've done that. It's over here on the side, okay? And before we get into the game, can somebody please explain to me how the card game thing is supposed to work? I think that's in the Dunkirk mode right here. So, can anybody explain how this works? Can we just quickly go through, like, what do you do here? Because I got no clue.
I got 49 support tokens, don't have a clue.
You just clicked on things, and it did things, and that was it?
Oh, you can grab the card and move them.
Some missions are on the calendar in the news articles. First, you select the mission, which is the tutorial. So I click on this. Okay. All right. And then read the rules. I don't want to read the rules. Oh, here. Minigame has 2 types of missions, key missions and supply missions. Defeating the enemy in key missions will help you successfully accomplish the operation stages and progress through the event. During the event, you can receive various rewards, including Tier 6 Destroyer Gallons. Supply missions grant special modifiers that provide different advantages in key missions. You will also receive support tokens that can be used to purchase new cards and modifiers. So there's your answer there, Scheist, for you.
I don't get it.
What's the compensation? I have no idea.
I'm screwed.
Missions have 3 difficulty levels: easy, medium, and hard. Higher difficulty level means more challenging battles, also more valuable rewards. Total power represents the strength of individual cards, both your cards and enemy cards. It is calculated as the sum in 3 parameters: survivability, damage, and evasion. Total power is also affected by buffs from other cards on your playfield and by each card's HP. Total power is the main factor that determines your chance of victory. In supply missions, you win if your card's power is equal to or greater than the enemy's. In key missions, your card's total power is displayed as a range. If the upper limit of the range is lower than the enemy's total power, your chance of victory is 35%. If the lower limit of the range is higher than the enemy's total power, your chance of victory is 100%. Well, that makes sense. If the enemy's total power lies within your ship's total power range, the chance of victory is calculated based on how much the upper limit of your card's range is higher than the enemy's total power. Your chance of victory can be between 36% and 99%. I'm confused. I need a video demonstration or something.
Yeah, no doubt.
Seriously.
I just clicked on stuff and made it do stuff. Whatever.
If the chance of victory is... Okay, the enemy's total power lies within your ship's total power range. The chance of victory is calculated based on how much upper limit... Okay, so it's basically saying, here's your enemy's total power. If you're up here, you automatically win. If you're down here, okay, this is the lowest of your power. This is the highest of theirs. If you're around here, then it really depends how much you are compared to that, okay? And the higher up, the better percent chance of winning, okay? And then if the power limit is... If the upper limit of your range is lower than the enemy's total power, your chance of victory is down here. So really, it's just a question of where are you compared to the enemy. When you start playing, the game calculates for you, and then you understand. Each time you play a card, it loses 1 segment of ship HP. Each card's ship HP fully restores 20 hours after the first segment was lost. Your card's parameter values depends on the number of ship HP segments. Okay, 3 segments, 100%, 90%, or 80%. Enemy cards have specific vulnerabilities. Place a card with a corresponding debuff opposite an enemy card to counter the threat effectively. You'll receive a reward for every defeated enemy card. Your card's parameters can also be enhanced by buffs from other cards on your playfield. Okay. Modifiers provide various advantages in battle, come in two types, endurance and tactical. You can apply one of each type to a card. Okay, so we've got support tokens here. Okay, so this is a tutorial. It's supposed to teach you what to do, and I've got no idea what to do. Place a card. So you choose a card from my deck for this mission. Actual puzzles placing debuffs and buffs well, they point in specific directions. I can see that. So this one's pointing up here. So it's going to smoke screen over here. And this one is a spotlight. Place this card opposite a card with a matching vulnerability to weaken the enemy. So this is okay. So this is weak to smoke screen, right? Is that what that means? Place the card opposite a card with a matching vulnerability to weaken the enemy. I'm guessing the vulnerabilities are... Oh, these are the vulnerabilities here. Okay. So, for example, I do not want to put field artillery here. Right, it's weak to smoke screens. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, and then they give the enemy a buff. I see. And you don't want to put anything that's weak to spotlight over here, although everything but field artillery... So it would make sense to take the field artillery. Can I drag it? They'll give this debug. Okay, so I click here and then I click on the card I want to play. Is that how it works, Conklin? Oh, these are my cards. Oh, okay. I thought this was my side. These are my cards. Okay, so for example, I would want to put the steamboat here because it's got the smoke screen and that will provide me with a buff. Is that correct, Hawkland? Okay, so I'm going to put that there. And then I've got a cabotage ship and a sailing yacht. Now this has evasion buff and survivability buff. And then this one, of course, has weakens an enemy ship that's got the vulnerability to spotlight. So that's either the sea fog or these mines. All enemy cards have vulnerabilities. Your card becomes effective against a specific enemy as if it matches. Right, so here and here. You can use your other cards to apply buffs, increasing your total power. So this one says I'm going to get a victory. I'm going to get 8 support tokens from that. Okay. Now, my cabotage, then I can put here, and it benefits my steamboat, and it also weakens the drifting mine. Or I could put it here, in which case it benefits the ship to the left of me. So I would imagine I would be better off placing that card here. Right? Am I right in this opinion here? My steamboat doesn't really need a buff. Okay. But if I wanted to protect it, I could, right? Because that buffs that to the side. It already has a victory there, so I don't need to worry about it. So maybe I'm better off going here, because then that nerfs the sea fog, and I'll get the victory from that. Right? So I should place it here then, right? And then I would place my sailing yacht. I could place here, or I could place here. And as you can see, it says I can get a victory here or here. So what do I value more? Do I value the 100 coal, or do I value the support tokens? I would assume I'd want the support tokens because that gives me the ability to buy more stuff. So you decide which reward is more important. Right, okay. Yeah, so I'm going to go here, and then I'm going to hit start. Ta-da! Now I lost because I didn't defend over here. Okay. Tokens are most... Yeah, exactly. Right, that's what I thought. Okay, so now I've got a key mission here. So if I click on that, what does it do? Okay, you have enough support tokens to draw a new card over here. Okay, so let me click on that. I can obtain a new card with my support tokens. I've got 65 of them, so I can get 2 cards. Choose only one card from 3 that will be provided. You cannot receive duplicates. Unlocked cards will return to the selection pool and may appear again. Jimbo says, very important, always grab cards with high hit points. Okay, so we're going to draw a card, and then we choose one of these. Now, the hit points is their survivability, right? That's their power. So, for example, in this case, I'd want to get the trawler over the paddle tugboat or the harbor tug. The trawler is far more valuable, correct? Why is that not a good example, Jimbo? I'm like honestly curious because, you know, in theory, this might go out to YouTube. Okay, we'll see later. Okay, well, I'll go with this card then. So yes, trawler is mine. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and draw another card. And in this case, I've got 59 survivability and 61. So I probably want the Canterbury, right? Now see the 122. Yes, the 122 total power. Yeah. Okay, so definitely get the Canterbury then. And that's kind of cool because she's in the Operation RI. Okay. All right, so now we exit out of this and go back to port somehow. Gotta love navigating in this game sometimes, guys. Okay, where is it up here in featured? You would think it would be easy to navigate. To this one? No. On the left in port. Oh, here. Okay. So we finished that. Now we go to key mission here. And now we fight again. You've been choosing cards which fill gaps in your fleet capability. So HP criteria is an interesting comparison. Cool. Okay. So in this case, now I've got 5 cards. So now I can fight all of these. There's modifiers as well. Interesting. Okay. So in this case, can you move cards once you place them, by the way? Because, like, to me, this makes too much sense, right? You've got the anti-air. Hey, Dodolito. You can. Okay. So I'm going to drop this down right now because I get a buff here and I get a buff over here. Total power range. Okay, so now I see the range. Total power cards used in key missions is displayed as a range, unlike in supply missions. Okay, this is a key mission. So a single number. When you place your card on the playfield, you'll see the chance of victory displayed. Okay. You move cards over each one to see buffs and stuff. Build your puzzle and only start when you're satisfied. Okay. You check the modifier supply and drag them to squares next to cards, repairs, for example. Got it. Okay. So I've got another drifting mine, so anti-air and spotlight. And then over here, I've got spotlight and spotlight. And this is engine. Okay. So for example, if I were to put a steamboat here, this is 100% victory. Restore HP. Your card's parameters have decreased because a segment of HP was lost. Mount a modifier, the appropriate effect to... Okay. Do I have to use modifiers? Do I want to use modifiers? Or do I want to leave them for later when I know I 100% need them? So next up, I would probably go ahead and put... that's only a 35%. This is a 100% chance of win. So I'd probably want to put the cabotage ship here. If it gives you a victory, then use them. But see, what I'm curious about is it already says that I have 100%. So is there a reason I would want to use a modifier now versus waiting until the next time I want to go use them? Use them to increase chances or use them to take your ship to the next fight? No reason to use it. Okay, so I can wait until next time, lose the HP, if you already have victory. That's what I was trying to get at. Okay. So now I've got to figure out how to deal with this drifting mine. I've got a trawler I can put. That's an 80% chance of win. Or I could put the sailing yacht. That's a 35% chance. So I'd probably want to go ahead and put a 35% chance of win here. You collect modifiers. Okay. And these are all modifiers that you collect. So I just have 5 repairers right now. in this case, I couldn't put a light repairs modifier here because that's not going to help me, right? Can I take modifiers down after I've placed them, by the way? So these are all 100% win, except for this, it's 80%. So you say I just go. Roll it, get started, see what happens, yes? Try moving cards around to explore better combinations. Okay. So, if I were to move this to here, for example, that goes to 35. This goes to 100% with the Canterbury. Okay. Now, if I did that, now it's 100% all around. That's even better. That's a GG, right? So, start. Go. Okay, I like the idea that you take your time and place the cards accordingly. So Dynamo begins. I've completed the tutorial. My ship HP is fully restored, so I'm glad I didn't waste any of that stuff. Exactly, Coquelin. Okay, so you're looking for all that. So we have supply missions that we start with, and then we've got our key missions. Okay, so I guess I would want to start with the supply mission first, right, to build up my cards. Is there a specific mission, supply mission I want to start with? Does it matter where I go on the map, or do I just pick a mission? And I guess this is something you'd want to do every day. What is this? You have enough support tokens to draw a new card. Okay, let's draw a new card then. Start with the ones you have cards for. How do you know if you've got cards for it or not? Is that where you click on it? You can pick one and even go back and pick another one. Okay. So let's go to cards. Why does it say card collection? Ah, okay, this is cool. And then I got my modifiers. Okay.
I'm gonna take my dogs out since you're gonna be a while.
Yeah, go for it. Sometimes you won't have the cards for 100 per victory, so you just choose a different one. Okay. After a few hands, the ships will become tired and need maintenance for 20 hours. So this is a side game that takes about 15 minutes per day, provides some rewards. Got it. Okay. So like if I click on this one, I can go back. Is that what you're saying about that, Coquelin? I can go back, or I can just play this one out, right? So like if I were to play this one out, then good explanation. Okay, cool. Because that one's weak to smoke, but I kind of like the idea of Canterbury going here. Well, these are all victories anyways. It doesn't really matter too much what I use, because they're all going to be victories, because it's a support mission. So I might as well just hit start and roll that, right? Some of them did get injured. Okay. So I'll collect rewards. Interestingly enough, if I go for the coal, then I'm essentially damaging one of my ships, or one of my cards. So I could also choose not to go for that coal and just get the supplies, right? It's a fun minigame, huh? That's what. So I can get one card for free. Which one do I want? Cargo ship? Definitely the cargo ship. Okay. And draw the cargo ship. I got enough for another card. Let's draw another card. Icarus. Definitely the Icarus. Is there a reward or something for getting all of the cards for like having each one? Because you can't have duplicates, right? Yeah, so I go Icarus. Okay. And then card collection. Flag or a patch. Okay, gotcha. And then so like I got Icarus there. So go to this is the battle screen. I always get confused with that. So we'll do another supply mission here. And then free XP this time. Okay. Fewer support tokens. Interesting. So I can go here. Ships reset the next day. Yeah, it says 20 hours. So that makes sense. I can do smoke there. And then I can do anti-air there with the Icarus. And then I can do that here. And they all support each other, although this cabotage ship is going to be quite low. If they go to 0, do I lose the ship, or do I just have to wait until the time's up and then it's automatically refilled? Okay, so I don't lose the card or the ship or whatever. I just can't use that ship again. Okay. Let's go with that one. Savorinon de Braza. That one looks like fun. So another one in the card collection. Okay. Cool. Mind you, this Admiralty system in Star Trek. So we got these done. Let's go ahead and do this one, I guess. Okay. So now we've got fighter, motorboats, sea fog, and bomber. So something that's weak to anti-air would be good, like there. And that's good. That's perfect for both sides. Now this will retire the Canterbury. She will be done after this, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I just looked at the power number on them and just matched them up and just beat them up.
Yeah, I'm probably overthinking this, frankly, but that's okay.
I feel like it. Look at the DM I sent you. I cleared the whole board except for one in like 5 minutes.
Damn. Okay.
Well, that power number, you just look at them. And it's like, okay, this is bigger than that. Da, 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 da. If it's like 70 or 80% chance or better, you just freaking throw it up there and go for it and get what you get.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So if I go like
That's
to
what
that
I did,
one. Well, no, it's good to know. I mean, you know, and that one weakens that one.
Use your smallest ones first that will actually get you something. Because you're going to want the higher power ones when you get to some of the other stuff.
Some of the later things. Okay.
Like that 162, if you can beat that one with 100, you need to beat it with 100.
The 162, this one
The
here.
Icarus is 162 power.
Yeah, right. So like
Your
sailing
Icarus
yacht.
card. So pull it out of there. Pull it out of there and sit it down. That's
Okay.
a bomber for 74. So take a card that's got a number big enough to beat that 74.
Yeah.
And then so each time you get 4 cards and there's 4 powers on them. So take your weakest card that'll cover up the smallest number and just work your way up.
So like that's another thing I could do there and then done.
And
so
then just hit start.
So worry less about the debuffs and stuff and instead just go with whatever.
That's what I did. I just ripped through them and beat them all up and got a bunch of freaking So you get all your stuff. You get all those up in your top right corner. Now you've got more. You got 48 of those things, so you can buy more cards.
Right.
And what's going to happen is it's going to tell you can collect your reward in the bottom left corner after you do a couple of them, and then you can pick cards. And I just picked the one with the biggest number on them. I didn't care about the debuffs.
Right. That makes sense. And
Lord
you're going to get.
Says debuffs are important, and I don't understand it that much. I'm just telling you what I did.
I think in the like these key battles, it makes more sense to worry about them. You match them up for 100% victory, and then you quit when you can't get it, and then you just come back later. Okay. So like if I go here, then next, debuffs are important when the numbers are close. Right. So like, for example, my sailing yacht is 79. I can't do anything with that. 106 though, I can't do anything. I could do like that, for example. And that knocks that down to 93, which allows my trawler to come in. Aha, and that knocks this down to 77. If I put that guy in there, now that's a victory, but this is a defeat because of the effect on the trawler. Okay. So that's where you need the debuff. That's where the debuff comes in play. Okay.
Yeah.
So then I've got 108 and 110. So I've got 79, and then I've got 88. And I went from defeat to victory and victory because I've got a match here and a higher number here. Don't worry about the fights that don't give you support tokens. Well, I might as well get all the stuff and things, Vaco, right? Because I've got time to do this. This is 25 days, and if you're just going through the mission, does it reset every day? Like the missions reset every day? Or is it like here, if I go start here, for example, does the map restart like tomorrow? Okay, it does. So then tomorrow, then I would go and do this. And in theory, the game gets easier because I've got more cards, right? You haven't had maps to play in 2 days. Okay. Well, if it's 20 hours, so that could be why. Ooh, Bliska. Give me Bliska.
196 power.
Yeah. Higher phases are harder. Okay. Got it. There she is there. All right, back to the attack mode. So I've gone through all of my supplies. So now I'm going to go do a key mission. And in this key mission now, all of these I can't use because I've used them already. But here I can choose from these 5 boats here. So for example, if I wanted Bliska, now I don't depth charges. Oh, okay. Right now I'm just looking at what the buffs and debuffs are. And I'm just thinking about how can I do this in a way that works. So that goes to 50%. That stays to 50% as well if I use the Ballista there. Whoa, everything just moved. Higher phases are harder and you can repair now. Right, I see that. I see that. So I'd absolutely want to use a repair for it. Now, what's interesting is that's 100%. If I drop that, that goes to 35%. That's because this number is below the range. Okay. And then I could put like that in there, and that's going to get me the win. And I can put that in there. That's going to get me the win. Icarus. That gets me the win. Okay. Scheist. And then 115. So then that's a 35%, and the trawler is 35%. This is why it's important not to waste the cards that don't give support tokens because you run out of cards. Right, and because the map refreshes, then you want to hold off on doing that, right?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a strategy involved.
Plenty of strategy involved from the looks of it and sounds of it. So if I go up here, that's a 35%. If I go up here, that's a 35%. So in this case, I might only want to play these cards. Place paddle boat and heal it and shuffle until wins. What? Place paddle boat and heal it. But that's only a 35% chance. Right? Wouldn't I check buffs? You mean the modifiers?
Little boxes to the right.
Yeah. You can buy buffs. Oh, down here you can buy them. I see, it says buy. Okay. So for example, for a buff, what would I want here? Chance of victory increases to 100% in exchange for all of the ship's HP. Okay. So I can just literally put a crap card up there and get, in which case I'd want to take the light repairs down. Okay. So like some of these would be good. Like if I know this is a win and that's 105 points, then I could use like this one to get 15% more evacuation points. A lot that isn't instinctive. They hide a lot of features until you. That's why I wanted to talk this over with you guys. Debuff can be applied even if the enemy doesn't have the matching vulnerability. So if I put that up here, for example, I have to buy it. Okay. Debuff can be applied even when the enemy doesn't have matching. So that would apply a debuff on the artillery, which would probably get me to a 1. Switch the Icarus and the paddle boat, okay? Whoa. Okay, how did you know that, Jackal? Because that number's higher and that number's higher. See, I'm overthinking it, right? And then that number's higher. Okay. Now, I probably want to use my light repairs, right, to keep things going, to be able to do more of the maps, right? So ideally, I would go through and heal up each of the ships. Yes? Or am I missing something here? Jackal is applauding, so that means yes. Okay, why not? Cool. Let's start. Now, when you buy stuff, I'm guessing you buy the buffs and debuffs with support tokens, right?
Yeah, it's over on the left.
Yeah.
Go to the one above it.
Card collection here, and then I buy the modifiers here. But I can also buy the modifiers during the game, right? During the battle.
Yeah.
Okay. You started by drawing.
That one's. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, please.
No, I was saying a couple of those are really expensive.
Is that why the dots are there?
Like you mouse over that one and go to the buy button, it's like 12.
Okay.
And then some of them are like 4.
So if I go to the buy button here, it's going to ask me purchase. Okay, so that's like 16.
Yeah, if you click on it, it tells you how many it is.
And that one's 4. Okay, so the dots don't really matter as much. But it does. Okay, so 4 is pretty cheap for a 20% victory. Maybe the dots are the number you can get. Like you can get 2 or 3 of them this phase and that's it. So I could use my support tokens today and help me in these upcoming battles, or I can hold the support tokens to buy more cards next time, right? Tomorrow. Is that correct? Okay, and then I got a free card. Play all of them today. Okay, cool. So let's grab the javelin. Okay. So we go do that. All right. And now we're going to do a key mission. Ships refresh in the morning, right? Clearing key missions progresses the bar, and you get a bunch of free ships. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I saw that one, Jackal. Okay, thank you. So, next up, we've got Sea Fog, Drifting Mine, Bomber, Sea Fog. So if I'm looking at the ranges here, for example, the trawler might be nice to get rid of, but obviously, you know, we have to find a way to debuff things to make it work, right? So like that, now that changes it to an 80% chance of win. So I might not want to use the trawler in this case, right? I might be better off holding off on using the trawler for something else. And or buff the trawler. So you mean I can go into here and do a tactical modifier? Yeah, actually I could buy one of these. Right, the Icarus buffs what's to the left. Yeah, so if I swap that and swap that, that's a 75% chance of win, which isn't as good, obviously. So I think I would do like that, and then I could buy the that modifier, for example, right? So Sea Fog, I can just pop this in here because it's a 100% win, and then I'm good, and I don't need to worry about that. And I think over here for the modifiers, I would just spend the 4, buy the modifier, and I would put that modifier over here. Now I've got a 100% chance, and I only have 2 light repairs remaining. So I could light repair the trawler, right? No, I can't. It's only 1 modifier per card. Why are there 2 boxes then? Okay. So if I do this, I'm going to lose the trawler, which is fine. Repair the tugboat. Right, I'm just curious why there's 2 different slots for it then. Actually, I'd probably want to repair these 2 because they're higher power. Right? Why did that just go to light repairs? Wait. Light repairs goes to 100%? Oh, because the combat power increases. I see it. I see it. So if I put that one over there, trawler will merely need a rest. Right, exactly. But it's better off that I repair my higher, right, my higher power boats so that I have them for another. It's a different buff. Okay. All right, so I'll roll it here then, yeah, and then we'll go to the next one. All right, that one's timed out. Collect rewards. I get another card. Okay, so probably want to go for the Foudroyant. Oh, here we go. Cards. Okay, so we'll do the next key mission here. And now, once again, same deal. We're trying to... It almost gets easier when you grab the other cards because then you can kind of cycle through things a little bit better, huh? Once the HP drops to 0, card is gone until it resets at the end of the 20-hour period. That one we know for sure. So, like, if I use the tugboat right now, then it's gone. I can use the tugboat. I can buy another one of the bonuses to ensure I get a win here. Or, well, that buffed that, but that didn't help enough. Or I can hold off on the paddle boat and I can put this in instead, just to ensure that I get the win. Right, exactly. It gives you more flexibility. So, like, I think I might do this, right? Because then I have these cards for another battle, and these are 100%. I know I'm good. We're going to make it happen. Dunzo. So let's do that. Okay. Collect rewards. Get another card. So early on, a lot of this is relatively simple. And in this case now, wouldn't I want to get a passenger ship because it's got a better survivability than the Aronia here, even though it's got a higher total power? Or do I only care about total power? I guess it doesn't really matter. I can just get... And this one buffs something next to it anyway, so... Let's just get the Aronia. When you can tell total power and what it buffs debuffs is what matters. Thank you, Chaser. Okay, so I made the right choice there by grabbing the Aronia. Okay, so now we're going to go to the next key mission. And, so we've got... In this case, I got one after this. So I probably want to make sure that I've got as much available for the future as possible, right? So I'm going to use all my twosies here. And in this case, it's a 100% win across the board. So I don't need to worry about anything else. Should I buy a modifier that gives me extra evacuation points, guys, or not worry about that? No. Okay, so don't worry about that. I don't need to worry about that. I can just go and do the thing. Okay, so I just do this and be done with it. There's no reason to worry about buffs and debuffs, right? Like, that doesn't matter, right, Shice?
Oh, I didn't pay any attention to it when I did it. I just went by that power number and beat them all. I already cleared the board. Right,
and I'm going to clear it next because that's... Okay. So at this point, I've cleared the board, and now I've got 2-star difficulty. Save points for cards till you have all cards.
Collect rewards.
Collect rewards.
Get your rewards. Left side.
Yep. So then I've got some 2-star difficulties. So now I'm in phase 2. I thought you guys said the map refreshes at the end of the day, but it looks to me like it refreshes when you clear the map instead.
No, it's stages. So, like, I didn't make it to stage 2 because you won more battles than I did, so you actually made it to stage 2. If you look at your progress bar at the bottom, there's stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. You've actually progressed into stage 2, where I still have to get another battle or two to get me over that mark. So you're a little bit ahead of me because you did better, because you had coaching.
Okay.
And you were patient. And I was not these things.
You were not these things. Got it. Okay, so if I go to... Let's see, I don't have a lot of cards left that can do a lot of things. So I might want to go to a 2-star mission. These are more difficult. But I might be able to get better rewards from that, right?
Like the one guy said, you want see the 2 on the right that have the 10s?
Yeah.
Somebody said focus on those so you can get all those freaking points so you can get better cards or something.
Right. And then you can ignore things like free XP, for example. If all you care about is progression, if you want to try to get everything, well, then there's that too. You made it to stage 3 somehow. Well, there you go. So, free XP is bait. Well, I mean, you can do this the whole way without getting, like, in this case, the free XP, right? Or do you really need to be that careful that you can't afford to pick up everything in the game? Oh wow, that really hurts it. That card only has 1 HP bar left, but it has a ton of attack. Right. But what I'm asking is, like, can I afford to pick up the free XP and just clear the map later? There's enough time when it matters. See, that's what I was asking, Jackal. So I'm doing it early enough where as long as I'm doing this every day, I'm able to get this done. Yeah? So, in this case, I'd probably want to use one of my double here, like that dude. But that's not enough power. So maybe put the Blisk over here. Victory over there. Wow. Okay, because this is a 2-star difficulty, you can see the difference here. this would be probably easier for me if I had saved up other cards, right? So instead of doing this, maybe I'm better off doing a 1-star difficulty and just finishing up the board for today, and then I start over again tomorrow, right? So for example, I go like that for a victory. Yeah, okay. And then I go with the Aronia for someplace, I don't know if it matters where. And then here, 118. I like the idea of using like the lowest power ship for the task. That's something that would have been helpful to know at the start, because hopefully I'm going to put this out to YouTube, and there you go with that information. And then here, I'm going to use this guy because it's lowest. And then next battle, I'm going to have 4 left to get me the supplies. Victory, 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 victory. And then I'm going to get another card anyway, aren't I? Yeah. So now I can go and I can get another card. Okay, so I'm going to get another card. Gallant, hello. So let's get the Gallant. Done. Okay. I hate when it keeps going with new stuff anyway. But, and Wolfie, take care, by the way. I saw you say something. Sorry I didn't call it out, but thank you for tuning in. So then in this case, I've only got the 5. So I've got the Gallant here. So this is an example now that we are low on cards. This is an example where I wouldn't want to go for either the free XP or the credits. And I would only want to focus on what's going to get me the support tokens, right? Because that's going to help me get through things better. So like Gallant, for example, I'll just put on here. And then, you know, I would probably want to put my weakest up here. So that would be the 92. And I'll just take those 2 with the idea that then I am at full strength in the next supply battle, right? So let's start that. And I get my support tokens. And I'm at 26. So now I can go back here and I can buy another card again. Aha. Wakeful. There we go. What is that? Tier 3 British Destroyer? You finish a 32-ounce of glass of dirty water mix. Wow. While you're watching me do this card game. Well, thank you, Shice. That's great to hear. So these are high enough numbers. I could probably go back and do a 2Z here, a double, right? Maybe? This one requires a little bit more thinking to kind of decide what's better for what. But right now, these are all defeats. I'll just throw the Bliska down. Anyways, and this one is bad. See, now that helps to ensure a victory. Okay. This one's anti-air. That ensures a victory there. Scheist. Oh my god. Patience, young Padawan. Now, if I go here, then that turns into a defeat, and that turns into a defeat. That turns into a victory. Thank you for the cheer, though, Scheist. Wondering if it's worth it to spend a day just doing supply missions to get as many cards as you can before going into key missions. Yeah, Chaser, I mean, that's kind of what I'm looking at right now, is just doing the supply missions, for, you know, just focusing on those. As a matter of fact, one of the things I could do is I could do that and say, forget this. And if I say forget that, what am I got here? 156? So that's a defeat. That one's 150. Ah, but that becomes a victory. That one's 158 now. And that's also 158. So this is where the problem comes into play, trying to figure out how do you know, set everything up to be able to win. You don't want to just waste the card, I would imagine, right? Right? You don't want to just waste the card. Playing a couple deck building games to do that. Rush to build your deck before you're going aggro. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Right. Right. So I guess the question is, what do I want to kill with my Wakeful here, right? So for example, if I go here, I don't have anything that will help me against this, but I do want this, right? I do want that. So that's a defeat. Anti-air. That's a victory. I want that. I know I want that. When I come over here, that's going to be a defeat here because it's 158. But if I put that up there, then that's going to be a victory. So then the question is, do I have something here that's going to make that a... Look at that. All of them are victories. And I have to put this here anyways to ensure this is going to be a win. So let's go ahead and do that. And I'm sure I'm not doing this perfectly, but it's okay because we are learning this together, y'all. And then we'll go to a 1-star. And as you can see, I only have 3 ships to choose from at this point. So I'm only going to pick what I need. And that's going to be the 3 support tokens. And that's it, right? So I can just do this and get my support tokens. I'll get another card. Okay, so I can go here and I can buy another card now. And, oh, let's get the Sirocco, sure. Okay, so there we go. I'm sick of this, but okay, whatever, game. I don't know about you guys. I have to click on things, you know? Okay, so now I'm going to go to the next supply mission here. And I've got 13 and I've got 10. So definitely a good thing I just got the Sirocco. And that's going to be a defeat. But these are the only 2 ships that I can use right now. Alternately, what happens if I do that? That's both a defeat. So the only thing I can do is use the Sirocco for this victory. Right? And that's it. And nothing else is going to matter. So there's no point in using the Wakeful in this place. Go to 1-star. Right, and I'll get another card because of this. What do you mean by go to a 1-star? That to it. I think this is how you do it, right? Mission? Go to a 1-star mission. Is this not a 1-star? Oh, you mean one of these over here. You mean one of these over here. So you're talking about one of the key missions. Go to a 1-star of the key missions here to get some evacuation points. Ah, okay. I can do that. I can do that. So in that case, I would be utilizing, like, for example, this, right? And I can go to modifiers. What is this? Increased by 40% in exchange for all debuffs and buffs. Okay. And here, I care about the evacuation points, just the number. So I would do this to get as many evacuation points as possible. So here we go. I've got my evacuation points done. I wonder what happens with a 2-star. I get more evacuation points, but I can also do that. 35, 35, 35% win. Is there a modifier that I can do that impacts this battle? There is not. Okay. Now, each of these have different... Aha! Here we go. Depth charges. 100% win and 100% win. Look at that. Or that. Or that. Or that. Or that. That's how you play this. Yeah, Doctor. Exactly. That's what we're trying to figure out right now. Not the easiest to understand. But I think I'm just going to do this, right? That ensures that I get the wins. Wakeful will be retired after this. I could buy another light repair to allow me to play the Wakeful for longer. That's 8. That's expensive. But I'm going to go ahead and buy it. And then I can put that there. Cards parameters are increased by 40% in exchange for all buffs and debuffs. I don't need that. I could have used that on the Wakeful, actually, probably, and guaranteed the win. Now, what happens if I put the Wakeful here? If I really want those points... Aha! And then now that's 100%. So there we go. Now I get the most evacuation points out of this, right? And then I can also use the heal so that I get the Wakeful again for the next battle. Okay, so we'll hit start. And now I just got a whole bunch of evacuation points. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now I'm at 15 tokens. Now let's see the 2-star. And we are running low on what we can do with our ships. That's a victory. And there's no point in getting any of these. So in this case, I would just play the Sirocco, get the points. That's 20 off 28, so I can buy another card. Okay, or no. Yeah, 28. So I can go here. I can get one more card again. Might as well get the passenger ship, I guess. The highest number. Okay. Yeah, it's sort of addictive when you're on a roll. Right. I get it. I get it. So then now I've got 3 ships I can use. 1082, so that's 100%, for example. That's 100%, and that's 100%. So I can do something like that. The debuff locations on passenger steamer looked the best too. Yeah, it did, didn't it? That was a 1-star. I could also go to the 2-star and see. These are not enough strength, really. Maybe they are if I use the you know, modifiers and stuff like that. Sailboat's good for fog. Okay, but I know Shice has been waiting very patiently to, you know, play the damn game. So let's just go and get this done. So that's evacuation points, that's evacuation points, that's evacuation, that's 100%. Guys, giveaways in progress right now. You have to be a follower, twitch.tv/Lord_Zath, and say something in chat, and that's all you gotta do. Collect rewards. Cool, we got a repair. And the passenger ship is gonna YOLO something. 90% chance of victory. I'll take that for the 110. There we go. And then 1-star over here. And 100% win for 120. Done. And then I'm all done for the next 20 hours. We've almost cleared this entire second map. That's really cool. All right. Combat missions. What am I at for combat missions? I have to get kills, I guess? Earn base XP. Oh, that one's gonna be annoying. And there's that one. Painter class giveaway with the Zathendary build. That's right. Where is Dockyard? Here's Dockyard. What am I still working on here? Do I still need cruiser ribbons? I do still need cruiser ribbons. And experimental ships. Am I still on? I'm on the Vijay now. Okay, so I'll play the Vijay in Perilous Route. Shice, you can join me. Anybody else want in? Send me a message in game, and we'll get you. Shice, you're not logged in anymore? 12 days to earn 24k base XP, and then blue hair will be yours. Nice. Did we lose Shice? We lost Shice. Okay. If that's the case, I guess I could just play. I could just play ranked. That stream where Zath showed us his Vijay, right? How are we doing on timing anyway? Oh my god. Alright, I gotta play one game and then we're gonna have to cut it, which sucks. Vijay. I'll show you guys how broken the ship is in ranked. If you trying to get someone you pulled up, if you want Chaser, that's fine. Otherwise, I was just gonna do ranked. It's up to you. Do you wanna join me or do you want me to just do ranked? You tell me. 12 days to get 24k base XP isn't that bad though. I think you can get that. All right, Vaco, come on in. We only got time for 1, maybe 2 games. So, Chaser, it's now or never for you, sir. Thank you for your help, by the way, guys. I wanted to take my time and really understand all this because I think a lot of players have no clue how that game mode works. So, I'm going to write that down here. Hard game. Alright. Now, Chaser, usually it's easiest if you just message me, but that's fine. I can try to find you. Anybody else want in, just send me a message if you can. I'm on the North American server, Lord_Zath, okay? There you are, Chaser. Dalian. That's a ship I haven't seen in a long time. Rundown is very useful. Good, I'm glad. I mean, I hate that it took so long, but I feel like it needed to take that long to really understand how the damn game works. Because there's no video about it. A lot of players, right? Exactly. Yeah, any game mode. That is very true. That is very true, Gaelic. All right, B Foster. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Type something in chat quickly so you can get in for the giveaway. And the vote was the Suzuya Gold. Okay. Glad to hear it helped a lot. Let's go. So, Suzuya Golden. All right. Game is definitely confusing, yes. Just finished Perilous Route with 20 kills in your Palmer. Damn, Ouija. Happy weekend. Gaelic, we just finished yours earlier. And Lord Jackal, hey, thank you for the follow too. Thought you were already followed. No worries. Now you definitely are in for the giveaway. Finish your replay. We finished your replay earlier, so let's see. I think I'll do the Mostacholi next, the Monte Kugli, because I don't think I have any of those replays. And I definitely have Marceau. I think I've got Carl Johan on my YouTube channel too. I don't have to look. And nobody went for a sleeper. Lol. Let me get a heal going. Yeah, I've got a bunch of Carl Johans. No, I really only have one. Okay. Well, that's fine, because I don't have any of the Monte Kugli. Yeah, I don't have any of the Monte Kugli. So that's the one I'll do as well. So those are the two replays going to YouTube. Oh yeah, I know you had fun doing that. Absolutely.
An enemy aircraft carrier has entered the combat zone. Eliminate it.
Guys, thank you all for tuning in and being a part of the stream and stuff like that. We have a tournament tomorrow morning. It'll be early in the morning tomorrow, so hopefully you can tune in for that.
Along the route, neutralize the threat.
It's the Enterprise I tournament. Should be a lot of fun. Oh, hello, Molotov. How would you like some 416mm guns, huh? Now, I haven't played this ship in this one yet. In this game mode. Let me go ahead and heal up. Normally I wouldn't, but I think I need to make sure I keep my stuff. Yes, I have a tournament this weekend. Enterprise I, exclamation point Enterprise. You'll see the link collection and all the rules and everything for it. Take that, Molotov! So, tomorrow I'll be streaming Warships with a 5-minute delay. It'll be a very fun tournament. If you guys haven't seen this tournament before, I think you're gonna like it. And then, after that's done... Oh, hello. And then after that's done, we'll be doing some live play action tomorrow as well. And then, same thing for Sunday. We will not be doing any replay reviews on Sunday because I'm going to be spent after doing all the tournament stuff, you know? What time does it start, DS9? Hey, good to see you. Friday. Happy Friday to you. What time does it start? It starts at 10 Central Time. So I start my stream today at 12 noon. So 2 hours earlier from that. On repulse or slightly angled Mutsu. Guess I'll go for the Mutsu. Just in battle. Good. Just got back here. Okay, cool. Yes, Puddin will be with me this weekend. That's the plan, at least. That is the plan. Alright, Chaser, let me see if I can draw some of their fire. So, we're gonna go tomorrow. We'll do a little bit of an after party afterwards. I don't know how long I'm gonna go. Because it's a long day to start at 10 and go until 6 p.m. We'll see how things are going. If the vibe's going well and we got a lot of people hanging out, we'll go long. I already kind of warned my wife that that was going to be the plan. Hey, Bonnetter to do. Ah, Cthulhu, you won? Depends how much dirty water I have. Well, this is true. This is also true. Alright, Cthulhu, I'll, yeah, did you like that? That was terrible. That's terrible dispersion. See if I can knock out a turret for funsies. Or, I did knock out a turret. I knocked out a turret. So there you go. Who doesn't like 406mm armed cruisers, huh? Alright, so Cthulhu wants me to recycle that code. What I'm gonna do, chat, is I'm gonna start up another giveaway now, and then I'll put his code back in my spreadsheet in a little bit. Thank you, Cthulhu, by the way. So giveaway in chat, you gotta be a follower of Twitch. So if you're on YouTube, Rumble, or Kick, twitch.tv/Lord_Zath, click the heart icon, that's the follow button, and then type something in chat. All you have to do. He's just within range from my unloading. Let's go. Let's go. And of course, nothing but overpens. We can't have nice things in this game, guys. Can't have nice things.
Commander, stay on course and protect the command ship.
Oh, goodness. Alright, well, let's shoot the fort, and then we'll look north, or to the right. The Valparaiso needs to be nerfed? Yes, yes, it's a powerful ship. Some would say too powerful. Alright, let's see. Mysore, Monahan Huron. So I'm using the busted mode. This thing needs to be nerfed too, by the way. Okay, and you got a CC code. Okay. I see. Codes. Save. Alright. That code has been re-added. Thank you, Cthulhu. Explodey camo with brown smoke cloud and fart sound wind. That'd be kind of fun, wouldn't it? Nice kill there, Chaser. Now with these ships, your reload and dispersion is based off of your hit points. So if you're gonna heal, you want to shoot first if you can help it, and then heal after. Of course, Huron blocks the other dude. You can die for that, but Puddin not using the military alphabet is a bit annoying for me when he streams. It was just good enough for those of us who served. Yes, he's not doing it to piss you off. He's doing it because he's tired and all he can think about is food. You want to sell the Perma-Effects camos? Really? Here you go. Have some. Bye-bye. 3 bounces off the Mysore with your 18 rifles. Woof. Oof. Yeah, no, it's fine. I've had a lot of people complain about it, to be quite honest. But, you know, whatever. Most linkable camo is junk. Fair. Ooh, hello, Graf Zeppelin. Aww. Really? That's no fair. Ah, there you are. You're back. And you're gone again. And you're back again. Make up your freaking mind. And you're gone again. Really? Really? How much time have I wasted going back and forth, guys? Hi, Benson. Hey!
Крейсер противника уничтожен.
No, we don't have to be, like, upset with other people, guys. It's fine. He gave his piece. There's nothing wrong with that. And like I said, he's not the only one who's been upset with doing that, that style. But it's his style. And that's what I got, because, you know, Raptor's got other things he's doing. So... And because Wargaming has reduced the number of those tournaments, the King of the Sea tournaments, well... Well, hello. I had a feeling you were going to get stuck on that. Leftover semi-trailer a mile from your house. On I-55? Wow. That's pretty wild. I guess I should... See, V key, so much easier. You just press it. Dunzo. And I had a feeling that was gonna happen. Now there's gonna be another enemy up over here that spawns, I believe. Somebody needs to get to the destination zone ahead of the command ship. That's it. Secondary kill on Graf Zeppelin is satisfying? Sure. See if I can try to get into this smoke here in case something spawns right by me. Hi, Torp. One lone torpedo. I don't even know if anything is going to spawn here.
Attention, reporting the target position.
Might be wasting a lot of my time, but I think something will spawn here. So I'm just going to keep going this way. I've got a good all-star team, right? Right. Oh, fine. Whack and whang, hey. There we go. Maybe there? Survey says nope. Mountain's like, eat it! Not gonna happen. Alright, well that leaves Warspite. Good thing I'm in a fast cruiser, huh? And Warspite sped up.
Concentrate fire on the designated target.
Here I am. Trying to get myself killed, and I can't. Sag. Hey, nope, never mind. You did okay with blue hair in this mode? Blue hair would be fine in this mode. The thing that's a problem with the blue hair is that she needs lower tier opponents. So this is like the perfect mode for her if you think about it like that, Ouija, because all of her opponents are lower tier by a good margin, right? So her buffed AP can do his stuff. Her heal is good enough to keep her alive. So, yeah. Oh. Yahtzee. Secondary Graf Zeppelin gets you top 2 XP in this mode. I could see that. I could see that. Sorry, only 10 kills? Jeez. I came in last place. Ay. Oh, I got support tokens from that. That's cool. Georgia, if you angle her right, is fun. Sure, I could see that. Alright, I'll do one more, because I need to get the wins under my belt anyway, I think. Yeah. I'll do one more, and then I'm gonna have to bail, unfortunately, guys. Nice set. Well, thank you, Lee Pants. Welcome on in. How you doing? If anybody else wants in, we're on the NA server. Lord_Zath, send me a message. Buffalo's good in this mode. You lost your Star Trek port. I love this port. You can take this port from my cold, dead hands. Such a great port. Cheers, everyone. This is really starting to grow on me. It was yummy before, but it's nice. I like it. Used it ever since, but it's gone now. That's weird. Secondary Wami is a good choice. Just noticed it last week. Huh, weird. I have a feeling Star Trek is coming back, Ouija, because I have a feeling Wargaming made a lot of money off it. Not as much money as Weeb stuff, because Weeb stuff makes a lot of money for Wargaming, mind you. But Star Trek had to be up there. You've been thinking about picking up the Wami? She is a good boat. She's one of the few Japanese battleships where you can absolutely go secondaries on and wreck. Actually makes a lot of money, absolutely. I mean, there's a reason why we have 7 of those. As a weeb, we haven't bought any. Hey. Fist bump to you, sir. I'm also a weeb, and I haven't bought any of the weeb stuff either. I'm in a bit of a slightly different situation there, but early on, I earned all the weeb stuff too, back when the Arpeggio ships were all earnable through missions and stuff, you know?
Suppress them. An enemy aircraft carrier has entered the combat zone. Eliminate it.
Alright, guys, just check in with the wife. I hear the timer going off for the pizza. So that's coming. That was 4 Congo different ships, right? Originally, it was just the 1 Congo, and you're actually thinking of the Miyokos. They gave you tons of Miyokos in the different colors. There were 4 Congos, and then there were like 7 or 8 Miyokos, and then there's even more now. Just need to die quick. There you go. Prince Ido Friedrich, huh? So this time I might be a little bit more, greedy. Finally able to build your credit balance in the game. You know, only almost 50 million. Congratulations, dude. Heard of Miyokaps. Losing the first match of the day feels bad. Always does. Always does. Alright, so get behind me, Mr. Duncan Warrior, sir. Hey, take care there, Kasu. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you staying up with us. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow for the tournament, huh? Should be a lot of fun. And negative. Wow. Best Baymax voice. I am not fast. AB as I am not gay. But thank you for asking. Hello, Warspite. Let's shoot the Warspite. Are you gay? I'm trying to get a couple 100 million before you start buying more tier 10. Yeah, take your time. There's no rush to buy tier 10 chips in this game. Zero rush. Mutsu and an Issei. Interesting. Alright, surveillance station. Take my AP. Except the Shima, you must have the Shima. Shima's fun. 1 over penetrate. I ricocheted. I have 2 bounces on a surveillance station? Game? Really? It's gonna be like that, huh? Okay then. Oh, more things to the right. That's exciting. Yeah, I've had plenty of those waste of salvos there, Chaser. Name of the game sometimes. Goes with the territory. Also, rip the Tulsa. I think I'll... Oh, I thought I had the alternate mode on. I guess I didn't. With a Citadel to the face. Really? I would have killed him. Ugh. Southern Eastern Dragons? Yeah. I don't know why they didn't. I'm sure at some point they will. Up to tier 9 on a few different lines. Slow down to concentrate on commander building. Good. And credits. Yeah, that's a good idea. I got to tier 9 and I finished my tier 9 grinds and then I would go to another grind and then finish that. I actually never bought tier 10s. True story, when I was playing this game originally, my first grind, never bought tier 10s. I didn't see a reason for it. What's the point of playing a random battle with a ship that you've maxed out? Plus, there's all the, expense, right, from playing tier 10 at the time. It was so freaking expensive. So, I didn't buy tier 10s. The only reason I ended up buying tier 10s is because Wargaming introduced a new flag in the game. That was the original Dragon flag, where you would get 300% more Commander XP, which was ridiculous, by the way. And, I bought like 6 tier 10s in one day or something because of that. Bownetter to do is still chilling here. Thank you, Bownetter. Appreciate you. Oh, Chaser, don't ram. That would be so bad if you ram. I mean, bad for you, but great for me. Oh, he stopped. Hello, Fort. Shino no me up there. Just use the regular. 1 penetrating hit. Are you kidding me? That closer range, 6 barrels, and only 1 hit. The research ships are fun to play, Ouija, but I would say this: if you haven't unlocked all the tech tree ships, do that first. Unlock all the tech tree stuff first, and then worry about Research Bureau. You got plenty of time, man. Plenty of time. Okay, you, sir, are in the way. Can you please get out of my way? Thank you. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's see if I can kill this motorboat. Uh-oh, Vaku's getting torped. This thing is still alive. The thing I bounced off of is still alive. Really? I have to kill a carrier. Ah, there she is. There she is. Must kill carrier. He's backing up? Wild. All this HP being restored is crazy. So in this mode, anything with secondaries is really good. Really good. In case y'all were wondering what to play. Put the hydro up just in case, you know, no may decides to torpedo me.
Двигатель в штатном режиме.
By the way, that's a free ship in the game. You can get the Shino for free by finishing a campaign task. Wish you could play your Ohio? Ohio's a good boat. Alright, Vako's in the Iwami. He's just gonna win the game for us all. How nice of him. Oh, Vako, you might need some heals. Huh? Here you go. Take some heal. Everybody use your heal. Pop, 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 pop. Palmer Luyens. Oh, sure. I can see that. Hello, Grafsday. Decent. I'm surprised that this Tulsa's still alive. I thought he for sure was going to be a goner earlier. But he's still there. I don't know if he activates or not, but he does give the bonus to preventative maintenance at least, so, you know, you do get something.
Multiple enemy forces have entered the
Smoke should be expiring soon. TM.
The ship's weapons have been restored and she is ready to provide combat support.
Cincinnati's kill talent does. Oh, okay. So if that's the case, yeah, then Liu Yan's skill should proc then. Where's talents? That's cool. 4 smoke screens still. What the heck was that did that? Hey, Pointy Hey Jared, what's up? Long time no see, sir. How you been? Bop, he says. Bop, he says. There's the guy. Yeah, I saw that in the devlog. Upcoming asymmetric is not gonna have those talents, which I guess it makes sense. Yeah, it's been a while, man. How the heck have you been? Thank you for the raid. My goodness, such a big raid too. Let's go ahead and do a yeet out of a code here, guys, to celebrate. Those of you guys who are new to the channel, welcome. I'm Lord Zath, a North American community contributor for World of Warships. And we have a code giveaway right now. Rita rated you. Cool. Awesome. What have we said? Blue bonuses container, guys. So in order to win, all you gotta do is click that heart icon, that's the follow button, and then type something in chat. Doesn't matter what you want to type. You timed it well. Absolutely, yes. Absolutely. Yeah, so we always do that to celebrate raids. When somebody raids the channel, you know, it's fun to be able to share loot with your, you know, your viewers that raided on in, and of course the people that have been filming the whole time. If you click unfollow, do you still win something? Sure. Oh my goodness. Pointy, what have you been up to, man? Because you haven't been streaming for a long time, right? What's been new with you, sir? Yeah, quite a gap. Come on, into there, into there. In the face, Citadel, let's go.
Крейсер врага потоплен.
Only started playing it in the past few weeks. Got it. What have you been doing otherwise? Have you been streaming other games, or are you just talking about like playing and streaming all together? I guess I can heal. I don't need to, but I guess I can heal. Working. That's fair. That is completely fair. Ah, there goes the Tulsa. Bye, Tulsa. Crash Bay, let's go. Ooh, another Crash Bay over here. Good things just happened because somebody exclaimed something. Yeah, up on YouTube as well. Gotcha, gotcha. I've been continuing to stream and YouTube and all that because I'm a loser and I have nothing else better to do with my life. So, still been here, still been doing this stuff, you know? Ow! Jerk! Yeah, so he can citadel me, and all I can do is overpen him. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. WoWS beats reality. Yeah, it can. Absolutely. Absolutely. Alright, so we're backing up here. Dubong. Congratulations, Dubong, on our previous giveaway. He's our winner. Oh, I should heal Cross and DCP and that. Top Centurion, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. Make sure you type something in chat so you can get into the giveaway, okay? Let's punch you in the nose. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, my vajayjay. A 406mm armed cruiser that just does stupid things. Yep. Indeedy. That's what it is. That's what it is. And now we're gonna overmatch the Warspite in the face. For another kill. Grumpy because he wouldn't have turned the rain off for him so he wouldn't go outside. Oh. Is that a fur ball of yours? Well, we've gotten pretty good progress on damage and on this one, whichever requirement that one is. And Vaco coming in first place once again. You're doing well with Michelangelo? I figured Sam would be your kitty cat. Chaser and Vaco, thank you very much for joining me. I'm afraid I must go. But 400k and 2 million potential. Nice. So I should have gotten my my stuff finished here. Yes, good. I got my my third container. Cheers. Wifey calls. That's more important. Yes, we got dinner in the oven. I got to go down there and eat and consume it. Also spend time with the wife. You know, things like that. Things that are important, right? Oh, that's still good stuff. Super Chimpy, thank you again for the tip earlier. That's good stuff. So I'll claim my rewards, and then let's take a look at where we're at for our missions. Guys, have you done the card game thing? We spent an hour going through how to do the card game thing. Craziness. I'm still working on main battery hits for the vajayjay. And then for Dockyard, I'm getting there for ribbons. I'm getting there. So it's not so bad. It's not so bad. Last call for the giveaway, guys. Again, twitch.tv/LordsDeath. If you're watching on YouTube, Rumble, or Kick, make sure you click that follow button there, the heart icon, okay? And then type something in chat. You probably have about 3 minutes to go. So while that's going on, I'm going to go to the focus on me screen. And once again, cheers, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you guys. Happy Friday. Always listen to the wife. Sure. We'll go with that. Tomorrow morning, as a reminder, will be the Enterprise Tournament. I'm going to put that link in chat there if you want to read up about it. It's going to be a lot of fun. I hope you guys can make it. 10 a.m. So it's going to be it's going to be an early day. We're going to do our usual after party for a bit afterwards. We'll see how things go. So I hope you guys can tune in for that. That's going to be a lot of fun. That'll be Saturday and Sunday. Monday night will be Manor Lords, our second attempt to play hard mode Manor Lords. We crashed and burned horribly 3 times on Monday last week. But I've got us down to a pretty decent start, so that should be fine. And then next Friday will be the next replay analysis stream, plus whatever. We'll see. Should be a lot of fun. So, guys, I'm going to go to the stream ending screen right now. You're going to see some links in chat. You can support me by clicking those links. Stay tuned, though, because we're going to raid out to somebody else, of course, and send the good vibes to another streamer. That's where you all come in. If there's somebody who's streaming World of Warships or anything else for that matter, I don't care about game, I don't care about size, number of viewers, etc. If there's somebody else out there that you would like me to raid you off to, I'm going to ask you to please put their name in chat, okay? And then we're going to vote on that. So I'm going to go right now. Then you're going to see some links in chat, and you can support me with those links as well. Like my rerun channel, currently running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. My current Best of World of Warships content is out there. You can get channel drops there, or World of Warships drops by tuning in. I've got, of course, Words on Stream that runs. Yes, exactly. And then we also do 2 giveaways a day over there for World of Warships loot. So if you are looking for loot in World of Warships, it's a great place to be to catch said loot. All right, so who to raid? And we already have somebody here. Pedra BG 2023. Okay, but I did promise the wife I was going to stop. Chief Benjamin. Okay. Chief Benjamin got 4. I always put the rerun channel down just to get us one more voting option, but of course you can vote for it if you want to. We're going to see a commercial break in just a few moments. You can see a link right now for my Patreon. It's a great way to support me and the channel. I've got various benefits for people who support. We actually did a replay today from NBA, who's a level 3 Patreon supporter. And earlier we did some fun stuff with him earlier this week, and I kind of sat down, did some coaching with him, and that was a lot of fun. Swiss Butler, got him. Anybody else? Last chance. And then you can see in chat there, thank you, Gaelic. That's the Fabletics link. You can support me by just clicking the link is all you have to do. You don't have to do anything else. Just click it. Obviously, they want you to buy stuff, but you don't have to do that. Hey, Pointy Haired, thank you again for the raid. I appreciate you, man. I really do. And thank you for sticking around, man. Usually people just raid and run, which is perfectly fine, by the way. Perfectly fine. Who else? One last person. Actually, we just got the charity link, so I'm gonna kick off the voting now. So everybody in the Twitch stream has a vote. If you don't see a vote, refresh the page. If you are watching on YouTube, Rumble, or Kick, get over to twitch.tv/Lord_Zath to get your vote in. You can use channel points for additional votes if you want. And the pizza's done, so I gotta go. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna run a quick 3-minute commercial break while I say goodbye to YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and you guys vote. All right. Look at all our subs today. We had a huge Tarogasm, 50 gifted subs, which is awesome. Chiefs playing Call of Duty? I don't care. Whether they play, doesn't matter to me. And you're most welcome, Beefall. Thank you for tuning in. All right, everybody. So YouTube, Rumble, Kick. I hope you guys had a great time today. Thank you very much for being here as always. And hopefully we'll see you next time. We made some new friends today. We saw some people hanging out today. So, for example, on YouTube, there's Abiaz and Carlos. So it was good to meet you guys, as well as KVP Animations, and of course, Seabear checking things out. And then on the other YouTube channel, we have Fidelis, Fidelia, and Rob tuning in. That was really great to meet you guys. That was a lot of fun. Crappy Meat Plow as well. Apologies, I didn't catch your messages earlier. That was an error in my overlay, not catching that. Hako Blue as well. Thank you very much for saying stuff in chat. And then over on Kick, we had ASDF Get, who wants to help me grow, which is totally not a scam. And I didn't see any chatters today on Rumble, but that's perfectly fine. So YouTube, Rumble, Kick, take care. Thank you for being here. I'm going to end the stream now. Hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Remember, there will be a 5-minute delay